A warm welcome, one and all present here. So, welcome to Sporting India Sports Conclave Carnival 2024. Can we have a big round of applause for that? Thank you so much. So, now we have the special chief guest for today. So, hope you people are very happy because of this is first edition for this year 2024. So first we have the Director General, CUM, CEO, Bihar State Sports Authority, Sri Ravindran Shankaran IPS. Welcome you, sir. Next we have TMTC, Lata, Secretary of TNAA. Welcome you, ma'am. Then we have CEO of Sporting India, Mr. Sendil Kumar. Welcome you, sir. And next we have Chief Partnership and Communication Officer for SOI, Mr. Manish Mohan. Can we have a big round of applause? Welcome you, sir. And we have Founder for Bixway Technologies and Partners Sporting India, Mr. Anand Kumaran. Can we have a big round of applause for all the respective chief guests for today? So we all know that this is the first edition for the Sporting India Presents, and we have many sponsors as well. So before that, let me introduce myself. My name is MC Hasani from Coimbatore. Once again, if there is any other districts is here, anybody from Coimbatore? Okay. Everybody. Okay, something special, I think different states. No? Everybody from Coimbatore? Right. Okay. So, had a breakfast first? Yes? Okay, good. So we will start with the light lamping for today because for every occasion, we will start with a spiritual way. So, first we request IPS, Mr. Ravindran Shankaran, sir, to light the lamp. Can we have a big round of applause for the light lamping? And next we have Ms. Subbalakshmi ma'am. Next we have Ms. Lata ma'am. And Mr. Sendil Kumar sir. And we have Ms. Huma ma'am. Thank you. So this is the right time for the honor our all the chief guests. So it's my pleasure. And also, first, so we would like to honor our Director General, CUM CEO, Bihar State Sports Authority, Sri Ravindran Shankaran IPS. Can we have a big round of applause for him? And also, we would like to call Secretary of TNAA, TMTC Lata ma'am, to honor our chief guest, Sri Ravindran sir. So, நல்ல ஒரு கரகோஷங்கள் கொடுத்துடலாமா? It's great pleasure, sir. And we are all very happy because you are here. Thank you, ma'am. And we would like to honor our Secretary, TNAA, TMTC, Lata ma'am. And we would like to call Mr. Sendil Kumar, sir, to honor our Lata ma'am. Can we have a big round of applause for them? Thanks for coming, ma'am. And now we would like to honor our Chief Partnership and Communication Officer of SAI, Mr. Manish Mohan, sir. So, our honor panambadi, we have the founder of Big Square Technologies, Mr. Anand Kumaran, sir. Okay, so, and finally we have Mr. Pani Pushin is an Anand Computing Platform. So we would like to honor you, sir. So that I call Mr. Manish Mohan to honor our Pani Bhushan. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you so much. Okay, so I think this is the first speech for us, and we have many more legends and experienced persons here. So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's with you great honor and privilege that I stand before you and to introduce Mr. Ravindran Shankaran, an exploring and leader and the visionary director, General CUM, CEO of Bihar State Sports Authority, and through his steadfast dedication and the unparalleled vision, Bihar is experiencing a profound transformation. And Mr. Shankaran's dynamic leadership has propelled the state towards unprecedented heights marked by remarkable achievements. And idukagave or balatha karagoshangal venume. And he is a spread-eating, innovative initiative aimed at and nurturing young talents and enhancing state sports infrastructures to attain national acclaim. As we gather here today, eagerly anticipating his insights and wisdom, let us extend the heartfelt and welcome to the true champion of sports development in Bihar, Mr. Ravindran Shankar, to come on stage. And நம்மளுடைய இந்த ஒரு அழகான ஸ்பீச்காக நல்ல ஒரு பலத்த கரகோஷங்கள் கொடுத்துடலாமா? Over to you, sir.
வணக்கம். Before I present my presentation or I deliver my speech, நான் ரெண்டு விஷயம் சொல்ல விரும்புவேன். Pardon me, whoever has come from the other state who are not able to, who may not be able to understand the Tamil language. I'll try to translate it to you all, but I would like to say these two things in Tamil. பொதுவாக சினிமாவில் நிஜ வாழ்க்கையில் நீங்கள்லாம் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, எப்பவுமே எல்லாமே முடிஞ்சதுக்கப்புறம் கடைசியாக வரும் போலீஸு இல்லையா? நான் ஒரு ஐபிஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸர், எல்லாரும் முன்னாடி நான் தான் இன்றைக்கி வந்தேன். நான் முதல்ல வந்து எல்லா கெஸ்ட்டுக்காக வெயிட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஸோ சினிமா வேறு, ரியல் லைஃப் வேறு. What I am trying to say, what I said here was, in the movies, people project the police that when everything is over, the police comes at the end and the climax, and it gets over. But here, me being an IPS officer, I was the first guest to come here on time, before time. So I am telling them that the real life is different from the real life. So, காவல்துறை உங்கள் நண்பன் மதிங்க. ரெண்டாவது, நான் இன்னைக்கு இந்த ஸ்டேஜில் உங்கள் முன்னாடி இருக்கேன் அப்படின்னா அதுக்கு எங்கள் அம்மா அப்பா தான் காரணம். ஈன்ற பொழுதிலும் தன் மகனை சான்றோன் என கேட்ட தாய். அவங்க என்னை என்னைக்கு என்னை பெத்தாங்களோ, the day she gave my birth, she would have not been so proud. அவ்வளோ சந்தோஷப்பட்டிருக்க மாட்டாங்க. இன்றைக்கி என்னை இந்த ஸ்டேஜில் பார்த்து கண்டிப்பாக அவங்க சந்தோஷப்படுவாங்க. நான் அதனால தான் இன்றைக்கி நான் எங்கள் அம்மாவை கூட்டிகிட்டு வந்தேன். ஏன்னா 27 வருஷமாக நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன் பீகாரில். So, I am working in Bihar for the past 27 years. Several occasions, several medal ceremonies, several பல ஃபங்க்ஷனில் சீஃப் கெஸ்ட்டாக போயிருக்கேன், பல அவார்ட் செரமனிஸ். பட் அங்கெல்லாம் எங்கள் அப்பா அம்மா இருந்ததில்லை. ஸோ மை ஹார்ட்ஃபெல் தேங்க்ஸ், கோடான கோடி நன்றி. செந்தில், யூ கேவ் மீ திஸ் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி, நான் பிறந்த ஊரில் எனக்கு இப்படி ஒரு வாய்ப்பு என்னை வந்து பேச சொல்லி கூப்பிட்ருக்கீங்க, அதுவும் எங்கள் அம்மா முன்னாடி. இட்ஸ் a great thing. I really appreciate it. Thank you. எங்கள் அப்பா இன்னைக்கு இல்லை, அவர் இறந்து பல வருஷம் ஆயிடுச்சு. அவர் NIS பாட்டியாலா எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும். எவ்ரிபடி நோஸ் NIS பாட்டியாலாவில் ஃபஸ்ட் பேட்ச் ஆஃப் அத்லெட்டிக் கோச்சஸ்லேருந்து வெளியே வந்த ஃபஸ்ட் அத்லெட்டிக் கோச் கோயம்புத்தூர்லேருந்து. அதே மாதிரி அதே பாட்டியாலா கேம்பில் 4x400 மீட்டர்ஸ் ரிலேக்காக நேஷ்னல் கேம்ப் நடந்துட்டு இருந்துச்சு. ஸோ எங்கள் அப்பாவும் அந்த ஒரு 4x400 மீட்டர் ரிலே டைமில் இருந்து மில்கா சிங் கூட ஓடி இருக்காரு நேஷ்னல் கேம்பில். ஸோ ஓகே, now I'll come for the formalities, right? இதை சொல்லி தான் நான் ஆரம்பிக்கணும்னு நினச்சேன். On behalf of the organizers, on behalf of Sendil, I take the opportunity to welcome Madam Latha, the Secretary of Tamil Nadu Amateur Athletic Association, and Manish from Sports Authority of India, and Bhushan from IKF, and from Anand, and all of you who have come from different parts of the country. I am actually under confusion now. நான் எந்த லாங்குவேஜில் பேசுகிறது அப்படின்னு, நான் இங்கிலீஷில் பேசுகிறதா, தமிழில் பேசுகிறதா, ஹிந்தியில் பேசுகிறதா அப்படின்னு. I just asked Sendil, what is the crowd like? So he said, sir, 80% Tamil, 20% have come from other state. So they know only Hindi, they can't understand Tamil. But pardon me, whoever has come from other state, I'll try to speak in English. But past 27 years, கடந்த 27 வருஷமா, I have given speeches only in Hindi. For the first time, I am going to give a speech in Tamil. So please pardon me. எனக்கு இது ஒரு பெரிய வாய்ப்பு தமிழில் பேசுகிறதுக்கு. இவ்வளோ வருஷம் நான் ஹிந்தியில் தான் பேசியிருக்கேன். But still, I'll not disappoint any one of you on stage. I'll manage. And one more person I have to mention here. நாங்கள் சின்ன வயசுலேருந்து ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸு. சின்ன வயசுலேருந்து இன்றைக்கி நீங்கள் பார்க்குற நேரு ஸ்டேடியம் வந்து இன்றைக்கி சிந்தட்டிக் ட்ராக். டுடே இட்ஸ் a synthetic track in கோயம்புத்தூர். அப்போ வந்து மட் ட்ராக் இருந்துச்சு, தென் இட் பிகேம் சிண்டர், தென் இட் பிகேம் சிந்தட்டிக். ஸோ நாங்கள் அந்த நேரு ஸ்டேடியம் வந்த காலத்துலேருந்து, சின்ஸ் தென் we were athletes together, we had run All India University, we had participated in nationals, we have won medals in many events, and he is the Secretary of Coimbatore District Amateur Athletic Association, Mr. Srinivasan. சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. நம்ம எல்லாருமே வந்து நான் விளையாட்டு போக்கில் நான் ஐபிஎஸ் ஆகிட்டேன். அவன் விளையாட்டு துறையிலேயே இருந்து he is there. And Murali, I never expected you. நான் எதிர்பார்க்கவே இல்லை you will be here. And it's a big surprise for me, Murali, that you are doing the major statistical work for not only Athletic Federation of India and for the World Athletic Federation. That's a great information and great. And he is also one of my friends. It's a big surprise for me. Thanks for coming. Yeah. சரி, இப்போது நான் வரதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் செந்தில்கிட்ட கேட்டேன், நான் என்ன பேசணும், வாட் யூ வாண்ட் மீ டு ஸ்பீக், கேன் யூ கிவ் மீ அ டாபிக் டு ஸ்பீக். ஸோ ஹி செட், சார் உங்களுக்கு என்ன தோணுதோ அது பேசுங்க, யூ ஷேர் யுவர் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்சஸ். ஸோ ஃப்ளைட்டில் நான் வரும்போது ஐ வாஸ் ட்ராவலிங் ஃப்ரம் பட்னா, நான் பட்னாலேருந்து தான் வந்தேன். ஸோ பட்னா டு பெங்களூர், இட்ஸ் எ லாங் ஃப்ளைட், 2.5 hours ஃப்ளைட்டில் ஐ தாட் அபவுட் சம்திங். யோசித்து நான் ஒரு ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஏன்னா ஐ குட் நாட் ரீஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இட், அதை ரீஸ்ட்ரக்சர் பண்ண முடியல. ஏன்னா ஐ தாட் ஆஃப் ரீஸ்ட்ரக்சரிங் இட் when I was traveling from Bangalore to Patna, but one of the participant was with me. She was traveling, Anuradha was traveling with me, so I could not restructure it, but I had a very good conversation with her and a lot of information she has shared. So I would like the organizers to, put on my PowerPoint presentation on screen. Yeah, I'll wait. Okay, in the meantime, I'll share how I met Senthil. Last year, NIDJAM, National Inter-District Junior Athletic Meet, அது ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணது நாங்கள் பீகாரில். யா, ஸோ அதில் வந்து செந்தில் வந்திருந்தா அப்படி பயோமெட்ரிக்ஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்காக. அப்போ தான் நாங்கள் மீட் பண்ணோம், நிறைய பேசினோம். ஏன்னா ஒரு வாரத்துக்கு மேலே அங்கே இருந்தார், நிறைய பேசினோம். ஸோ நான் அங்கே வந்து ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் கான்க்ளேவ் நடத்திக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஸோ தட் வாஸ் ஃப்ரம் த கவர்மெண்ட் சைட். ஐ யூஸ் டு கண்டக்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் கான்க்ளேவ் எவ்ரி இயர். This year we conducted Sports Conclave 2.0. So he got inspired and he said, sir, as a private person, I am doing it. So please come. So just I came only to support Senthil and his initiatives. Okay, let me go to the presentation. This is my authority where I am heading. நான் இன்னைக்கு இப்போ எப்படி தமிழ்நாட்டில் SDAT இருக்கும், ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட் அத்தாரிட்டி ஆஃப் தமிழ்நாடு, அந்த மாதிரி பிஆர் ஸ்டேட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் அத்தாரிட்டியோட டைரக்ட் ஜென்ரலாக ஐ ஆம் ஒர்க்கிங். நான் வேலை பார்த்துட்ருக்கேன். ஓகே, ஐ திங்க் யூ ஆல் கேன் ரீட் இங்கிலீஷ், ரைட்? தமிழ் பேச தெரிஞ்சால் எல்லாருக்கும் இங்கிலீஷ் படிக்க கண்டிப்பாக தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும். ஐ கேன் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் தட். ஸோ why I am saying this, leaders don't do different things, they do things differently. இங்கே நான் மென்ஷன் பண்ணுறது லீடர்ஸுங்கிறது வந்து நான் ஃபோட்டோவில் போட்டிருக்க தலைவர்களை மட்டும் இல்லை, மகாத்மா காந்தி, அப்ரஹாம் லிங்கன் அண்ட் நெல்சன் மண்டேலா. நான் என்ன சொல்ல வரேன் இந்த ஸ்லைட் மூலிமா அப்படின்னா, இங்கே லீடர்ஸ்ன்னு நான் சொல்ல வர்றது வந்து ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேட்டர்ஸ், கோச்சஸ், டீம் மேனேஜர்ஸ், ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் கன்சல்டன்ட்ஸ். Yeah, I would request, please don't use your mobiles. You are disturbing my delivery of speech. என்னோட flow கெட்டுரும். Okay. Again, sports coaches, sports consultants, sports administrators, team managers, and sports business people, sports associations, sports federations, and Sports Authority of India and all sports. Everybody is a leader in their own way. Everybody is doing something or other. எல்லாருமே அவங்க வேலையை பார்த்துட்ருக்காங்க. பட் who is shining, who is producing result, யார் ரிசல்ட் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்னா, the leaders who do things differently. வித்தியாசமாக யார் பண்ணுறாங்களோ அவங்க தான் ஜெயிக்கிறாங்க. அதுக்கு நான் ஒரு உதாரணம் உங்களுக்கு சொல்ல போகிறேன். எல்லாருக்கும் லண்டன் பற்றி தெரியும், கிரேட் பிரிட்டன். பாருங்கள் கிராஃபை. 1996 அட்லாண்டா ஒலிம்பிக்ஸில் they had only 15 medals. ஒரே ஒரு கோல்டு மெடல் தான். ரியோ ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ் 2016 27 கோல்டு மெடலு, டோட்டல் மெடல் 67, அண்ட் அவங்க மெடல் ஸ்டாலியில் வந்து தேவர் செகண்ட் ரேங்க். அட்லாண்டாவில் 1996 ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ் நடக்கும்போது அவங்க ரேங்க் வந்து 36. ஸோ கிரேட் பிரிட்டன் 1996 216 20 வருஷத்தில் ஒலிம்பிக் மெடல் ஸ்டாலியில் 36வது பொசிஷன்லேருந்து 36th பொசிஷன்லேருந்து செகண்ட் பொசிஷனுக்கு வந்திருக்காங்க. ஸோ ஹவு குட் தே டூ இட்? எப்படி அவங்களால செய்ய முடிஞ்சது? அவங்க செய்ய முடிஞ்சது நம்ம ஏன் செய்ய முடியலை? யாராவது யோசிச்சு பார்த்தீங்களா? யாராவது இதை பற்றி ஸ்டடி பண்ணிங்களா? ஸோ ஐ வெண்ட் இன் டு த ரீசர்ச். ஐ ரீட் அ லாட். நான் நிறைய படிப்பேன். ஸோ ஐ வெண்ட் இன் டு இட். எப்படி கிரேட் பிரிட்டன் இதை அச்சீவ் பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்னு. ஏன்னா இது நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே தெரிஞ்சாகணும். ஏன்னா இன்றைக்கி நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே இருக்கீங்க. அசோசியேஷன் ரெப்ரசன்டேட்டிவ் இருக்கீங்க, ப்ரைவேட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் பிஸ்னஸ் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியிலேருந்து எல்லாம் இருக்கீங்க. சாய் இஸ் ஹியர், NSDFலேருந்து இருக்காங்க, நேஷ்னல் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட்லேருந்து இருக்காங்க. நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே இருக்கீங்க, கோச்சஸ், அத்லீட்ஸ் எல்லாருமே இருக்கீங்க. யூ ஷுட் நோ, தெரிஞ்சாகணும் ஹவு தே அச்சீவ்ட் இட். This is not an easy task. The Golden Nine, அவங்களோட ஒரு பிரின்சிபல் என்ன அப்படின்னா, அவங்க ஸ்டடி பண்ணதில் ஸ்விம்மிங்கில் பல வருஷமாக ஒலிம்பிக்ஸில் வந்து ஃபார் மெனி இயர்ஸ் இன் ஸ்விம்மிங் இன் ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ் 45 swimmers were participating in Olympics representing the Great Britain. But they got only one medal. 45 பேர் போனாங்க ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ்க்கு ஸ்விம்மர்ஸ். ஆனால் ஒரு மெடல் தான் கிடச்சிது அவங்களுக்கு 1996. அண்ட் தே ஹேட் ஸ்பெண்ட் 52 million pounds. அவங்களை ட்ரெயின் பண்ணுறதுல 52 million pounds. ஒரு பவுண்டு இன்றைக்கி வந்து 100 ரூபா. ஸோ 52 million pounds நீங்கள் கால்குலேட் பண்ணிக்கிங்க எவ்வளோ செலவு பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னு. அவ்வளவு செலவு பண்ணி ஒரே ஒரு மெடல், அதுவும் ஒரு பிரான்ஸ் மெடல். தே ஜஸ்ட் காட் ஒன் பிரான்ஸ். ஸோ வாட் தே டிட் வாஸ், they did not go for the quantity. குவான்டிட்டிக்காக போகவே இல்லை அவங்க. They selected from the university, from the colleges, from the school. இன்னும் அவங்க what they studied was who are the major medal winners in Olympics, and the age category என்னன்னு they studied. The age category was 21. Maximum peak attain பண்ணுற ஒரு அத்லீட். He may be an athlete, he may be a swimmer, he may be an archer, he may be a shooter. But 23 is the average age for winning medal in an Olympics. ஆனால் இவங்க டீம் 45 பேர் போனதில் average age was 33. So how can you win a medal? So they decided, let us concentrate on the juniors. நம்ம ஜூனியர்ஸ் ஸ்கூல்ல இருந்தும் காலேஜில் இருந்தும் அவங்கள கொண்டு வந்து they trained and they selected only 9. They selected 45, they trained 45, but ஃபைனலாக அவங்க டீம் செலக்ட் பண்ணி போனது 9 பேர் தான் ஸ்விம்மிங்கில். they called them as Golden Nine. And you know, in Rio Olympics, they won 3 gold medals. 9 பேர் போய் 45 பேர் போய் ஒரு பிரான்ஸு 1996. 2016 ரியோவில் 9 பேர் போய் 3 கோல்டு 2 சில்வர் 1 பிரான்ஸ் 6. So here what the point I am driving here is, நான் என்ன சொல்ல வர்றேன் அப்படின்னா, please concentrate your money, energy, time in small portion of people. Identify the talent right from the beginning. Train them for 10 long years, 15 long years. We can make it. ரெண்டாவது, இன்னும் உங்களுக்கு என்ன தெரிய வந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா, for a team game. இது நான் சொல்கிறதுனால since I am saying about the team game, don't think that I am against the team game. No, I am not against the team game. I know football people are here and, I am not against team game. நான் team game எதிராளி கிடையாது. Because I also play basketball. What Great Britain did was, team gameல நீங்களே சொல்லுங்க, ஒலிம்பிக்ஸில் எவ்வளோ மெடல்? கோல்டு, சில்வர், பிரான்ஸ், மூணே தான். இந்த 3 மெடலுக்காக 4 வருஷம் பாடுபட வேண்டியதாக இருக்குது. அவ்வளோ கண்ட்ரீஸ் கூட. You have to work for 4 years just for these 3 medals in team games. But if you choose an individual game, athletics, there is 168 medals. Swimming, there is 112 medals. Fencing, 64 medals. Rowing, canoeing, kayaking, 64 medals. Take the individual events. Taekwondo, karate, judo, wrestling, boxing. These are all individual events. Weight category வேற நிறையா இருக்கு. Men and women category. So many medals. So they left the team game, they concentrated on the individual games. Where there are more medals, your opportunity of getting medal is more. Right? நம்ம ஏன் இதை பண்ணக்கூடாது? Why should not we do it? I am not saying leave the team games. Support them, do everything. But give more priority to the games where the medal winning opportunity is more, where the probability is more. So why don't you concentrate on individual games? Why don't we learn from them? ஏன் நம்ம அடுத்தவங்க கிட்ட இருந்து தெரிஞ்சுக்க கூடாது? So this is, there are many things, but I don't want to. And since madam இங்க இருக்காங்க, athleticsல, ma'am, what Great Britain did in athletics, they did not concentrate in all events. உங்களுக்கே தெரியும், athleticsல பல ஈவெண்ட் இருக்கு, right? They did not concentrate in long distance, in middle distance, in jumps, in throws, because they know, அவங்களுக்கு தெரியும் நம்ம த்ரோஸ்லையும் மிடில் டிஸ்டன்ஸ்லையும் நம்ம அடிக்க முடியாது மெடல்னு. ஸோ தே சோஸ் ஸ்ப்ரிண்ட், தே சோஸ் லாங் டிஸ்டன்ஸ், they chose relay events. And you go and check the medal tally of Atlanta and of Rio. அவங்க பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ண எல்லா அத்லெட்டிக் இவெண்ட்லையும் they banked the medal. This is what my request to Tamil Nadu Athletic Association. Accepted. Okay, that's great. Accepted. Let us not concentrate in many events. நம்ம ஊர் மக்கள்கிட்ட ஜீன் பூல், டேலண்ட் பூல், எதில் டேலண்ட் இருக்கோ அதில் நம்ம let us do it. This is my, doing it the right way is as important as doing. எல்லாருமே கரெக்டாக தான் செய்கிறோம், நல்லா கரெக்டாக தான் யோசிக்கிறோம், இது செய்யணும்னு நினைக்கிறோம். பட் சரியாக செய்கிறோமா? Do we do it in the right way? Everybody has to ask this question. I am coming to this point. Performance versus potential. நம்ம டேலண்ட் ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணுற பேரில் பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பேஸ்ட் போயிடுறோம். இன்றைக்கி டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் மீட்டில் ஒரு பையன் 11.2 100 meters கிளாக் பண்ணிட்டான் அப்படின்னா, இல்லை ஷூட்டிங்கில் 9 out of 10 பண்ணிட்டான்னா, we are very happy. We are so happy. But none of the countries are going performance based. ஏன்னா இன்றைக்கி அவன் ஜூனியர்ஸில், சப் ஜூனியரில் 11.2 11.4 செகண்ட்ஸ் பண்ணுற பையன் நாளைக்கு சீனியர்ஸ் வந்ததுக்கப்புறம், மென்னுக்கு வந்ததுக்கப்புறம், விமனுக்கு வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் he is not able to deliver. He is not able to deliver. அவனால் பண்ணவே முடியறதில்லை. I will tell you the percentage. இன்னைக்கு மேடமுக்கு தெரியும், because I have shared this data with Mr. Lalit Bennett, the AFI. If 100 athletes are winning medals in Junior World Championship, for example, 100 Junior World Athletic Championshipல 100 பசங்க பொண்ணுங்க மெடல் அடிக்கிறாங்கன்னு வைங்க. அதே 100 பேரில் எவ்வளோ பேர் சீனியருக்கு வர்றாங்க அப்படின்னா 16 பேர் தான் வர்றாங்க. Only 16 of them are coming for the seniors. And அந்த 16ல who is going to Olympics? 1. So what are we doing? என்ன பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம்? நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னா, ஜூனியர்லேயே அவனை மெடல் வின் பண்ண வைக்கணும்ன்ட்டு அவனோட பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை பேஸ் பண்ணி அவனை கொடுக்க வேண்டிய அவனை ஓவர் ட்ரெயின் பண்ணி அவனை இன்ஜுரி ஆக்கி பஸ் நேஷனல் மெடல் பண்ணால் போதும். இது கோச்சஸோட தப்பும் இருக்குது. தெர் இஸ் a basic flaw in the coaches also, because they also want to become popular. They also want to get Dronacharya award. They are not foreseeing ki நம்ம ஒலிம்பிக்ஸில் போய் என் பையன் அடிக்கணும் அப்படின்னு. நேஷ்னல் மெடல் அடிச்சிட்டானா, இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் போயிட்டானா, அவனுக்கு அர்ஜுனா அவார்டு கிடச்சிருச்சா, எனக்கு துரோணாச்சாரியா அவார்டு கிடச்சதா, ஃபைன், ஐ எம் ஹாப்பி. ஆர் வி ஃபைன்? நம்ம இதுக்கு இவ்வளோ பண்ணிட்டா போதுமா? ஆர் வி ஹாப்பி வித் திஸ்? யூ ஹாவ் டு திங்க். பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பேஸ்ட் போகாதீங்க ப்ளீஸ். பொட்டென்ஷியல் பேஸ்ட், தட்ஸ் வாட் ஐ எம் சேயிங். பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் வர்சஸ் பொட்டென்ஷியல். ஐ வில் டிஃப்ரென்ஷியேட். பொட்டென்ஷியல்னா இன்னைக்கு பர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுற பையன் நெக்ஸ்ட் 10 இயர்ஸுக்கு பர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுவானா? இன்னொரு ரிசர்ச் என்ன சொல்லுது? Again, Athletic Federation of India से मैं शेयर किया हूँ ना. I have shared this. If a boy is doing 11.2 seconds in 100 meters, when he comes to senior, maximum he can reduce is 4 seconds. Maximum he can reduce is 4 seconds. That is, he can do only 11.8. So one has to think about it. So பொட்டென்ஷியலுங்கிறது வந்து அவனோட பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் மட்டும் இல்லை, அவனோட டிசிப்ளின். இங்கே டிசிப்ளின் நான் சொல்கிறது வந்து ஜூனியரில் ஏஜ் ஃப்ராட் பண்ணி அவன் அடிச்சிருப்பான் மெடல், டோப் பண்ணி அடிச்சிருப்பான் மெடல். வாட் ஐ எம் ட்ரைங் டு சே இஸ் he must have done an age fraud thing to get a medal in the nationals and he must have got a medal by doing age fraud. ரெண்டாவது, he must have used drugs, doping. He must have won the medal, so he could not sustain. So why are we encouraging this? So potential is his long-term talent. இந்த குதிரை இன்னைக்கு ரேஸில் ஓடினா போதுமா, இல்லை வரப்போகிற 10 வருஷத்துக்கு இந்த குதிரை ஓடி ஃபஸ்ட்டு வரணுமாங்கிறது மட்டும் யோசிச்சுக்கோங்க. அவனோட ஆட்டிடியூட், அவனோட டிசிப்ளின், அவனோட டெடிகேஷன், அவனோட சைக்காலஜி எல்லாமே இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். நான் இன்னைக்கு ஓப்பனாக நான் சொல்கிறேன், இது ஸ்ரீனிவாஸ் ஒத்துக்கோ. அப்படி Srinivas was a wonderful 400 meters runner. Super 400 meters runner. State level சரி, ஸ்டேட் வரைக்கும் he was super 400 meters runner those days. அவன் அடிக்க ஆள் இல்லை. பட் நேஷனல்ஸுக்கு போனான்னா, எப்பெல்லாம் அவன் நேஷனல்ஸுக்கு போனானோ, whenever he went for the nationals, he started shivering. His thighs used to get tightened. He used to get muscle pull, cramps because of the stress, because of the psychological fear. At the state level he was winning gold and everything is fine. But when he goes to the nationals, the moment he sees another equal athlete to him, or an athlete from Punjab, Haryana or Delhi or Maharashtra, நம்மளுக்கு உதற ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கு. And he lost. Am I right? உண்மை சொல்கிறேன் நான். So why I am quoting this example? நான் ஏன் இந்த எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, we are not concentrating on the psychology of the athlete. அவன் ப்ராக்டிஸ் சூப்பர்பாக பண்ணிகிட்டு இருப்பான், ப்ராக்டிஸில் 10.8 10.6 பண்ணுறவா இருப்பான். பட் ஆன் த டே அவனால் அது பண்ண முடியுதா? இல்லை. ஏன்னா மேட்ச் ப்ரெஷர், காம்படிஷன் ப்ரெஷர். ஆர் வி ஹெல்பிங் ஹிம் டு tackle this pressure? No, we are not at all helping. There is no psychologist. ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் சைக்காலஜிஸ்ட் நம்ம யூஸே பண்ணுறது கிடையாது. ஸோ அது தேவை நமக்கு. ரொம்ப போர் அடிக்கிறேன்னா சொல்லிடுங்க, நான் ஐ வில் ஃபினிஷ் இட். ஐ அக்ரி டு யூ. அவங்க கரெக்டாக சொல்கிறாங்க. ஏன்னா அவங்களுக்கு தெரியும் நான் படுற கஷ்டம் அவங்களும் படுறாங்க, எனக்கு தெரியும். ஐ நோ. ஏன்னா பேரண்ட்ஸும் வந்து எதிர்பார்க்குறாங்க கோச்சஸ் கிட்ட, என் பையனை உங்ககிட்ட நான் அனுப்புனா, when I am sending my student, my son or daughter to you, you produce results, he should get a medal. மெடலே வர மாட்டேங்குது. இந்த வயசில், ஸ்கூல் படிக்கிற வயசில் என்ன மெடல் வேணும் உங்களுக்கு? நான் என்னை பற்றி சொல்கிறேங்க. 10th standard, 12th standard, அண்டர் கிராஜுவேஷன், போஸ்ட் கிராஜுவேஷன், நான்லாம் 70% தாண்டினதே கிடையாது. நான்லாம் ஐ ஹவ் நெவர் கிராஸ் 70% இன் மை எஜுகேஷன். இன்றைக்கி நான் ஐபிஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸராக இருக்கேன். அப்போ விளையாண்டுட்டும் இருந்தேன். right? So, எப்பவுமே ஸ்கூலில் 99% வாங்கி தான் ஷைன் பண்ண முடியுங்கிறது கிடையவே கிடையாது. There is no data to show you ki whoever has got 99% in school, 10th, 12th, UG, PG only can shine. As a matter of fact, they don't shine. They don't shine. Whoever is all right in studies and good in sports or any other hobby, music, dance, any other, they shine superb. They shine superb. So, okay. Thanks for that input. Appa, idu po mattum. Okay. Talent identification, nidjam வந்து talent identification தான். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு, as long as I know, Athletic Federation of India is the only federation is doing the talent identification properly, scientifically. Rest of the federations has to follow this. See, somebody says, why I am saying combination of art and science. Now all the federations, football people are sitting here, so many games, you all are from very different games. There is a world metric system, biometrics, physiometry, whatever you call it. You conduct battery test. அதில் ஒரு 6 into 10 meter shuttle run, broad jump, vertical jump, 800 meters run. But அவனோட height, weight இதெல்லாம் பண்ணி you are creating a data. That is hard metrics. அப்புறம் heart beat, அது இது, லொட்டு லொசுக்கு, whatever. You do all those things. That alone will not give you the result. And there is another group which relies only on the eye, art. Many coaches have that eye to catch the potential. I'll tell you 2 examples. One that has happened in Coimbatore. You all must be knowing Dronacharya Sridharan. He is a prominent volleyball coach. He is an Arjuna awardee, he is a Dronacharya awardee, he is from Coimbatore. அவர் கோயிலுக்கு போயிட்டு இருந்தார், அவரோட வைஃப் கூட மோட்டர் பைக்கில் உட்காந்து போயிட்டு இருக்கும்போது அந்த வில்லேஜில் he saw a tall boy just going. மோட்டர் பைக்கை நிறுத்தி வைஃபை இறக்கி விட்டு நீ இங்கே இரு அப்படின்னு வைஃபு என்னை பாதி வழியில் இறக்கி விட்டு போகிறீங்க. பட் he said wait I will come. And he went to that boy and அவன்கிட்ட கேட்ட உன் ஹைட் என்ன அப்படின்னு. 194. Do you play sports? He said no. உனக்கு விளையாடுறதுக்கு இஷ்டம் இருக்கா? Do you want to play sports? He said yes. Come to my school tomorrow. He gave the address and phone number. Next day he went. Today that boy is part of Indian volleyball team. And he has got a job in Indian Railways. So this is the coach's eye. He could recognize, he could see the talent. This boy can play volleyball. And he proved it. Similarly, I would like to say, this is example from outside. Taekwondo, World Taekwondo competition was happening. World Taekwondo, you all know martial art. Competition நடந்துட்டு இருந்துச்சு. One girl, she beat the reigning champion. The present champion, ஒரு பொண்ணு, she defeated her. Everybody was stunned. Who is this girl? We have never seen her. Who is this girl? She was asked, have you ever done taekwondo? From where you train? She said, I am a kickboxer. I have never done taekwondo. So ஒரு kickboxer இருந்த பொண்ணு taekwondo world championshipல reigning champion அடிச்சு நொறுக்குச்சு. There the talent was identified and she was picked up, and the world taekwondo federation trained her in this thing, taekwondo, and for the past 4 Olympics she is winning gold. Tak tak tak. So that is the eye you should have. So இங்க எவ்வளவோ coaches இருக்கீங்க, sports consultants and so many. You should have both an eye to recognize the talent and use the metric. The metric is what to say, it shall help you in further developing that boy or girl. You should not rely only upon eye, only upon metric. It should be both, the combination of art and science. I'll finish it soon, this training versus coaching. We all train the kids. எல்லாருமே தான் ட்ரெயின் பண்ணுறோம். அதே NISல படித்த கோச்சஸ் தான். All the coaches are trained, have done the diploma in the same NIS, Patiala, Bangalore, whatever. But why only few coaches are delivering the results? Because they don't only train, they coach. The difference between that is they develop a personal bond. நம்மளுடைய பழைய காலத்து குரு சிக்ஷா ரிலேஷன்ஷிப், அந்த ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் இன்னைக்கு கோச் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுக்கு இருக்கா அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் கேட்டிங்கன்னா, மேடம் நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள், இருக்கா? கொஞ்சம் இல்லை மேம், ஐ அக்ரி வித் யூ, நிறையவே குறைஞ்சிருக்கு. ஏன்னா அவன் கோச்சை மாற்றிட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கான். ஹி கீப்ஸ் சேஞ்சிங் த கோச். ஒரு மெடல் அவன் வின் பண்ணிட்டான் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில், இல்லை ஒரு ஸ்டேட்டில் ஒரு மெடல், இஃப் ஹி வின்ஸ் எ மெடல் இன் அ டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் ஆர் அ ஸ்டேட், ஹி திங்ஸ் ஹி இஸ் அ சாம்பியன் நவ் அண்ட் ஹி திங்ஸ் தட் திஸ் கோச் இஸ் நாட் இனஃப் ஃபார் மீ, let me go to a different coach. And he chooses the coach. And today what is happening, during our days there was no internet, no YouTube. எனக்கு என்ன, என் கோச் எங்கள் அப்பா தான் எனக்கு கோச். எங்கள் அப்பா என்ன சொல்கிறாரோ அதுதான் வேத வாக்கு. வேதா ஃபார் அஸ் இன் தோஸ் டேஸ் was the coach. Whatever he says or she says, that's the final. We didn't have YouTube to check. Now the students, now the athletes and sportsmen, what they are doing, they are seeing the YouTube, then they are going and arguing with the coach. YouTubeல இப்படி வருது, YouTubeல இப்படி சொல்கிறாங்களே, இப்படி போடுறாங்களே, நீங்கள் என்ன இப்படி சொல்கிறீங்க, உங்கள் கோச்சிங் தப்பு, இப்படி பேசுகிறான் அவன். Where are you going? So you have to develop a bonding between the student and the coach. You have to have that relationship. That is where the coaching comes. Training மட்டும் பத்தாது. You have to be a coach to them, to coach to him. எப்பா இதை நான் விட்டுறேன். I'll just, okay. Talent identification. நம்ம ஒவ்வொரு தடையும் talent identification, whenever we organize a talent identification program, எப்பெல்லாம் talent identification program பண்ணுறோமோ நம்ம வசதிக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி பண்ணுறோம். We are calling the children at a place where we are. We are calling them in Chennai. We are calling them in Coimbatore district capital, Nehru Stadium or wherever. In my case, I am calling them in Patna. Why don't you go to their place? How can you expect a boy or a girl from a far off village to come all the way to Chennai and give you the talent identification program? Go to their footsteps, go to their doorstep. நீங்கள் அவங்க வீட்டுக்கு முன்னாடி போங்க. உங்களுக்கு டேலண்ட் வேணும். இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் டேலண்ட், இஃப் யூ ஆர் சீக்கிங் ஃபார் டேலண்ட், யூ ஹேவ் டு கோ டு தெம். யூ காண்ட் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் தெம் டு கம் டு யூ. சேஞ்ச் த மென்டாலிட்டி, சேஞ்ச் த ஆட்டிடியூட். Because you don't want to travel that far. Even after having all resources with you, you have vehicle, you have money resources, you have everything. But that poor boy and girl, they don't even have money to travel in a bus or in a train to come to Patna. They don't have money to eat. Why will they come to Patna to give you the talent identification? So, go to their home, go to their place for talent identification. And what I am saying, front line to start line, நான் அங்கே ஒரு சின்ன லைன் எழுதியிருக்கேன், front line to start line. இப்போ நிறைய ஆஸ்திரேலியா என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காங்க அப்படின்னா, நாட் ஒன்லி ஆஸ்திரேலியா, ஈவன் கிரேட் பிரிட்டன், வாட் தே ஹவ் டன், பேரா ஒலிம்பிக்ஸில் ஏர்லியர், again I am talking about Atlanta Olympics. Para Olympics la Great Britain had only 4 medals. But in Rio Para Olympics, Great Britain had 120 medals. 4 medal இருந்து 120 medal Para Olympics la Great Britain அடிச்சிட்டான் 20 வருஷத்துல. How did they do it? That was the concept. Front line to start line. அப்படின்னா என்ன? You know what they did? யாரெல்லாம் டிஃபென்ஸ் சர்வீஸில் வாரில் யாருக்கெல்லாம் அடிபட்டுச்சோ, இன்றைக்கி அவங்க ஆர்மியில் இல்லை, நேவியில் இல்லை, ஏர்ஃபோர்ஸில் இல்லை, தே ஹாவ் பீன் கம்பல்சரிலி ரிட்டையர்ட். ஏன்னா அவங்கெல்லாம் வார் ஹீரோஸ். அவங்கெல்லாம் ஏதாவது ஒரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் இல்லை அவங்க வீட்டில் வீல் சேர்லேயும் அங்கேயும் இங்கேயும் உட்காந்துருக்காங்க. they are all in wheelchairs, the war heroes of Great Britain and Australia. They went to them, They gathered all of them. அவங்க எல்லாரையும் கலெக்ட் பண்ணி ஒரு பெரிய ஸ்டேடியம்க்கு கொண்டு வந்து they selected, because the army, navy and air force people, they are already well trained. Nalla muscle power, mental power is also very good. Everything is good. So they trained them, they took them to Paralympics, 120 medals in 20 years. நம்ம ஊர்லயும் war heroes இருக்காங்க, ex army men இருக்காங்க. Once they leave the army, do we even bother to look at them? We don't. Why don't we tap their sources, tap the source from them? I have started doing it in Bihar. Whoever has retired from army, whoever has come back to Bihar, I am tapping that potential. We are trying our best. And second thing, Sports Discovery Day. This is our Bihar's concept. This is with the Child Care Institute. இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் சொல்லுங்க, till today, tell me, have anybody gone to an orphanage home or a destitute home or a child care institute to conduct a talent scouting program? Nobody has done it. Anadash, okay, 1, good. 2, good. 3, I am happy. I am happy. I am happy that you have gone. We have done it. We are doing it in Bihar. We have visited, through the help of the Social Welfare Department, we touched upon all the Child Care Institute, because we can't call them as orphanage homes. It is Child Care Institute. We conducted talent programs, and we have now a good pool of talent in many games and events. We are now grooming them. So what I am trying to say is, talent performance based மட்டும் இல்லை, அவன் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் மீட்டில் யார் வர்றானோ அவனை வச்சு மட்டும் செலக்ட் பண்ணாதீங்க. Go to these places and select the talent. Game swapping, very important thing. இன்னைக்கு பிஹார் வந்து பேசப்படுது. Today Bihar is being talked in the sports arena of the country. That is because of this game swapping. Because we know, எங்களுக்கு தெரியும், வாலிபாலில் தமிழ்நாடையும் கேரளாவையும் I can't beat. It will take 20 years for me to beat them. In wrestling, I can't beat Haryana and Punjab for another 20 years. In football, I can't beat Northeast, Goa, West Bengal. It's very difficult for me. Hockey, I can't beat Odisha, Jharkhand. So what can I do? Athletics. I am coming to that, ma'am. I am coming to that. I am coming to that. So, what do I do? நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னா, we, from the footballers, because footballers also run fast. They have to run, and they keep on running for 40 minutes, whatever the game is, half time, full time, whatever. They keep on running. ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கான் ஃபுட்பாலில். பட் ஃபுட்பாலில் நான் எங்கேயுமே இல்லை, பிஹார் எங்கேயுமே கிடையாது இன்னைக்கு. ஸோ வாட் வி டிட் வாஸ், ஃபுட்பால்லேருந்து பசங்களை வி பிக்ட் அப். அதே மாதிரி அத்லெட்டிக்ஸ், whoever has come 5th position, 6th position in 100 meters or 200 meters, அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கிறவங்கள ஸ்டேட் மீட்டில் we picked those boys. And in the girls also we did that. Girls football, girls kabaddi. Whoever is not able to perform well, okay, they are fine, but they have that aptitude. அவங்களுக்கு அந்த ஸ்கில் இருக்குது, aptitude இருக்குது. So from kabaddi few players, from wrestling few players, from athletics few players, from football few players, we gathered them. We invited coaches from South Africa. We introduced rugby to Bihar, and today, in 2 years, we are the rugby champions in the country. Not only in the national championship, in the national games Goa and in the national games Gujarat, both we are the champions. And not only in women, sub-junior boys, girls, junior boys, girls, senior women, all we finished the reigning champions. We finished Odisha, we finished Delhi, we finished Haryana, we finished Maharashtra. Rugby. Somebody asked me, யாரோ வந்து கேட்டாங்க, என்ன சார் ரக்பியா? அது அமெரிக்காவில் விளையாடுறதாச்சு, ரக்பி இஸ் பிளேட் இன் அமெரிக்கா. என்ன சார் ரக்பி, அதுவும் பீகாரில்? You are not supporting kabaddi, you are not supporting football. They accused me. My answer to everybody is, a medal is a medal, boss. ஒரு மெடல்னா அது மெடல் தான். அது ரக்பியிலேருந்து வந்தா என்ன, கபடியிலேருந்து வந்தா என்ன, ஃபுட்பால்லேருந்து வந்தா என்ன. Whether the medal comes from football or kabaddi or rugby, how does it matter? When I win a medal, my Bihar state is in the medals tally. That is enough for me. So similarly what we did, volleyball again. Volleyball, For past 20 years, people are playing volleyball in Bihar. Nowhere they have reached. And I can't beat Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Definitely I can't beat in another 20 years. What I did was, I took boys from volleyball, made them play this game, Sepak Takraw. It's a national game of Malaysia. Trained them in Sepak Takraw. And national games, Goa, recently conducted national games, Goa. We are the runner-up. We are the runner-up. And my two boys, Bobby and Hrithik, they are selected in the Indian Sepak Takraw team and they are going for the World Championship. And my Bihar is in the medal tally in the national games. Similarly, coming to athletics, ma'am, what Great Britain did, I did it. I followed them. Now, athletics, எல்லா eventலையும் concentrate பண்ணவே இல்லை. I just concentrated decathlon, heptathlon, pentathlon in both boys, girls, and one throw event, javelin. One throw event. Athletics, Bihar எங்கேயுமே இருந்ததில்லை. But in the 2 வருஷம் we concentrate on decathlon, heptathlon, pentathlon and one throw event, javelin. Recently, உங்க ஊர்ல நம்ம ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல ஜூனியர் நேஷனல் அத்லெட்டிக் சாம்பியன்ஷிப் happened, right? கோயம்புத்தூர்ல நேரு ஸ்டேடியம்ல ஜூனியர் நேஷனல் அத்லெட்டிக் சாம்பியன்ஷிப் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் மேம். Bihar won 9 gold medals, boss. Bihar won 9 gold medals. ஸ்ரீனிவாஸ் ஃபோன் பண்ணி எனக்கு என்ன கலக்கிட்டு இருக்கீங்க பீகாரில், நீ என்ன அங்கே உட்காந்து நீ கலக்கிட்டு இருக்க, என்ன பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க நீ மெடல் எதிலெல்லாம் வந்திருக்கு நீ பாரு ஒழுங்கா. ஐ ஆஸ்க் ஹி being my friend, he was conducting the tournament and of course madam was conducting the championship. They called me and asked, what are you doing in Bihar? How come 9 gold medals? They are beating beating us like anything. So I told him, just see in what all the events we are winning the medals. We have not chosen 100 meters, 200 meters, long jump, shot put, nothing. We chose those events where competition is less and where potential is more in my boys and girls. We combined together, we won, and we have 9 medals today. So, game swapping பண்ணுங்க. Please do game swapping. Talent nurturing, I'll finish it off, just 2 more slides. Sorry Sendil, you gave me just 45 minutes. I'm overseeding my time. I'm so sorry. அது காரணம் என்னன்னா, முதல் தடவை கோயம்புத்தூர்ல என் ஊரில் பேசுகிறேன்னா அதனால் எனக்கே பிடிச்சிருக்கு, அதனால் நான் பேசிக்கிட்டே இருக்கேன். ஸோ டோன்ட் மைண்ட். நான் பேசுகிறது புரியுதா உங்களுக்குலாம்? ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே. டேலண்ட் நர்ச்சரிங். Once நீங்கள் ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணிட்டீங்க, once you have identified the talent, then you have to train him, you have to nurture the talent. அவனை ட்ரெயின் பண்ணணும். But what happens during that time? Does he have enough money to feed him? அந்த பையன்கிட்ட காசு இருக்கா, அந்த பொண்ணுக்கிட்ட காசு இருக்கா, ஒரு சப்ளிமெண்ட் சாப்பிட்றக்கோ, ஒரு நல்ல சாப்பாடு சாப்பிட்றக்கோ, ஒரு நல்ல எக்யூப்மெண்ட் வாங்குறதுக்கு, நல்ல கிட் வாங்குறதுக்கு? Where does they get the money? They don't. சும்மா நர்ச்சரிங் பண்ணுறோம். என்ன நம்ம கேம்ப் வந்து ஒரு மாதம் கண்டக்ட் பண்ணோம், அந்த கேம்பில் யார் செலக்ட் ஆகிறாங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துட்டு போயிடுவோம், அவ்வளோதான். அதில் நிறைய பேர் கிடைக்கிறதும் கிடையாது. ஸோ வாட் டு யூ டூ பை டேலண்ட் நர்ச்சரிங்? பெரிய வார்த்தை இது, டேலண்ட் நர்ச்சர் பண்ணுறோம், we are doing talent nurturing. How do you do it? In a sustainable way, in a long term way, how do you do it? I didn't tell ma'am Anuradha yesterday when I was flying along with her. Ma'am, I had just completed, I boarded the flight after the cabinet meeting yesterday. உங்க எல்லாருக்கும் நான் சொல்கிறேன், நேத்து the policy drafted by me, the sports scholarship policy, was passed by Bihar cabinet yesterday. And under this scheme, நான் உங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் சொல்கிறேன், in the sports scholarship scheme we have 3 categories: Prerna, Saksham, Utsav. Prerna, the grassroots level sports persons who have won medals at the district level and represented the district in the state. An expert committee will select them, and we will select and will screen them, and each athlete, each sports person will be given 3 lakhs per year as sports scholarship under sports scholarship. And they can take care of their tuition fees in school, their equipment charge, their kits, their training charges, whatever. 3 lakhs per year for the grassroots level. That is Prerna. Second is Saksham. Saksham is whichever athlete has 1 medal in nationals, 1 medal in state and went to the national and national medal winner. So that boy or girl will be given 7 lakhs per year as a sports scholarship. And if any athlete or any sportsman has gone to international, even if he has represented the country, for example, now I have mentioned Bobby and Hrithik in Sepak Takraw had gone. So whoever from Bihar represents Indian team in any international, any recognized international champion, not invitational, recognized affiliated international championship, whether they win a medal or not, immaterial. They will get 20 lakhs per year as a scholarship. So this is how you can nurture. What happens today? What is happening today? இன்னைக்கு என்ன ஆகுது அப்படின்னா அவன் வளர்ற வரைக்கும் யாரும் அவனை கவனிக்கிறது இல்லை. அவன் சப் ஜூனியர்லேருந்து ஜூனியர்லேருந்து சீனியர் வர்ற வரைக்கும் யாரும் அவனை கவனிக்கிறது இல்லை. நேஷனலில் கோல்டு மெடல் அடிச்சிட்டானா இந்தியன் டீமில் அவன் போய்ட்டு I'll tell you one example. I had a one-to-one talk with Neeraj Chopra. You all know who is Neeraj Chopra. I don't. உங்கள் எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும் நீரஜ் சோப்ரா யார், ஷிவ்பால் சிங் யாருன்னு. Both of them are the class 1, the top super elite javelin throwers of our country, and Neeraj Chopra you all know. Neeraj Chopra gold medal ஒலிம்பிக்ஸில் வின் பண்ணுற வரைக்கும் ஒரு பைய ஃபோன் பண்ணல. வின் பண்ணதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபோனில் மணி அடிக்கிறது நிற்கவே இல்லை. So many sponsors, he has to switch off his mobile. அவ்வளவு பேர். Today all the corporates, whether it is Reliance, whether it is JSW, whether it is whoever it is, they are sponsoring and they are developing athletes who are already developed by somebody else. Are they ready to take care of the children who are at the grassroots level? Can JSW and Reliance and other Tata Foundation is ready to adopt kids from the grassroots and groom them for 20 years? No, they are adopting kids who are already developed and won medals and medal prospects here. So they are sponsoring. That is why government of Bihar decided, no, we are not like corporates. We will support the students right from the grassroots. That is why this scholarship policy have come. We will support our kids. We will do it. That is how this scholarship policy has come. This is the last one. Talent retention. Everybody needs job. That is why most of the people come for the sports. Sports கோட்டால வேலை கிடைக்கணுங்கிறதுக்காக தான் நிறைய பேர் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க இன்னைக்கு. Once வேலை கிடைச்சுன்னா அவன் விட்டுட்டு போயிடுறான் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸை. Once they get into the job, they don't do the sports. They just leave it. So the talent is finished. So what do you do about it? So what we did was, we brought this scheme, medal lao, nokri pao. Bring a medal, get a job. If you are a national medalist, if you are an international medalist, there are criterias. நீ என்னைக்கு மெடல் அடிக்கிறியோ நேஷனலில், recognized கேமில், affiliated championshipல, you have to come. We have opened a web portal. You have to upload your certificate, and automatically based on your achievement, your appointment is matched and your appointment letter is given to you. And this January, government of Bihar has given appointments to 71 sports persons. 71. And not a clerical job, not a menial job. They all, out of 71, 40% of them are sub-inspectors of police. 3 of them are block development officers. 1 is a circle officer. 1 is a Panchayati Raj officer. All are gazetted officers. So now they have been given job. Their life has been secured. Now the order has been issued by the government. Now you will get the salary. For next 5 years, they all are deputed to the Bihar State Sports Authority, and I am sending all of them to various coaching camps and training camps. So for the next 5 years, we have made it as a law. Once you get the job, you cannot leave the sports. For next 5 years, you have to play and perform yourself. So 5 years, they'll be with me and I'll be training them. So that is how you retain the talent. That is how you can groom them. Otherwise, you lose the talent. Yeah, what I was telling, இங்க பாருங்க, national games, last time 2022, Bihar had only 2 bronze. In Goa, we won 9 medals, out of that 3 silver and 6 bronzes. How it happened? It happened only because of whatever I said now. And now again I'm talking about the National Junior Athletic Championship, which I have already said. We have won 6 gold, 4 silver and 1 bronze. So that is how we developed. That is how we done. And because of all our achievement, government also seeks result. நான் ஜாயின் பண்ணும்போது என்ன பட்ஜெட் இருந்துச்சோ இன்னைக்கு என்ன பட்ஜெட் ஆயிருக்கு இந்த 2 இயர்ஸில், because we produced results. So the government is happy. Now see how much money the government has given to me. When I joined, it was 30 crores. Now it is 480 crores for the Department of Sports. And not only that, sports was part of Department of Youth, Art and Culture Department. Was part of Youth, Art and Culture Department. But my government of Bihar has created entirely a new department yesterday in the cabinet. Now Department of Sports has been newly established and it is independent and it's the only department for sports. We are now independent and we have been given this amount. So this is how we have gone through, and I am done. Thank you. I am open for questions. If anybody wants to ask me anything, I am open for questions. I'll wait here. I think I did not disappoint the non-Tamil speaking people. Thank you. I think there is no questions. Okay, come on.
Education only can give you a career. Now that paradigm has been shifted. Sports is also making a career. So earlier, because that's I'm talking in Hindi, you will become a king, and otherwise you will become a spoiled person. But now scenario has changed.
Yeah.
So now since you have done lot many good initiatives, how to encourage the parents? Let your kid play and study both, and time will take their own time, and how government can support it. Because the inclusion of, as a parent, if I don't allow my kid to play, you can't even identify them. So the moment you say, like in cricket, what happens, people allow them to play and then they make the career. But that is not but the rest of the sports.
I got your point. How to convince the parents, right, to come into sports, take sports as a career, their career. Boss, I'll tell you, all said and done, whether it is Tamil Nadu or Bihar, every parent wants their son or daughter to be in the government service. Everybody wants a government job because of so many reasons. I don't want to get into it. And more so in Bihar, they want the government job. Now, by doing this, not giving importance to education, if your child is very good in sports, now the government has given this opportunity, he can come and he can get a government job. So, by giving 71 people gazetted officer rank posts, now a strong message has gone to inside throughout Bihar that हमारे बच्चे खेल के भी सरकारी नौकरी पा सकता है. मतलब even by playing, through playing, he can get into a government job. So that message has been conveyed superbly. So this message will work. Now I can't say, but after 2 years, I will be in a position to tell you how much this message has went through, went down the streets, right?
Sir, hi sir, this is Karthik and I'm part of Sports Carnival and I'm from Hyderabad. So my question is, how much does, is like the private sector playing the role in supporting the sports ecosystem in Bihar? Because I see like other states, there is a good support from the private sector, but how is it happening in Bihar and what's the roadmap for that?
Good. Good question. Good you asked that. There are several models in India. If I talk about Odisha model of sports, it's completely sponsored by the corporate sectors like mining industry. If you talk about Madhya Pradesh sports model, it's completely sponsored by government. But the Bihar model, I'll tell you, government is also giving me the budget. Apart from that, we have many corporations. Road Construction Corporation, Bridge Construction Corporation, Building Construction Corporation, Health Construction Corporation. There are so many corporations, almost 14, 15 corporations. Earlier, the CSR funds from these corporations used to go to various other projects. But this time, since last year, the government of Bihar has issued an order to all these corporations to adopt one game, one corporation, and the entire CSR money is coming to that game. So we have attached the 14 corporations with 14 games, so now there is no dearth for flow of money. So we have included the corporations in it. And now coming to the private sectors, as I am telling, we are now reviving our sports legacy. We are reviving. நாங்கள் இப்போ தான் ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கோம் பீகாரில் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸை திருப்பி டெவலப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எங்களுடைய வரலாறை திருப்பி புதுப்பிக்கிறதுக்கு. ஸோ ஐ டோட்டலி அக்ரி. இன் த நியர் ஃபியூச்சர் we will be entering into public-private partnership. We will be entering into that partnership, and I firmly believe we need the support of private partners, private players. Then only, all put together only, we can develop. I totally agree with you, and wait for your turn. Maybe we join hands and we do. We are already doing. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Sir, I have a question. So, sir, I have two questions. I will ask at a time. So, have you done any research with respect to Bihar state and all other states? With respect to this, whatever the discussion we have done for the policy and the scholarship program. So, how it is function for other state?
Yeah.
And my second question, if the policies are functioning well in one state, why can't we focus on other state and put together when we focus on the country level? So the same thing can be implemented for other state also. Why can't we push it to the all other states? That's
Yeah.
what my question. Thank you.
Okay. Answering first to your second question, we should have a heart and a mind to accept the other successful models and to implement it, right? What other states will do, whether they will adopt the Bihar model or Madhya Pradesh model or Odisha model, I can't guarantee. I can't talk on behalf of other state governments. அவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியாது. So I have represented my model. This is our model. If you want to adopt. This is what the success rate is. And we have just started. One more thing I wanted to tell you. I mentioned about Bihar legacy. எங்களுடைய வரலாறு, ஸ்போர்ட்ஸோட வரலாறு, இது உங்கள் யாருக்குமே தெரியறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பில்லை. Nobody knows this. Even in Bihar, no one knew until I said that. என்ன தெரியுமா, பீகாரில் சத்தியாகிரகா மூமெண்ட் ஆரம்பித்தது வந்து மகாத்மா காந்தி, அது பீகாரில் தான் ஆரம்பிச்சது. அது எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும். ஜேபி நாராயண் மூமெண்ட், பொலிட்டிக்கல் மூமெண்ட், அது ஆரம்பிச்சது, பேக்வர்ட் கிளாஸ் மூமெண்ட் ஆரம்பிச்சது, அதுவும் வந்து பீகாரில் தான். மேஜர் பொலிட்டிக்கல் மூமெண்ட். உங்களுக்கு யாருக்காவது தெரியுமா, ஒலிம்பிக் மூமெண்ட் இன் இந்தியா வாஸ் ஸ்டார்டட் இன் பீகார். Olympic movement was started in Bihar by Tata and by Moinul Haq. So we are the pioneers. Bihar is the pioneer. Bihar, Moinul Haq was Secretary General of Indian Olympic Association was for 8 long years. ஏன்னா அப்போ வந்து பீகார் ஜார்க்கண்ட் வாஸ் டுகெதர். ஸோ நம்ம நாட்டில் ஒலிம்பிக் மூமெண்ட் ஆரம்பித்ததே பீகாரில் தான்ப்பா. ஆனால் அது எல்லாரும் மறந்துட்டாங்க. அந்த வந்து நான் திருப்பி அதை ரிவைவ் பண்ணுறதுக்காக நான் வேலை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கேன். அவ்வளோதான். தட்ஸ் ஆல்.
Sir.
Survey I have done only in Bihar, boss. And when it comes to scholarship policy, I have read the scholarship of Tamil Nadu, I have read the scholarship policy of Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, and we have tweaked it and we have done it in our own way. எங்களுக்கு எது சூட்டபிளாக இருக்கோ அது நாங்கள் பண்ணிட்டோம். அவ்வளோதான். Over. Okay.
I am from Bihar.
I know you are from
And
Bihar.
we are thankful to Coimbatore who has given the boy who is uplifting the Bihar sports. So
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Anuradha, you have a question.
Sir, I have a.
சொல்லுங்க.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Duraraj, athletic coach. Actually, to throw some light regarding the children studying in Tamil Nadu, that they can also achieve post like you in IPS. Because I have seen you some 40-50 years back in 1971 to 74. I was doing practice in the Coimbatore jail ground. I think he used to come, even with you don't speak, you bring your tennis racket with your father. That time you are very calm and quiet, and you play tennis and some running only you do it. But after I have become a sub-inspector and I gone to Chennai and elsewhere. I have not come to Coimbatore. After my retirement in 2017 I came, and I came to know that you are an IPS officer. Some 2020 when you come over there, Mr. Srinivasan was telling that you are a coach. I was astonished because you are not so talkative or very active and all. But how come you have become you said you have got only 70% and this thing and that all. But how come you have become an IPS officer? So that here people also in Tamil Nadu, their parents should know that even a person who is good in sports can become an IPS officer. Please tell that. Thank you.
I will definitely tell the formula, the technique and the magic thing, how one can become an IPS officer even being a good sportsman. But this is not the forum. I would like to say this in a college, right? If you invite me in any of the Tamil Nadu universities or in the college, I will come and definitely deliver, because there the students has to know how they can do it.
Because I wanted to know the parents only should know first. They should send the children know. Parent is not ready.
Correct.
The boy is ready. The parents are not ready to send the children.
Correct.
Afraid that they cannot, they that career thing. That's why.
Correct. எனக்கு புரிஞ்சிருச்சு. செந்தில், இதுக்காக இன்னொரு தடவை you organize a program, I will come and talk. And usme you call all the parents and college students and I will come and talk. And I will deliver the lecture how to do it. Right? Okay. நான் திருப்பி வரேன்ப்பா. மீண்டும் வருவேன்.
Sir, good afternoon. My name is Franklin, sir here. So I also belong from the government of Goa, and they've been doing a lot of work with football. There's a lot of support from the government of Goa. Similarly, what's happening there in Bihar. So sir, I just had two specific questions. One is, how do you eliminate the paperwork? You know as well as I know, there's a lot of paperwork that goes into it, tenders, the paperwork notings and so on. So that is something that we've been trying to minimize, not eliminate, but how do you minimize that part? And the second question is, how do you have this continuity? For example, say you're an IPS officer, you're with Bihar right now. Similarly, the great work that you've been doing, even the other states would say, so why don't you come and join us there? Or probably you're transferred. I definitely wouldn't want that to happen to Bihar. But what I'm saying is, how do that continuity would you kept for the next 10, 15, 20 years?
Okay. My profession is definitely policing. I agree with that. But my passion is sports. So the passion is driving me this way. So wherever your passion lies, you will do. You will forget eating, you will forget sleep. This is meditation for me. Being with the sports kids, being in the sports office, being with the sports fraternity is meditation to me. What is meditation after all? The work while you do, you forget the time. You don't know how much time it has passed. Now only I am watching, I am looking at my wristwatch. It's just 12. I didn't know that I have spoken for 1.5 hours. I didn't know. So meditation, that only says, you lose yourself. You don't know what you are in. You are in a different space. So I am in a different space when I am in sports. So the passion drives me. That is what it's for me. That is one. So that is why that continuity is there. And second thing, basically I was born in a sports family and I was also a sports person. So that endurance, stamina, willpower, fighting instincts, everything is there within me. So all these things come handy. And third, my profession, policing. Policing I can't do without going to the ground. I have to go to the crime scene. I can't sit in the office and detect crimes, right? If there is a law and order issue, I have to go and face the law and order issue. If there is a communal tension, I have to go there and. So this also is helping me because after joining as DG Sports Authority, I did not sit in my office. I traveled across the state for 4.5 months, visited every district, every place, and for my understanding, and I saw in my own eyes where the potential is and in which game the potential is. So my one leg in office and one leg on the ground, that helped me. So my policing also helped me. And you talked about the paperwork, tender work, file work. Two things. One, we have empaneled an agency, E&Y, Ernst & Young. We have empaneled 6 sports consultants, all young girls and boys. They have done sports management, MBA in sports management, sports nutrition, whatever, from various universities. So we have empaneled 6 of them. They are doing the job. They are doing my job. The file work which you are talking about, tender work, number 1. And number 2, though I am a sports administrator, you know who all are guiding me? 30 years, a man who have worked as Director of Sports Authority of India, Dr. Sudhanshu Shekhar Roy. He is my chief sports consultant. And former Indian hockey team coach, how can I forget his name? He's from Chapra. Yaad aa raha aapko? He's from Chapra. Former Indian team captain, hockey team captain, and former Indian hockey team coach also. And for the past 2-3 years, he was US hockey team coach also. He is now one of our consultants. And for football, you all know Abhishek Yadav. You are from football fraternity. You all from football fraternity. Abhishek Yadav is my consultant for football. Dronacharya Sridharan is my consultant for volleyball. So, just because I am an IPS officer, just because I have played sports, I don't have any domain expertise in all the games. I know athletics, that's all. So I have empaneled, we have taken consultants from all the games and field, and they do my talent scouting, they do the coaching, and we are progressing. That's all. So you have to hire people. You can't be like this. Yeah.
One last motivation for girls participants in this sports conclave. You are saying less number of participants. How to motivate girls to
Okay. நான் ஒன்றே ஒன்று மட்டும் சொல்கிறேன்ப்பா. Girls today, whatever the medals, again, 71 sports person were given recruitments, appointments by the Bihar government in January. Medal Lao Nokri Pao mein. Out of 71, 46 were girls. 46 were girls. They did really fabulously well. And for the first time, from Bihar lerundu moda thadava, for the first time from Bihar, 5 sports persons represented India for the Asian Games which recently held in China, Zhuangho. 5 பேர் moda thadava Bihar lerundu Indian team represent panni Asian Games ponanga, and out of that 5, 2 are women, girls, and 3 boys. Yeah. So, in fact, again, I can take the example of Great Britain. The research paper I said, Great Britain, they won medals. The medal strength increased from whatever it is, from 36th position to 2nd position. They won 27 gold medals. Out of 27 gold medals, 16 gold medals Great Britain won because of their women. So women have more talent and inherent talent, potential in sports. We have to tap them, and the parents have to allow them. Oh, that is a long task. We have to convince the parents.
We have to ensure the safety for girls.
Correct, ma'am. You are right.
But, yeah,
You are,
that's well said.
you are right. You are right. You're right. I totally agree with you. I totally agree. Ma'am has come up with a very valid point to ensure the safety of the girl child. How did we do the girl child safety? எங்களுக்கு ஒரு கம்ப்ளைண்ட் வந்துச்சு, எனக்கு ஒரு கம்ப்ளைண்ட் வந்துச்சு. I received a complaint from one of the athlete. I cannot name her, I cannot even name the game, nothing. That her coach is asking for sexual favors to put her in the team, and she was being sexually harassed. She gave it in writing. We lodged an FIR under POCSO Act. We arrested the coach. We sent him behind bars, and we gave a sound signal, ekdam firm signal. Anybody plays any mischief with any girl athlete or a girl sportsman, you will be in the prison. So me wearing the uniform also helps. Yes, Anuradha. Yeah.
Is this better? Yeah. Okay, so your passion is palpable and inspiring, and I was fortunate to have sat next to you yesterday and had that conversation. So, by the way, that person that you were talking about from Chhapra, Harendra Singh?
Yeah, Harinder, she's right, Harinder Singh.
Okay, but that was different. So, one of the things that you mentioned yesterday was the fact that you're introducing e-sports in schools.
Yeah,
okay. So I would love it if you share more about it with all of us right now.
I'll definitely share with all of you about the e-sports. I think, should I do it in the next session after a tea break? Right, because everybody needs a tea. Because I also need a cup of tea. I'll come back to the next session and I'll talk about esports for 5 minutes and let the next session take. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, only one last question for you, sir. So, what are the 2 things to help you to become a successful person? Because of for the upcoming generation, we need that.
Okay, I'll tell you. அவங்க என்ன கேட்குறாங்க அப்படின்னா, to become a successful person, what are the 2 things you have to do? I don't have 2 things. I have only one thing to say. எனக்கு சின்ன வயசுலேருந்தே ஒரு பழக்கம் இருக்குது. I have a habit since my childhood. I was impressed by a quotation, by a quote by Swami Vivekananda. Awake, arise, stop not, till the goal is achieved. Right? I used to write that in my book and in my notebook in the front page, right from my school days. After writing the name of my name, standard, then Nietzsche, arise, awake, stop not, till the goal is achieved. This quotation has stood along with me even today. I have not brought my diary. Even in my office diary, the first page has that quote. So, I would request all of you, arise is nothing but physically you have to, whatever dream you have, physically you have to arise. Kalal nerathil endirikanuma, you have to get up early, or you have to wake up whole night. You have to do it. You have to physically arise for the occasion and do the hard work. That is arising. Awaking is mentally awaking. You have to be mentally alert, mentally prepared, mentally strong to do all those things. And you shall not stop till the goal is reached. Malab nirthave kudadu அந்த இடத்துக்கு போய் சேர்ற வரைக்கும். I'll tell you, okay sir, நீங்கள் கோட்டெல்லாம் எழுதிட்டீங்க, okay, you have written quotes and all, but how it is proved? It has been proved in my own case. I'll tell you. I did not clear my IPS exam in the first attempt. நாங்கள் எழுதிட்டு இருக்கிற டைமில், in those days when I was writing UPSC, there were only 4 attempts allowed to each and every person. You can write only 4 times. 3 times I failed, boss. I cleared prelims, I cleared main. Once I went to the interview, failed. Again I cleared prelims, mains, failed. Third, again cleared prelims, mains, interview out. My father was a pensioner. My sister has to get married. My father told me, you have wasted 3 years. Now I am a pensioner, I have to get my daughter married. I went to my mother and I told her, there is only one last chance left, 4th attempt. And every time when I lost it by 4 marks, 2 marks, 1 mark, 3 marks. So I was having that confidence. I told her this only. If I don't write this attempt, then I will be repenting. I will be repenting entire life. Shayad hum is attempt ko kar lete, shayad mein ban jata kuch. If I would have attempted the 4th time, I would have become something. So she went and convinced my father, avana eludha vidunga, avan ishtathukku irukka vidunga, avana poga vidunga. So she recommended my name to my father. And my father said, நீ திருந்தவே மாட்டே, நீ உன் பையன் பின்னாடியே தான் இருப்ப, அவன் என்ன சொல்றானோ அது படி. You will never. My father said ki you always support him, you are only spoiling him. That's what my father said, but somehow he allowed. 4th attempt, kadasi attempt, ஜெயிச்சு இன்னைக்கு நிக்கிறவங்க முன்னாடி. So that is the only formula. Arise, awake, stop not till the goal is achieved. That's all, partner.
Thank you, sir. Actually, the speech, it's admirable, and also sharing his experience and the success of the life and how it works and where it should be and which is the destination. All we clear that. Can we have a big round of applause for him? Thank you, sir, for this amazing and the motivational speech. Okay, so next I would like to call upon the Secretary of TNAA, TMT, C. Lata ma'am, to come on stage for the, we are waiting for that. Can we have a big round of applause for them?
Good afternoon, everyone. Ravindran sir, very nice speech. Thank you so much. Actually, உங்களுக்கு 45 minutes கொடுத்து நீங்கள் எக்ஸ்ட்ராவாக பேசிட்டீங்க. நீங்கள் இவருக்கு எனக்கு 1 minute கூட அலாட் பண்ணல. ஆக்சுவலி நானாக தான் பேசுகிறேன்ட்டு வந்தேன். செதில் நான் கொஞ்சம் பேசிக்கிறேன் அப்படின்ட்டு நீங்கள் பேசின அப்புறம் வந்தேன் நான். எவ்ரி ஒன் இஸ் வெயிட்டிங் ஃபார் டீன்னு சொன்னீங்க. எனக்கு அந்த டீ ஹேபிட் இல்லை. ஸோ ஐ டேக்ஸ் 2 or 3 minutes ஜஸ்ட் சிம்பிளி. ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ. ஃபஸ்ட்டு சந்தோஷம், இப்படி ஒரு கார்னிவல் அப்படின்ற ஒரு விஷயத்தை வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கும் சரி, நான் எப்போவுமே சொல்வேன், கோயம்புத்தூர் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் ஹப் அப்படின்ட்டுன்னு. அந்த ஊரில் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம் இனிஷியேட் பண்ணதுக்கு ஸ்போர்ட்டிங் இந்தியாவுக்கும் செந்திலுக்கும் நான் ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ் பண்ணிக்க ஆசைப்பட்றேன் இந்த தருணத்தில். இது ஒரு நியூ கல்ச்சர், நமக்கு நிறைய ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரி நடத்திக்கிட்டே இருக்கிற இடத்துல ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் சம்மந்தப்பட்டவங்களை கொண்டு வந்து நிறைய நம்பர் ஆஃப் ஸ்பீச்சர்ஸ், 2 நாள் பார்த்திங்கன்னா நிறைய ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் இருக்கிறாங்க. அவங்களோட நாலேஜ் ஷேரிங்கை கொண்டு வந்து இங்கே எல்லாருக்கும் ஷேர் பண்ண வைக்கிறது, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு எக்ஸ்போ நடத்துகிறதெல்லாம் வந்து பெரிய விஷயம். ஸோ அது அப்படி இன்னும் இயர் டு இயர் நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர்ன்ட்டுன்னு இது பெரிய லெவலில் வரணும்ட்டுன்னு ஐ விஷ் செந்தில். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் செந்தில். ரெண்டாவது ஒரு வருத்தம், அவர் தேங்க்ஸ் சொன்னார், ஒரு கோயம்புத்தூர் பாய் தூக்கிட்டோம் நாங்கள் பீகாருக்கு அப்படின்ட்டுன்னு. அதில் எனக்கு வருத்தமாக இருக்குது, இங்கேருந்து நம்ம விட்டுட்டோம் பீகாருக்கு அப்படின்ட்டுன்னு. அது இன்றைக்கி நான் ரொம்ப ஸ்ட்ராங்காக ஃபீல் பண்ணுறேன். அன்றைக்கி கூட சொன்னாங்க ஏஎஃப்ஐ சார்பாக நிஜாம் வந்து ரொம்ப அழகாக பீகாரில் பெரிய லெவலில் நடத்தினார் அப்படின்ட்டுன்னு. பட் நான் அங்கே போகலை, அதனால் எனக்கு அந்த வருத்தம் பெருசாக தெரியல. இன்றைக்கி சார் பேசுகிற ஒரு விஷயத்தையும் கேட்கும்போது நம்ம பெரிய ஒரு ஆஃபீஸரை லூஸ் பண்ணிட்டோம் நிஜமாவே அப்படின்ற வருத்தம் இருக்குது. ஆனாலும் சார், நீங்கள் ஐபிஎஸ் ஒரு போலீஸ் ஆஃபீஸராக வந்து வெயிட் பண்ணேன் அப்படின்ட்டிங்க. நாங்கள் இங்கே உங்களை வெறும் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் பர்சனாகவும் ஒரு மண்ணின் மைந்திராவும் மட்டும்தான் பார்த்தோம். அதனால் போலீஸாக பார்க்கறதுனால வெயிட் பண்ண வச்சுட்டோம். சாரி ஃபார் தட். பிகாஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த ரீசன் நானும் அதில் இருக்கிற அந்த லேட்டுக்கு அதனால தான் சொல்லிக்கிறேன் நான். நீங்கள் ஒரு ஐபிஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸர் அங்கே பீகாரில் வந்து ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டை லீட் பண்ணுறீங்க. அதை நான் நிறைய வாட்டி இங்கே எங்களோட ஐஏஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸர்கிட்டையும் ஐபிஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸர்கிட்டையும் பேசியிருக்கிறேன். பிகாஸ் எங்களோட தமிழ்நாடு அத்லெட்டிக் அசோசியேஷனில் நிறைய ஐபிஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸர் இருக்காங்க. எனக்கு ஒரு ஆசை, ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு ஐபிஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸரை கொண்டாந்து எஸ்டிஏடியில் மெம்பர் செக்ரட்டரியாக உட்கார வைக்கணும்ட்டு. அது இங்கே நடக்கவே மாட்டேங்குது. எல்லாரும் ஐஏஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸராகவே இருக்கிறாங்க. ஐபிஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸரை எப்படி கொண்டு வரணும்ட்டு நான் உங்கள்கிட்ட ஒரு கொஷின் கேட்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். எப்படி சார் ஐஏஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸரை எடுத்துகிட்டு ஐபிஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸரை ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட்டுக்கு கொண்டு வர்றது? இஸ் தேர் எனி ரூல்ஸ் ஆர் பாலிசி? சரி, சீக்ரெட், ஓப்பன் சீக்ரெட், அது நாங்கள் தனியாக பேசிக்கிறோம். ஸோ இங்கே இருக்கிற நிறைய பேர் அத்லெட்டிக்ஸ் ரிலேட்டடாக இருக்கிறதுனால நிறைய பேர் என்னோடய ஸ்பீச்சு நிறைய இடத்துல கேட்டிருப்பாங்க. இருந்தாலும் மெயினாக சாருக்காகவும் இன்னும் இருக்கிற கொஞ்சம் பேருக்காகவும் தான் நான் பேசணும்னு நினச்சேன். தமிழ்நாடு இஸ் த நம்பர் 1 இன் அத்லெட்டிக்ஸ் இன் த இந்தியா கண்ட்ரி. பாஸ்ட் 3-4 இயர்ஸாக நாங்கள் வந்து நேஷ்னல் லெவலில் வின்னர்ஸுன்ற பொசிஷனை ரொம்ப ஸ்ட்ராங்காக பிடிச்சின்னு இருக்கிறோம். நாட் ஓன்லி இன் நேஷ்னல் லெவல், ஈவன் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் போனால் கூட எங்கள் தமிழ்நாடோட அத்லெட்ஸோட கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் மெடல் வின்னிங் பர்சன்டேஜின்னு பார்த்திங்கன்னா ரொம்ப ஜாஸ்தியாகவே இருந்துருக்கு. நல்ல ஒரு கிராஃப் எங்களுக்கு இருக்குது. சார், அடுத்தது கிரேட் பிரிட்டன் மாதிரி நீங்கள் தமிழ்நாடையும் நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் அனலைஸ் பண்ணலாம்ன்றத ரெக்வஸ்ட்டை நான் இங்கே வைக்கிறேன், எப்படி நாங்கள் டெவலப் ஆகின்னு இருக்கிறோம் அப்படின்றத. ஸோ நிறைய ப்ரைவேட் கோச்சஸ் நிறைய பேர் இங்கே இருக்கிறாங்க. நிறைய நியூ கம்மர்ஸ் கோச்சஸாக நிறைய பேர் வந்துட்டுருக்குறாங்க. அண்ட் ஆல்சோ எங்கள் ஃபெடரேஷனோடைய இந்த லெவல் 1 கோர்ஸ், லெவல் 2 கோர்ஸ், அந்த மாதிரி அவங்களோட நாலேஜ் ஷேரிங்கு நிறையா அவங்கள பற்றி அப்டேட் பண்ணின்னு இருக்கிறாங்க. ஒரு ஒரு எப்படி சொல்கிறேன்னா, வால்யூம் ஆஃப் அத்லெட்ஸ், வால்யூம் ஆஃப் பிளேயர்ஸ் எங்கே கொண்டு வர முடியுமோ அங்கேருந்து தான் நம்ம குவான்டிட்டி ஆஃப் அத்லெட்ஸ் வரும்போது தான் அதுலேருந்து குவாலிட்டி ஆஃப் அத்லெட்ஸை நம்ம செலக்ட் பண்ண முடியும். அந்த விதத்தில் எங்கள் தமிழ்நாடு அத்லெட்டிக் அசோசியேஷனோட எல்லா டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் அசோசியேஷனுமே கம்பல்சரி டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் சாம்பியன்ஷிப் ரொம்ப கரெக்டாக ப்ராப்பராக ஒரு லெவலில் நடத்தணும்ட்டு நாங்கள் நடத்தின்னு இருக்கிறோம். ஈச் அண்ட் எவ்ரி டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் ஒரு டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் சாம்பியன்ஷிப் நடத்தும் போது சுமார் நான் சொல்கிற நம்பர் வந்து மினிமம் 1000 to 1500 அத்லெட்ஸ் அதில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணின்னு இருக்காங்க. யூ ஜஸ்ட் திங்க் அபவுட் 1500 into 37 டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்னால் நாங்கள் எவ்ரி இயர் வி ஆர் கண்டக்டிங் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் ஃபார் நியர் அபவுட் 60,000 யங் சில்ட்ரன்ஸ். ஸோ அந்த கிராஸ் ரூட்லேருந்து தான் எங்களோட கிராஃப் அப்படியே அது நாங்கள் அப்படி ஒரு பிரமிட் மாதிரி கொண்டு வரும்போது குவாலிட்டி ஆஃப் அத்லெட்ஸ் வெளியில் வரும்போது நாங்கள் வந்து நேஷ்னல் அண்ட் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லெவலில் நாங்கள் வந்து நிறைய ஷைன் பண்ணுறதுக்கான ஒரு வாய்ப்பாக இருக்குன்ட்டு நாங்கள் நம்புகிறோம். அண்ட் மோரோவர் நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி நாங்கள் வந்து எங்களோட ஸ்பெஷல் ஈவெண்ட் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஜம்ப்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்ப்ரிண்ட்டு அதில் நல்ல ஒரு பொசிஷனில் இருக்கிறோம். நாங்கள் அடுத்த லெவலுக்கு போகிறோம். இதில் சரி, ஓகே, நாங்கள் வி ஆர் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைடு வித் ஜம்ப்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்பிரிட், நாங்கள் வந்து ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கிறோம் அந்த ஈவெண்ட்லன்னா. அடுத்து நாங்கள் லெஃப்ட் ஓவர் பார்த்திங்கன்னா எங்களுக்கு மிடில் அண்ட் லாங் டிஸ்டன்ஸ் அண்டு ஷார்ட் புட், ஐ மீன் த்ரோஸ் ஈவெண்ட். சரி, ஜம்ப்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்ப்ரிண்ட்டு நாங்கள் நல்லா அடிச்சிட்டோம். நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவல் போனால் தான் எங்களுடைய மெடல் டேலி இன்னும் நாங்கள் ஸ்ட்ராங்காக வின்னர்ஸுன்ற பொசிஷன் நாங்கள் அடைவோம் அப்படின்றக்காக இப்போ மிடில் அண்ட் லாங் டிஸ்டன்ஸை கான்சன்ட்ரேட் பண்ணின்னு இருக்கோம். சீனியர்ஸில் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் தமிழ்நாடு என்றைக்குமே வின்னர்ஸ் தான். ஜூனியர்ஸில் சம்டைம்ஸ் இப்படி அப்படி இருக்குது. ஆஸ் யூ செட், ஓவர் ஏஜ், தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஓவர் ஏஜ்ன்றது கிடையவே கிடையாது. ஜூனியர்னால் ஜூனியர்ஸ் மட்டும்தான் அந்த ஜூனியர் சாம்பியன்ஷிப்பில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுவாங்க. வேறஸ் அதர் ஸ்டேட்டில் கொஞ்சம் சீனியர்ஸையும் ஓவர் ஏஜ் போட்டு ஜூனியர்ஸில் கொண்டு வரதுனால அங்கே நாங்கள் கொஞ்சம் தடுமாறுறோமே தவிர மற்றபடி வி ஆர் ஸ்ட்ராங் இன் சீனியர்ஸ் அண்ட் ஜூனியர்ஸ் ஆல்சோ. இங்கே வந்து ஓவர் ஏஜ் கிடையாது, டோபிங் கிடையாது. நிறைய அவேர்னஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம் அசோசியேஷன் சார்பாகவும் சரி, எங்களுடைய கோச்சஸும் சரி அதில் ரொம்ப வெல் நாலேஜாக இருக்கிறாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி எங்களுடைய அசோசியேஷனும் அத்லெட்டிக்ஸும் எப்படி டெவலப் ஆகிட்டுருக்குன்றதை ஜஸ்ட் உங்களுக்கு கன்வே பண்ணுறதுக்கு தான் இந்த 2 minutes நான் கேட்டேன். நான் தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் சார். தேங்க்யூ அண்ட் தேங்க்யூ ஆடியன்ஸ். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful speech. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Okay, so we would like to honor our amazing persons, I think. So, for that, I'm request IPS Namalodaya Arhane Ravindran Shankar sir to honor our Dr. C.K. Anandakrishnan, the Adhyana International Public School. Can we have a big round of applause for the correspondents of Adhyana International Public School, Dr. C.K. Anandakrishnan. So we will honor Thank you, sir. Okay, so can we take some break? Ready? Okay, so please take some cheese and biscuits as well. So within 15 minutes, back to the session. Thank you. Have your tea and snacks.
Okay, okay, I'll tell you. Recruitments. Okay, okay, I'll tell you.
some tea or coffee? Oh, wow. Super. Okay. ஸோ இந்த தருணத்தில் நம்ம கூட சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஒரு அழகான ஒரு லேடி அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம், ஒரு உமன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். எல்லாருக்கும் பின்னாடியும் ஒவ்வொரு சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல் பர்சன் இருக்கிற மாதிரி நம்மளுடைய இவ்வளோ நேரம் ரொம்ப அழகாக வந்து எடுத்து மோட்டிவேஷ்னலாக பேசி அண்ட் சக்ஸஸ்க்கு என்னெல்லாம் காரணங்கிறதையும் பேசியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ அதுக்கெல்லாம் பேக்ரவுண்டாக இருந்து ஒரு சப்போர்ட் யாராக இருக்கும்னு நீங்கள் எல்லாம் நினைக்கிறீங்க? Anybody have anything, any answers? Because I have a answer, that's the reason. Mother, okay. Super, the first answer தான். ஸோ இந்த தருணத்தில் நம்மளுடைய ரவீந்திரன் சாரோட அம்மாவை ஒரு அழகான தருணத்தில் இங்கே வந்து நாங்கள் அவங்க ரெண்டு பேரையும் ஒட்டுக்கா பார்க்கணுங்கிறத ஆசைப்படுறோம். ஸோ இந்த தருணத்தில் லெட்ஸ் வெல்கம் நம்மளுடைய மிஸ் சுப்புலக்ஷ்மி மேம் டு கம் ஆன் ஸ்டேஜ். Can we have a big round of applause? The powerful woman and the person behind all the success and very supporting person. Sir, எல்லாரும் கரகோஷங்கள் கொடுத்து அவங்களை வெல்கம் பண்ணிடலாம். Over to you, ma'am.
இங்கே இருக்கும் விழா கமிட்டியினர் அனைவருக்கும், அரங்கத்தில் வீட்டிற்கும் அனைவருக்கும் என் அன்பு கலந்த மனமார்ந்த வணக்கங்கள். நான் பேசணும்னு நினச்சதை என் பையன் பேசிட்டாரு, இருந்தாலும் அதை என் வாயில் சொல்லணும்னு எனக்கு ரொம்ப ஆசை. அவர் சொன்ன மாதிரி தான், ஈன்ற பொழுதில் பெரிதுவக்கும் தன் மகனை சான்றோன் என கேட்ட தாய், அந்த தாய் நான் தான். அதை நினச்சி நான் ரொம்ப பெருமைப்படுறேன். அந்த பெருமை எனக்கு மட்டும் இல்லை, அவரோட அப்பாவுக்கும் இருக்குது. மகன் தந்தை காற்றும் நன்றி என் தந்தை எனக்கு இதில் வரல, என்னோட்டான் கொள்ளேனும் சொல்லுங்க ஒரு வார்த்தை இருக்குது. அதுக்கு தகுந்தபடி அவர் இருக்கார். இத்தனை வருஷமாக அவர் இருந்தாலும் அவர் நம்ம ஊரில் நம்ம இடத்துல வந்து பேசி இது பண்ணலையேங்கிற இது எனக்கு ரொம்ப வருத்தமாக இருந்தது. ஒரு தடவை கூட அது முடியலையேன்னு அதை ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்து ரொம்ப நன்றி. இவ்வளவு அழகான அருமையான அறிவான பிள்ளையை எனக்கு கொடுத்த அந்த இறைவனுக்கு நன்றி சொல்லிவிட்டு என் வார்த்தையை முடிச்சுக்கிறேன். வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
தேங்க்யூ மேம். ஸோ இவ்வளோ அழகாக அவங்களுடைய மகனோட எல்லா சப்போர்ட்டுக்கும் ஒரு பிஹைண்டாக இருந்திருப்பாங்க. பட் இந்தளவுக்கு ரொம்ப ஜென்யூனாக ரொம்ப க்யூட்டாக இருக்குது அவங்களோட பாண்டிங் பார்க்கும்போது. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் மேம் ஃபார் திஸ் ஒண்டர்ஃபுல் வேர்ட்ஸ். ஓகே, ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் வி வுட் லைக் டு ஹானர். ஸோ நம்மளுடைய ஒரு 3 பர்சன்ஸை வந்து இப்போ ஒரு ஹானர் பண்ண வேண்டிய நேரம். So I would like to invite Mr. Srinivasan on behalf of Coimbatore District Athletic Association to come on stage to honor our IPS Ravindran Shankaran sir and Tirumati Lada ma'am, and also we have Sandil Kumar sir for the Sporting India CEO. Can we have a big round of applause for them? So ஒரு சால்வை போற்றி நம்மளுடைய 3 சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல் பர்சனையுமே ஹானர் பண்ணணும்னு விரும்புகிறோம். So on behalf of Coimbatore District Athletic Association, Mr. Srinivasan அவர்கள். And also, so we have the multi-talented அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம், Miss Lata ma'am. And now we have the CEO of Sporting India, Mr. Sandil Kumar sir.
எனக்கு வாய்ப்பு கொடுத்த அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி. இந்த இடத்துல வந்து இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சிறப்பாக நிகழ்ச்சி எடுத்து அது நம்ம ரவிஷார் மூலியனா இந்த சார்ஜை சொல்லுவேன், சார்னு சொல்லப்பட்டே வாடா போட அந்த கூப்பிடு, ஏன்னா சார் புதுசாக கூப்பிட்றேன் பாரு ஃபோனில். ஸோ அந்தளவுக்கு உரிமையோடு அது எங்கள் தமிழ்நாடு தடகள சங்கத்துடைய செயலாளர் முன்னால் இந்த கோவையில் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி நடத்துவதற்கு செந்தில் சாருக்கு முதற்க நம்ம நன்றியையும் தெரிவித்துக்கலாம். அதே மாதிரி இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி வந்து இன்னும் எங்களுக்கே வந்து லாஸ்ட் 2 days தான் என்னென்னு புரிஞ்சிச்சு. அதனால் நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் கண்டிப்பாக இது பெரிய லெவலில் சக்ஸஸ் ஆகும் தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். அதே போல் இந்த சமயத்தில் என்னோட சார்பாக ரவி வீட்டில் பல நாள் நான் ப்ராக்டிஸ் முடிச்சு சாப்பிட்ருக்கேன். நான் என்னோட சார்பாக அம்மாவுக்கு ஒரு மரியாதை செலுத்துமாக கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
ஒரு பலத்த கரகோஷங்கள் கொடுத்துடலாமா? தேங்க்யூ சார். ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் இவ்வளோ ஹானரிங் எல்லாருமே பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு எல்லாம் வியர்ந்து பார்க்குற நேரம் தான் இது. ஸோ அகெயின் வி வுட் லைக் டு ஹானர் நம்மளுடைய செந்தில் சார் மூலியமா CEO ஆஃப் ஸ்போர்ட்டிங் இந்தியா. ஸோ வி வுட் லைக் டு கிவ் அஸ் சம் மொமெண்டோ டு ஸ்ரீ ரவீந்திரன் சங்கரன் சார் IPS அண்ட் நல்ல ஒரு பலத்த கரகோஷங்கள் கொடுத்துடலாமா? ஸோ வி வுட் லைக் டு கிவ் அ மொமெண்டோ டு அவர் டைரக்டர் ஜெனரல் கம் CEO of Bihar State Sports Authority, Sri Ravindran Shankar IPS. And also we would like to give a memento to the Secretary of TNAA, Tirumadi C. Lada ma'am. Nalla oru karagoshangal koduthalam. Next, we would like to give a memento to Chief Partnership and the Communication Officer Sai, Mr. Manish Mohan. So, அவர்களுக்கு மொமெண்டோ கொடுத்து ஒரு ஹானர் பண்ணும்படி விரும்புகிறோம். நல்ல ஒரு கரகோஷங்கள் கொடுத்துடலாம். Okay. So, over to the powerful person.
Thank you. Thank you. All my power lies with my wife, actually. Hello. Madam, you called me the most powerful person. All my power actually lies with my wife. Okay. Because she is also an IPS officer. Yeah. Okay. Ma'am, Anuradha, since you had asked about esports, I'll talk just 2 minutes about the esports. The upcoming thing, the incoming thing, the next generation game is esports. It's not online gaming. It's a legalized gaming format. Last year, when the International Olympic Committee president had come to Gujarat to discuss about the 2036 Olympics, if all goes well, if everything falls in place, 2036 Olympics might happen in India. So the discussion was happening in Gujarat, that during his speech, the president of International Olympic Committee had mentioned this. Okay, esports is gaining grounds. We are working on it, and in near future, esport shall be part of the Olympics. So this announcement has come from the horse's mouth, the president of the International Olympic Committee. So we took a clue from his speech. We don't want to lag behind. So we have started esports in Bihar. We have started the initiative. We have taken the initiative, and the first state to take the initiative in esports is Bihar, and we have done it. And initially we have introduced 2 games, that is FIFA football. So the football lovers will be very happy about it. So in e-sport we have introduced football, and second one we have introduced chess. How we are doing it is, we had a conversation with all the principals of the schools and the parents and few companies, consultants like Univ Sportatech. We have actually empaneled Univ Sportatech as our e-sport consultant. So we did a small state level esports championship to know how many boys and girls are interested in esports. But I was shocked. Even my government was shocked. The total number of participants in the first Bihar State esports championship, we got entries of more than 10,000. More than 10,000. We conducted that game online and whoever came to the finals, we called them offline and we gave them all the computers and all the gaming equipments, and we did it online and we gave cash rewards. I'm telling you, after soccer, after football, the maximum fund and the maximum sports industry is gaining grounds is in esports. Millions and millions and millions of dollars are being spent, and the next thing is esports. So why we introduced it? Because we don't want to wake up late this time. अब Olympics में आने के बाद, मतलब after it comes to Olympics, then suddenly we realize and we wake up, oh my God, esports is there, now let us create the talent and let us produce the esport athletes. We didn't want to do that. Before the esport getting introduced in the Olympics, we have already started identifying the talent, nurturing the talent, and we are going school-wise and college-wise so that we have enough esport athletes from Bihar so that they can go for Olympics whenever it is being introduced. So this is a proactive approach. So this is what Madam Anuradha wanted me to say, right? So I think I have said it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, இன்னும் ஒரு பலத்த கரகோஷங்கள் கொடுத்தலாமா? Can we have a big round of applause? Next we have the Sports Authority of India, Mr. Manish Mohan. So, நல்ல ஒரு claps கொடுத்து welcome பண்ணிடலாம். Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Respected dignitaries on dais and respected Ravindran sir. Ravindran sir has focused each and every area of sports, from education to the coach to the development, from Bihar to Tamil Nadu to the central level. Definitely we are lacking. We are lacking in a such way that in the population of 140 crores, we are hardly getting 7 to 8 medals. We do celebrate one gold medal on the X, Twitter, Facebook or social media. Time has arrived. So, today I am going to present on the behalf of Sports Authority of India, how Sports Authority of India is working, or I can say hands to hand with the state federations, NSFs, states, sports body and all. The improvement has been seen. Let me give you a figure. In Asian Games 2018, we have won 70 medals. But last year in Asian Games, India has won 107 medals. Not only that, Ravindran sir has spoke about the para. In last Asian Games 2018, in para, we have achieved nearby 72 medals. This year, last year, we have achieved 111,111. This is not happened due to SAI, Sports Authority of India or the ministry. This medal has been achieved when each individuals from the states, from the society, every corner of India has pulled their socks for the sports. The mindset in the sports is changing. Now let me put how SAI is working and what are the objectives of the SAI. Before going into the SAI, let me introduce NSDF. For most of you, NSDF is a new term. The NSDF, National Sports Development Funds, has been established in 1998. In current government, it has been activated and given major 4 responsibility to develop sports in India. The first is develop TOPS, the TOPS Target Olympic Podium Scheme. Sir, we are talking about the quality. TOPS is all about the quality. In TOPS, any given point of time, we have average 276 athletes, including team and individual games. What is the responsibility of the tops? Any athletes at any given point of time, let me change. I'm talking about this one. Any athlete, any given point in time needs any help, we support them through on WhatsApp. Suppose taken an example of Neeraj Chopra or PV Sindhu. Each one is aware of this name. If they require ice bath in Australia at any given point in time in Africa, the solution is given within 2 hours. Not only that, accommodation to training, each and everything. This talent, this tops is responsible to get the Olympic medals in Asian Games, podiums finish in Olympic Games or the Asian Games. We are working day and night. To run these tops, we have 77 professionals who working day and night behind these athletes. So we do have ARM, Athlete Relationship Manager, who is directly in touch with the manager of these athletes or the athletes to assist them what to do and what not to do. Each and every time, behind every athlete's, one ARM is assigned. Coming to the point, we know the success story of Neeraj Chopra. We do celebrate, but ministry or SAI or the entire India is working behind Neeraj Chopra, spend nearby 5 crores in a year to get a gold medal. Second example, I can give it to PV Sindhu. The same way. The second objective of National Sport Development Fund is strengthening the infrastructure. We all know when it comes to the government infrastructure, we have hardly believe on that. It's working or not. But from this stage, I can say that if you go any centers of state government or the central government, you will find good infrastructure. Lot many athletes is coming and training under this infrastructure. Definitely this infrastructure require maintenance. The game has been changed. Initially, skill was the part of the game. Now the technology is very important. At each infrastructure or each centers, SAI try to give the sports science, not only from the recovery management, but also to analyze whether you are able to play this game or not. Most of the athletes plays 10 years, 15 years, and they understand, oh, I am not made for this game. Now the era has been changed. At the initial level, the coaches, the NCSR will tell you whether you are able to play this game or not. The third things I was talking about, high performance center. Now most of the athletes get injured while playing or training. They either go to Bombay or go to out of India to rehab or something. Now in India, the first high performance center is opening at Sonipat. And like that, we have targeted at least 20 high performance centers in entire India. This will help not only to recovery management, it's also help you like psychological and many things come under the sports science will help you to get that one. Coming to the part of research and development I was talking about. Research and development. Initially it was saying that if you have a skill, you can win the medal. Now the skill has merged with the technology. Each and every time we analyze where we lack, videography, video analysis, and number of parameters where athlete is going under training or anything, the videography is helping them to improve their performance. So technology is one of the things that central government is working in joining hands with all the state federations and the state government. Now, we're talking about only the tops right now. To create 276 athletes at the top level, we certainly have a pyramids. Means there is n number of athletes sir was talking about. There was 100 athletes, has been selected only one athletes at the international level. So, to develop ecosystem in this country, SAI has introduced Khelo India. 2 days back, the SAI has introduced Kirti. All these projects to enhance the ecosystem in India, a sporting ecosystem in India in a such way. Through the Khelo India, we do identify the talent, scout the talent, we give the training. We give the training at the different national center of excellence at the SAI. When the players get matured, do understand, then they went under the foreign coaches or like national coaches centers. SAI and each and every stakeholder, I will not take the name of SAI every time, each and every stakeholder from all the NSFs to the state government is putting their efforts to make India again a soft power. When I'm talking about the soft power comes from the sports. Now, sports not only give you the medal, also is creating the healthier environment in our society that is much needed in current era. Again, I'm not talking about the benefits. These are the few partners. Sir has told there was, in Bihar, Sir has implemented few things where each and every PSU's company or some PSU company has adopted one games. Similarly, we have approached few PSUs who is helping out day and night to us. 2 days back, we have done a sign an MOU with Indian Oil, where Indian Oil is going to spend 36 months with us under female athletes under 23 age. Well, they are going to focus only on middle and long run. Similarly, REC Limited has given us 100. You will see NTPC. NTPC is supporting archery for last 5 years. These PSUs not putting the funds, also putting their expertise. Whenever we took the funds from the corporates or the PSUs, not only taking the funds, taking the expertise. When the government has a culture of, again, putting the papers, doing the setups and all, when we took these amounts, it helped us to increase our wings, to collect more athletes, to get the India success. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Any questions? Not exactly new sports, but there is certain portals where we ask for the EUI, expression of interest, through NSDA portals or the SAI portals. You apply over there, will scrutinize those proposals, and it fits. Again, India is looking for more medals. We have concentrated on the games or the disciplines where we are getting more medals. So currently we are focused on 18 games where we're probable to get the medals. Again, at the same time, we are developing the other games too. Anything else, sir? Thank you.
Being a head of
Partnership and communication.
So we have shown a lot of your partners, you are getting corporate fund from there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like now, many of the states are giving direct sports appointment. Like that, can you get appointments from these private companies for the elite persons?
Why not? We can do it. We can send the details of that.
Do you have the scheme right now, anything like that?
Not right now.
Okay.
We'll share in later on.
No, right now means not right now. Just I am asking, is there any scheme to get appointment directly for elite persons in that private partners from your?
So not directly. Again, they have the CSR fund. Sir has there is 2 types of fund. One is CSR fund. One is a marketing fund. So we used to take the CSR fund. When we are conducting any games, sort of like Hello India or a Kriti or something else, then we approach to their PR team to get the marketing fund.
You are getting only fund. I am asking about the appointments, job appointments, employments.
Most of the PSUs has giving the jobs. They have like Indian Oil is giving jobs. NTPC.
That they are doing their individual, no? Do you have any tie-up with SAI?
They are asking for EUI. Again, the government procedure is there. If you have any national or international medal, you have to fill that form on their website. Then again, do the scrutiny kind of thing, and they appoint the people.
Themselves, they
are doing from themselves. They have individual teams. We don't interfere in all these things.
You can ask some percentage of appointments also.
Thank you. I will do that, ma'am.
I would like to share one thing. Mr. Manish mentioned about Kirti. Kirti is a scheme introduced by Sports Authority of India, Government of India, for talent scouting in many games. For several years, and this Kirti scheme had started last week, from 12th
2 days back, 2-3 days back.
from 12th of March to 16th of March, till yesterday. Today 16th.
2 days, yeah, 2 days.
Of March to 16th of March. And they are doing it only in 4 states. 1, Gujarat, Tmega. Second, Madhya Pradesh.
And third in Chandigarh, and fourth, Bihar. Yes. Sports Authority of India has never looked at Bihar all these years. We have made the Sports Authority of India to look at us and to give the team to us. Yes. And I have to tell you this. Today is the last day of the talent. Yes, right. KV. From Bihar.
Thank you.
Has come from Bihar.
Although I'm also from Bihar.
Yeah, I know.
So I born in Bihar. I have completed my education in Bihar. Currently working for a Sports Authority of India. Thank you, sir.
So this program, Coimbatore was Bihar.
Come on.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
myself, Ram.
And I always say this. I always say this in Hindi. मेरा जन्म भूमि कोयम्बटूर है, मेरा कर्म भूमि बिहार है. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Ram from Bangalore Super Striker founder. Okay. So, ma'am was asking the question, since we are getting a CSR fund from the various companies, yes, and again, that has become their investment onto the players, athletes, right? Once they are getting a medal, during the MOM, why can't we mention that the top medal can be appointed in something? That is the genuine approach. Let me complete, sir. Again, sir also that told that once, sir, Hindi mein something is written, you kelo, you get a posting. What is that, sir? In Hindi it was there, in Bihar, your presentation.
That is my...
What is that, sir? Can you just... What is that, sir? Yes, sir.
Meaning is, play with your heart, play together,
Yeah.
you can win medals.
Yeah. And once we get the medal, you will get a posting. That medal or nokri pav. That we can give a commitment to the companies. So once we top medal, definitely their brand only. Let them go to the job, no? Can we propose in that way going forward?
So giving to answer of your question, all the PSUs and the private organizations looking for the top athletes who has either participated in Olympic or the Asian Games, they approach their manager or the athletes to give the job. It's not like that. They are not looking for we will approach them. They have a separate team. I know more than 10 to 15 PSUs. They have more than 10 to 15 people in their team who is identifying the athletes at the top level as well as the development level also. And they are providing the jobs. We are not going in their shoes for like giving the jobs and all. It's become Khelo and then Job Lo. Become the side Sports Authority of India doing that one. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Once again, can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Mani, sir? for explaining everything and explaining about the concept and how it's worked and everything. Okay, so I think everybody is in hungry mode, right? Some of the guys are laughing. Okay, so we will also the same. Okay, so this is the right time for our lunch. So have your lunch, and after that we will have more sessions and more speakers is here. So you can take your lunch and have your lunch as well with your friends and the family members. Thank you so much. And for the announcement, so please get back to the same hall 2:30. Thank you. Set. And also we are posted to the shift due to the time, and we have the sports panels in the after the lunch, so please gather almost 2:30. Thank you.
This is hi sir. This is Karthik, and I'm
everybody to get seated so that we can start it right away. Anybody who is volunteers, if anybody who is standing outside or down, you can ask them to come and be seated over here. So the topic for now is tech in sports, in grassroots sports to be very precise. And we have a stellar people who are going to guide us through this topic for this session. Just to set the tone for the event, basically since 2012 we have seen technology has affected all the fields that were used to happen offline. Everything has come online. The sports as a sector is also one such field which is not affected by it. But the good part is sports has to be on field. So the tech has come in to support the players and the administration to play the sports in a better manner on field, offline. So in that regard, we have two guys over here. First and foremost is Chintan, co-founder of Foottracks. He is an engineer, alumni of IIM Ahmedabad, has successfully worked for 2 startups and is now the co-founder of Foottracks as well. Please, Chintan, have a seat. The second person we have here is Shyam. Shyam is the co-founder for Banyan Board. He is an engineering graduate from IIT Madras, did his PhD. Between him and his brother, they have worked for 30 years in US in AI and ML and have created, both of them have created made in India products for Indian sports ecosystem. And it's a very important session which they will be holding to see how sports, apart from the ones in the professional level, can also help at the grassroots level. So we'll hear them one by one. First and foremost, we'll hear Chintan out, and then Shyam. Both of them will present and have their views on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Hitesh, for the introduction. I hope you had a good lunch and not all sleepy. So starting with, can we have the presentation, please? Cool, so I'm co-founder of Foottracks, which is a sports data analyst company. We are a hardware plus software solution. We provide performance feedback and analytics on top of it. So before getting more into about Foottracks or what we're doing, we wanted to discuss about the problems that the current sports industry is facing, which is like there are no technology available to each and every one of us. By each and every one of us, I mean to say at the grassroots level. The kids who are playing in schools, or playing in academies, who are playing in clubs, people who have turned semi-pro, or people who play, like for me, even fun, leisure or fitness, or just to maintain that it's a passion of football that I still play. I still don't get the feedback of how I have played, what improvements have been needed, and what can I do to improve much better as such. If we have to grow in the field of sports, there is obviously a quantitative feedback that needs to be given to each and every one of us. And by quantitative feedback, I mean to say your performance is given to you as a player. As a coach can see the performance as well, and as a parent also you can get to know that whether you're doing good or not. Because at the end of the day, what we have seen, what we have experienced is studies play a bigger role than sports, and until and unless you have a report card of how you have been doing in sports, there is a high chance that you will have to leave that field or your passion and have to go after something that you might not be interested in, like engineering or science or like anything like that. Which even we have faced, like we have gone through that, so we know how it is, very devastating in a way that we are not able to do something that we like. So coming from that point of view, we started Foottracks. So Foottracks is basically a sports data analyst company which gives you your quantitative feedback, which is your physical performance of how you have been performing on the field. Obviously, Shyam would be there who would be giving you more on the qualitative side. So we normally divide our analytics in 2 parts. One is a quantitative and another is a qualitative side. Quantitative, we believe, is more on your physical performance. Qualitative is more on the what in the morning session we had that the lens part that comes in, right? Your eye, how you are able to identify the players, how many passes you are doing, how many shots you were able to block. All these things comes on the qualitative side. That is the technical like the technical part of the game that comes in. So going forward, I'll try to finish it as early as possible. So problem that currently the young players or the coaches or the academies and all everyone is facing is that the tech is not available to them. One, the tech which is currently available to the elite players are either very expensive, or when it comes down to the grassroots level, you're not able to understand that tech, because you need someone who is a specialist in terms of strength and conditioning to decode what the information has been provided to you. And until unless you don't know how to decode it, that data is not at all viable or available or applicable to you, and how you can use that to improve the game for your kid or anything like that, right? As I mentioned, this tech is not available as to any one of us, so grassroots development. If we have to grow any sport, if we have to do anything in the field of sports, even if we are going to plan for the Olympics in 2036, this is the right time that we have to invest into sports. This is the right time that we have to invest in the development of kids or the players or the athletes who are going to represent us in the year 2036. So until and unless tech, the facility, the coaching regime, everything doesn't come up to that pace, there are high chances that we might not be able to reach at the level that we want to in the year 2036 as well, even if India is able to host that in 2036. So these are the few key questions that when we were working on foot tracks, like what is happening around, right? Normally 12 years or 15 years back when we used to go to coaching, we used to play sports. And when our parents used to go and visit the coach, a normal question that was asked to them was, how is my kid doing? And the normal and very, very specific answer was given that your kid is doing good. There has been an improvement, and if he keeps on doing good, there is going to be a lot of improvement, there is a lot of scope. Now, that thing is still available, but that same, if you go and ask a coach, the same answer, you'll still get it. But what we want to do is that on day 1, we give you your stats, and on day 30, we give you your stats. So in a way, you know whether you have been able to grow in the terms, like is there any improvement that has happened. The parent can also come to know that yes, there is some improvement that has happened, and in which areas the improvement has happened, and where there is still weakness or the lags that are happening, and where you need to improve as well. So that is a key question that needs to be answered today, so that in the field of sports, India becomes a superpower. Okay. There are a lot of players, I believe, who train themselves. There are like SNC coaches out there who get into the individual sports, who try to train, and it becomes again very difficult for them to, plan their training regime and everything, because sports is just not performing on the field. There's like a lot of things that needs to be done off the field, like your nutrition, your sleeping pattern, your heart rates and everything. So there are a lot of other things like psychology, physiology. There's a lot of things that you have to take care of. Until unless it is done in the right way, it becomes very difficult for anyone to track, and something which you cannot track, it will never be able to improve in that case, right? So that is what we have been trying to do. Now, coming to all these things, what Foottracks is doing is that we are trying to give this tech, which is only available to the elite players like Ronaldo, Messi, Chetri, or the Indian team. The Indian cricket team has started using it now. We are just trying to make sure that it is available to each and every one of us in the grassroots level. It is as well as easily available to any club or academy who wants to use it. We have tried to make it the data as simple as possible, so that anyone who wants to understand it, even without a specialist like an SNC coach with them, or you have your sports data analyst. That part also we have been doing it under our scheme, and we provide you a report in the PDF format which can be shared with the parents as well. So the parents can also come to know whether what kind of improvement is happening for the kid or for the player. The coach understands it. The coach can then plan their drills. They can plan their training accordingly, because each and every one of us require different kind of training. Let's suppose I'm here, Hitesh is here, Sham is here. If we go to a nutritionist today, I'm pretty sure everyone would be given a different diet. according to my body, according to Hitesh, and according to Sham, everyone will be given different diets. Similar is with the sports. Everyone has a different physiological structure, everyone has a physiological needs, and everyone has to be trained in that way only. And until unless you don't know which is your key core area where you need strengthening, which is a key core area which is like the perfect, and how you are able to identify that for a particular sport, it's going to be of no use in that case. So and that's what we have been trying to do. So currently we started with football, and now we are going deeper down into other sports like cricket, hockey, volleyball, handball, kho-kho, kabaddi, and rugby as well. So these are the new sports that we have added. Cricket would be live in the coming month. Otherwise, all the other sports are live right now. And our major focus is always on the grassroots level, because we believe that the future superstars would be coming out from the grassroots level only. So there are a few features that we provide are like accelerations, deaccelerations, sprint distance, total distance, average work ratio, heat maps, work game time, distance per minute. So currently we have 12. We have more than 25 parameters which are available to us. But as I mentioned previously, it is difficult for people to understand like what all these parameters mean and how can they use it to improve themselves. So we are trying to make it as simple as possible. We are going to go deeper into it. And once people have been like educated in terms of knowing what these parameters mean and how they can improve on that, is somewhere we'll introduce some new parameters which will be again helping them to improve their game and then their performance on the field. Now it is very important to know according to you or according to your age wise, where do you stand in your age groups. So what we have done is that we have created benchmarks regarding to our age groups. So who is the best, what is the average that is going on, and where do you stand in that category. So you also know that where your competition lies and how far or how good you are against them. So that is already we have done. It's very easy. There's a QR code on the back of the device. They just have to scan it. You can use it, go and play the game. And once you're done with the game, you just have to connect the device again with the phone. You get the data on your headsets and the device gets free. So there are two modules that we have. One is the player module and the coach module. So it becomes easier for the coach also to know at a single screen. They can easily monitor for each and every one. For a single player like me, it's on the phone itself. So it's easier for you as well too. So like I mentioned, there are two modules that like you can edit your sessions. You want to put it out whether you have done training, if you want to put it out for matches and all. So that can also be done in that case. Now this tech, or what we say is why technology is important, is that it becomes an assistant coach to the main coach. We are not saying that we are replacing the coach. Normally what we have seen or what we have heard back from the coaches is that if we start using it, there is going to be no use of ours. Or the second, like what is a very shocking thing for us, that we don't want to do it because our workload gets increased in that case. Because if we start giving out stats, the parents would come back and saying that why are you giving us and what is the meaning of this stat and why it is important for us to know this stat and everything. That's when we realized that it is very much important to educate the market about the tech, why it is important, and that's why we are releasing a course as well, wherein for the coaches and all, wherein you can get to know what does the tech do, what are the parameters, like the parameters that we have mentioned, what is the importance of those parameters, and how you can use those parameters to your training and coaching schedule so that the player makes the most out of it. So that is something that we have been doing. So tech is going to be one of the major things that we have been working on. And as a parent, as I mentioned, it is still the same. If I go to a field and ask for my kid, I still get the same reply. How is my kid doing? My kid is doing good. And there's improvement, and there's a higher scope of improvement as well, which we want to change it to yes, these are the numbers. This was his day 1 report, this is his day 30 report, this is the improvement that we have seen, these are the numbers that you can see. And we believe that if we work on this drills in this areas, then obviously he can become an expert in that field as well. So this is what we have been doing via Foot Tracks, is that we believe that technology is going to play a big part in the development of sports in the future. And until and unless it has been adopted by each and every one of us, be it as a parent, be it as a coach, be it as a player, be it as a kid, it is going to be very difficult to compete at the world level, because if we see developing facility is one thing, but integration of tech is equally important in development of sports. And that has to be done at the right time, and we believe that this is the right time that we need to get into. And I think Sham would be taking it over from here. So for me, that's the thing. And any questions, if anyone wants to ask? Nope, so sure, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chintan. So like you said, this technology currently was accessible to the elite players at professional level. And with a made in India product, they have driven down the cost to such level that we are seeing people using it at grassroots level as in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities as well. And performance driven data and making decisions based on the objectively, that can only happen when some data starts getting generated at grassroots level. Otherwise, the whole thing is subjective. मेरे को player अच्छा लगा, क्यों अच्छा लगा is something which becomes very subjective in nature. Now, so that was the quantitative aspect. Now, the qualitative aspect of the technology at grassroots level, the applications and how Sham is doing it, is something we'll hear from Sham himself. Thank you.
Thank you, Hitesh. Thank you, Chintan. I'm a huge fan of Chintan's company. It's a completely made in India. Fight the big, big ones from across the board. So huge respect to share this dais with Chintan. And thank you for, just having us here. Like Sir said, I'm also from this region, so I just want to say to the organizers, it's extremely special to be back. Sir, I'm not from Coimbatore, I'm from Perundurai. I was born in Perundurai. My brother and I, we co-founded the company. We are twins. We are both born in Perundurai. My parents were educated in government schools in Perundurai. They went to colleges here, Krishnamal, PSG, CAT. And of course, we then moved out of Coimbatore. We just have relatives here. So, Vanakkam, it's extremely special to be here. And it was also extremely surreal to hear Sir say at the 4th attempt he got into IPS. And I was just explaining to Anuradhaji, my brother and I, we are the 99% you called out, right? Like we were that extreme geeks, had nothing. I wish I could say I was first in 100 meters or something like that. We had absolutely no such credentials, but very geeky. We went abroad, had PhDs, and then we really moved back because we want to develop deep tech from India. We are really inspired by the army, the police, who literally put their lives on the line. We don't have that guts, but at least we said we should develop deep tech that helps them. Okay, so I'm not exaggerating. I'm a sports tech company today, but I absolutely don't see myself as a sports tech company only in future. We are here to help, nation's deep tech capability. That's the vision. The reason I said it is very interesting is my brother is a big believer in picking up people who didn't have opportunities, to the point where he will just do it. He'll spend money, hire people, he'll just pay them money, train them, and then they'll become useful employees. So if you follow us on Insta, on Banyan Board, our recent 2 posts are about our first employee and second employee. First employee was not as lucky as Sir. He didn't clear, Sir. Basically, after 4 or 5 attempts, he had to give up after he's in Hyderabad. So he tried for IAS and he had to give up. And at that point, they really have nowhere to go, right? But they have extreme resilience. If he had cleared, he may have become another Sir, right? But they have extreme resilience. So that was a formula we kind of started. We started finding these really resilient employees, training them. And he is my head of customer success today. Another person who had a similar failure. He not only had UPSC failures, he had an accident and all of that. He's my head of development today. So there's a lot of talent I think we have in our country to just do a lot of things like what Chintan is doing at low cost and extremely competitively compared to the internationals. So speaking of internationals, a little bit of my pitch today is about what is happening out there when it comes to grassroots sports tech. And I do want to sort of ask a couple of provocative questions around the business models also. So, Sir, you and many other dignitaries here come from the government and the government support side of the story. We come entirely from the private side of the story, and I want to share a little bit of perspective there on what I see happening abroad, what things are happening, what people are doing better than us. So maybe we'll get started with, I'll just show these 5 verticals we'll talk about. And maybe if you can go to I have it, sorry. Yeah. Okay. So if you look at tech today, we wanted to call out things that are happening in grassroots scouting, which by the way is our involvement with India Khelo Football. They're doing an amazing job and we're very, very happy to be the technology partners. Then what certain leagues are doing with becoming more data-centric, what is happening in AI-driven production. AI-driven production, in my view, is a game changer. It is going to be a, what do you call, a material threat if our athletes don't adopt it. What is happening in the world of cloud data graphics, which you may wonder, why are we talking about cloud data graphics? There's a reason I want to talk about it. And then there's a last bit about integrations. Okay. We play in everything but AI-driven production. We are a 3-year-old company. We offer solutions in all these verticals. But when it comes to grassroots scouting, right, one thing I do want to call out is, like Chintan was saying, when we scout talent, like if you're a coach, right, what are you going to look for? You're going to say, in the paiyan eppadi pannampa, how did this person do? Or in the ponnu eppadi pannappa? You want some data, okay, fine. Then that's your first level cut. Then maybe, you know, you're the CEO of a club, you'll say, okay, show me some clips. Okay, let's see him. Okay, if it's football, you'll say, show me some clips of this guy passing, or show me some clips of this guy scoring, or whatever, right? Believe it or not, that is incredibly hard to get. Like, if you want to see some clips of the triple jumper that was performing in Tamil Nadu's tournament, there is no repository for that, right? Yes, there may be a YouTube stream, and if you know which minute to go find it, yes, you can get it. So that is the problem we are trying to solve with India Khelo Football in the football space. We do see some couple of good examples out there like Townsher and eyeball.club. And I'll be very brutally honest, right? If you want to build a Townsher or eyeball.club, you better have a few crores, or maybe a few tens of crores if you include sales and marketing. That is the problem. That's one of the reasons why we are not able to do it here. With India Khelo Football, what has happened is they have the boots on the ground, they have the vision, they have the connections within the clubs in India. So they source the talent. To document the talent, they come to us. So whatever video clips they have, we help them organize it. So that when a coach comes in, if the coach wants to only see goals or only see the key passes, they can do that. Okay. And at this stage, I thought maybe we'll show you a couple of examples of what I'm talking about to make it all concrete if you're not from this space. So ma'am, I'll just point to what to click, and you please, let's try clicking here, if it's okay. Yeah. Okay, maybe if you can just scroll a little bit. So this is the support documentation of our software that, you know, IKF team is using. But if you don't mind scrolling all the way down. So what you see there is an analyst, say at IKF, doing something called telestrations. It's very similar to, you know, if you see football matches and halftime or, you know, full time, the guy who is running the commentary or, you know, whatever, the compeer will then click on somebody, move that somebody somewhere. But that is actually very useful information for a coach to communicate to a player. Thou should not have done that. Thou should have done this, like that. So that is called telestrations. That's one thing IKF uses. Why am I pointing this out? Earlier, all we had was raw videos. Now, this is one way of converting raw video into insights that, you know, helps scouting, helps with coaching, all of that. We'll go back, if you don't mind, ma'am, to the last tab. To the presentation tab, yeah. You may have to come, yeah, there you go. You may have to come to full screen. And maybe just click on the text there, please. Yeah, just click on the text there. Yeah. Okay. So that is one form. But the more interesting and the more organized form is, hey, I have a ton of actions my players are doing, right? My players do, and the coaches here can tell me if I'm wrong, but the players will do 10, 20 actions a coach will evaluate. So what we are helping the India Khelo football team do is document the video clips for all of this. And by the way, I should say, whatever I'm presenting is sports agnostic. I'm just taking football as an example, but so typically, a coach will come and see a table of statistics. This is all made up data, so that's why it's a very anemic looking table and there's only a couple of clips there. But the table of statistics is what the IKF team creates, their taggers create. They have a particular way of tagging football videos that they are recording, scouting videos. And then of the interesting players, the coach will go click on the film that they want to see of just those clips, and that's what we are rendering. Entirely cloud-based. By the way, any of you can go get a free account on banyanboard.com and do this today. So we are also happy to say we are the only people that offer that free sign up and try model, which again I think is a very Indian thing. I feel like we have a giving mentality in India. If I did this out of Silicon Valley, by now I would have had to get your credit card information and all of that. So that is something we try to avoid. Okay, so if we go back, if we go back. Now, why am I sort of talking about all of this? We do think the tech is available. For those of you who know the space, there is like a behemoth called Huddle, which actually has been acquiring company after company, sometimes killing competition. But that kind of tech is totally inaccessible to us. It's like, I would say maybe, I don't know the pricing, but like we got a sample of a quote, like one particular ISL team gave it to us. It's like $55,000. So you do the math for 1 year and things like that. So that is the kind of technology we felt was inaccessible. But my point is it is now accessible. We could be thinking about using it for a variety of sports. Maybe we'll go on to the next topic. This topic is, this is where we see countries that I think are being a little bit more strategic, and I'm very, very glad to see people here from esteemed organizations like the Bihar Authority for Sports, or Tamil Nadu, or SAI. So what I see in the next slide, man. What I see some other countries doing is they do wholesale, wholesome long-term partnerships. Because say if one club in Coimbatore does it, right? What is the point? Like if one club in Bihar does it, what is the point? The point is, in Belgium, in Iceland, they have been able to make a wholesale transformation. So a kid in 9th standard doing, playing football in Belgium can see the professionals clips, they can see the, the third graders clips. So that entire ecosystem is being covered in Belgium. Okay. Now, why do I pick these two countries? Again, to Sir's point, you only need a small cohort to succeed. Iceland's population is 3 lakhs, okay, and Belgium's population is 1 crore. You can do the math. Coimbatore's population is 3 crores. So you can do the math. So the reason I picked these two countries is they've been intensely successful. Iceland has actually made it to the Football World Cup, like the FIFA World Cup. It snows most of the time that they don't even have grounds to go play, I would say, right? So there is a message, like he was saying, you only need a small cohort to succeed if you focus. And my thesis is one way of focusing is you need an encyclopedia. You need an encyclopedia for these players and coaches. Matter of fact, some of them are even using it for coach education, for referee training, for referee evaluation. It's all the same thing. If you have a repository of video clips, right? Then you can say, a ref, is this a foul or not? Then the ref says it's a foul or not. And then you can objectively evaluate them. It's all the same thing. So this is what other countries are doing. They're building that encyclopedia. And this is my thesis, okay? Please don't quote this outside, but since it's a friendly audience, I'll just say it. In squash, I don't know if anybody here follows squash, but do we know which is the top nation in squash today, by any chance? Anybody? Right, Egypt, right? Egypt is no means an economic power, right? It's by no means a power in any sport. But then if you go and see in squash, they just kick everybody's, So then you do the research. Why is it? And they say in Egypt, these guys are good because there's only 2 cities, it seems, where squash training happens. Total of 20 clubs or so, one in Cairo, one in Alexandria. Now they say that forces the youngsters to see how the pros do. And when I say pros, this is like top 20 talent in the world, okay? So apparently these youngsters are seeing how the pros train, how the pros eat, their discipline, all of that they're seeing, and that actually has a huge rub-off effect. So of course in India, we are a large, diverse nation, and my thesis is these kinds of encyclopedias bring that rub-off effect. They see at this age, how did a Messi play? How did that Messi from Madras play? That encyclopedia, brings that rub-off effect. So we are a big fan of encyclopedias like this. And maybe the next part is, this is where I want to get a little provocative, right? Okay, fine, we can get funding from the government, we can, do everything around it. But I think as private players, we also have to get creative around funding sport. Right? Like we can't always expect the government to step in and help us. So one thing I do see happening abroad is this AI-driven production. What they do is they put this VO camera, pixel art camera, huddle focus cameras. There's a lot of tech like that now. If you just put it in your basketball field or in your football field, and FC Madras here is a great example of pioneering such tech, and maybe there are clubs here that are also using such tech. It'll just capture the game for you. It'll pan, it'll zoom. In fact, it even produces some set pieces highlights and all in the world of football, like goals, throw-ins and all of that it'll produce. So why is it useful? Then they start monetizing it. Then that they use for streams. Then there's a paid process to watch the stream and so forth. Like PlaySide, for example, is very big in the world of tennis. They do a lot of racket sports. They do other sports also. But they have their managed OTT platform. Pixelart has their managed OTT platform. You go pay them, and the club is able to monetize that stream. And my personal feeling is there's a little bit of innovation left in this space. And this is where I'm getting a little provocative. I personally think it's very convenient, like Sir said, like he used the word convenient in a different example, but I personally think it's very convenient for us to organize club versus club matches and expect that to be monetized. I think that's the wrong solution. Club versus club matches are important, you need that, but I'll again take the American example, right? You take NCAA, I don't know if folks follow American college, anything in American college sports, but NCAA is huge. Actually, there's a lady playing women basketball in NCAA. I'm forgetting her name, but she's becoming as popular as the NBA men's stars, right? NCAA is a huge program. So I went to college in America, okay? And people are extremely patriotic about their college. And maybe I'll just do a small social experiment. How many of us have gone back to schools or colleges we studied in? I would say, okay, there are a lot of youngsters here. I don't know if you're already in school or college, but I think maybe 60, 70%, right? Now we'll do another experiment. Okay. If you have a family or if you have a friend or a brother or sister that went to some coaching academy, maybe tennis or football or whatever, after they left that, how many of you have gone back to that academy? 0 hands, right? See, this is the problem. Like we have zero patriotism to these academies, right? But we have huge patriotism towards schools and colleges. So this monetization of patriotism towards the schools and colleges is what NCAA has done, right? So my thesis is, I mean, I'm not the person solving this problem, so it's easy for me to say, but I do think maybe there's a point here, right? Maybe we should be partnering with schools and colleges. Those kinds of tournaments need to become bigger. You will get bigger audiences, and there's tech available to stream data. You can even put a lot of good graphics and so forth. And that brings me to my second last point, which is the next one. Today, nobody wants a drab feed, right? Like if I want to monetize anything, so initially I started talking about data analytics for performance. Now I'm talking about how to monetize the same feed, okay? And in that context, will you watch cricket if you don't know the score, if you don't know Virat Kohli's performance in the last 5 games, or what is the projected performance in the rest of you won't watch it, right? Like everybody wants a lot of context. We call it broadcast graphics. Does anybody watch PKL here, like Pro Kabaddi League? Very good. Have you seen how they... Yes, go ahead, sir. Acha. Pro Kabaddi League, in my view, is if we should take an example, amazing that production, like they actually transform the mat people are walking on. You'll be walking on that mat, there'll be like a graphic coming. It's an augmented reality solution. But I think that is the kind of solutions available today. And again, my thesis and my submission is we can bring a lot of that to fairly grassroots level games today. So one example we do is, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to speak out that league's name, but we I just reminded myself of a contract. But we do this, with very low cost. You can do very highly animated 2D and 3D graphics for a variety of sports, okay? And it's not as hard these days. In fact, I was telling Anuradha ma'am, it's very easy to collect live data. That's the solution that we have built. It's very easy to convert it into an engaging graphic. And at that point, monetization is not that hard. It's people are putting in, comments on Twitter or comments on X on live feed that is happening. You can, put ads. All of that is possible. And I think that there is a technology play here. And I won't get into why that is happening. There is a technology play called cloud data graphics. Okay, what you needed servers and racks earlier, you can do completely via the cloud. The vMix machine, like he's running OBS there, but there is like a professional version of that called vMix. Those machines, if whatever you're seeing on the browser here, they can slap it on a video directly. So if I can render something in a browser, I can show it to you on your video stream. And that's exactly what we do. And why is that important? Silicon Valley, Bangalore, Hyderabad, everybody has a ton of front-end talent. So if you have front-end development talent, you can do graphics. That's exactly what we have done, by the way, with the person that failed UPSC 5 times. So So my thesis here is, yes, cloud data graphics is important, please consider it. And then the last point is, and this is to tie out with what Chintan was saying, as a coach, there's Coach John Raj there, I mean, many of you may know him, a very distinguished coach from Karnataka, and now at FC Madras. Now, as a coach, you don't want to see disparate pieces of information. They actually have a ton of work to do. So our job is to reduce their work, right? And you can't tell them, hey, learn this new tech, learn that new tech, learn these 5 different things. So integrations are very important. So if Chintan puts out measurements of a person playing, for example, Chintan says, in the 50th minute, 30th second, this person did a 10 meters per second release velocity left leg shot. If he says that, right? Coach will want to see that. Coach will say, hey, that's interesting. This guy did a left, he's a right footer. He's done a left foot release. I want to see that at 25 meters per second. That means it's a long shot. Then his technology has to integrate with mine, which collects all the videos to show the coach that single video clip. So that's what I mean by integrations. And the same data that both of us are collecting will need to be seen by the coach, his management, to see how the player is progressing versus time, like Chintan was talking about. So integrations are core, and that's actually a huge philosophy for us. And if we don't have integrations, you will have your own investments. Any sports team today will have their own investments. You may have invested in a VO. I know some clubs here, I don't know if any of you personally use VO, but there's a lot of clubs using VO. You may use VO, you may use Chintan's technology, you may use Player Maker for GPS or another wearable. All of that has to come together. And again, my last point is integrations are important, and that's huge for grassroots analytics. I'll skip this in the interest of time and maybe just stop here. I know I've taken a good bit of time. And if there are any questions, we'll take those together. Cool. Okay, if there's nothing else, I think that's all we have.
Thank you, Chintan. Thank you, Shyam. It was a great amount of insights we got from 2 very young entrepreneurs making made in India products for Indian ecosystem, which currently the tech was brought in from abroad, and it's pretty costly. So making that tech accessible is the first part of taking any advantage of tech, so that the digital divide does not happen and the opportunity divide does not happen. So I thank them all for giving these insights and taking us through their products in detail. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, team. Can we have a big round of applause for the Tech in Sports team? So we would like to honor you, sir. For that, I request founder of Big Spare Technologies, Mr. Anand Kumar, to say. So, nalla or karagoshangal kodutallama?
Thank you. Thank you, Chintan. Thank you, Shyam. Thank you, Hitesh. But it's an interesting panel, and we have a very good panels in the in next coming couple of hours. Like, we're going to talk about grassroots sports now in the next panel, and apart from that, we are talking something about football, which is the sport, I can say, which attracts everyone on the ground, and we are talking something about e-gaming in the later evening. So I would request everyone to stick on to your seats, because like it's going to be more interesting discussions in the coming time. Now, so I would request Hitesh. He's got more duty today. Hitesh, please come on the dais. And I would request Mr. Deepan Tangwel, like he's the secretary of Sri Shakti Institutions. Hello, sir. And we have an international athlete here, SN Mohammad Salahuddin. Please come on the dais, please. And Mr. Ravi Kumar Srinivasan from Tenwick. I'll just give you a small brief about Tenwick. If you are following cricket, right, Anil Kumble is the co-founder of Tenwick. That is the smallest thing I can say now. And the panel is about grassroots sports. We spoke about the technology in the earlier panel. Now this is about the grassroots sports. And now the whole discussion is over to Hitesh. Hitesh, thank you.
Hello. So you'll see me for another 2 hours. Bear with me. And I have been asked by Senthil and Karthik to moderate another 2 panels. We'll try to keep it as interesting as possible. But obviously, after the end of the session, we'll take the queries if you guys have any. If you want anything from the panel based on the discussion, we'll try to resolve that as well. The current topic currently is what we are going to discuss now is grassroots sports in schools. It's a very interesting topic. Specifically, whenever grassroots comes up, that is now currently being projected as the solution for majority of the problem across all the sports. And school is one such area where majority of the time all the players are spending. So if these both two things have been brought in together, it becomes a very interesting proposition in terms of the potential that we can achieve as a country in sports. However, why it has not happened or what needs to be done is what we'll focus on. And we'll try to have 3 queries. We'll get the answers from all 3 of you. And obviously, if you want to add anything more over and beyond that queries, is something you can definitely add. So, across all these 3 questions, we'll get the diverse views. We have a good panel. We have someone who provides sports services within schools in multiple schools across India in Ravi Kiran, heading the Tenwick. We have someone who is heading the school. And we have someone who has gone through the school have made it big in the international arena. So it's a good mix of panel and diverse views that we'll have. And I'll try to conclude or rather take as much out of the discussion of their views as I can. So the first query that I wanted to tackle over here is, as I started in my opening line, that grassroots is currently being seen as the solution, or rather rightly so, of majority of the problems that plague in Indian sports ecosystem across all the sports. Basically, it's a sports agnostic thing. And schools is somewhere where majority of the time kids spend on. Apart from home, schools are where they spend the majority of the time. Now, if we have to bring both these 2 things together, the potential is really high in terms of making some positive impact in the schools, in the Indian sporting ecosystem. So the first question is, how do we create the ecosystem within school which makes it easier for the players to play, to experience sports, and to take it up as a profession later in their life? So how do we create the right ecosystem within schools? We can start with you, sir. Then we'll come to you, and then we'll take your diverse views. Please go.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. We are a company for the last 10 years. It's the vision of Anil's and Vasant Bharadwaj is another co-founder. They're both known for their sports. I think Anil has played the highest cricket in the country, and Vasant Bharadwaj is another international table tennis player. So they predominantly felt that, in a pyramid, if you put it across, the grassroots is come on the bottom of the pyramid, and which is not being focused at all in the last several decades. The reason being because it's shown that school do not have a much of a playground, or the school has only a single PE teacher. He or she has been given some certain time period for which the sports is being given. Whereas what Tenwick has done, Tenwick has identified, not just because of Anil being a cricketer, we have identified 23 sports icons. And all of the icons, the knowledge has been translated into some sort of a curriculum. And making the curriculum is another way to get into a school and making the students to compulsorily learn the minimum of 3 sports. And within the school environment, and where they have a proper sports infrastructure, in case if the school do not have a sports infrastructure, we work with them to create those sports infrastructure and make sure the sports is being compulsorily trained by our own coaches, and they have come from the certified sports background. Therefore, the ecosystem also well within the school where there is safety, security, and plus also being played within the school time period. So therefore, the ecosystem has evolved very well. We feel there is a lot of sporting excellence can be developed, and which we are doing it. I just want to give you one example on, just to conclude, from the grassroots level, that quite a lot of people can come up in various sports. There is no doubt, because we see there is a success by just getting into the learning all the basics, deploying those basics in a competitive environment, and ensure they create a sporting excellence for the school, for the individuals. So therefore, the ecosystem is an important wherever we are working with, and that is conducive for the school management and as well as the players who are being the part of the school system.
Thank you, sir. So what I believe is, what we're trying to say is that as we make schools, kids, parents, and organizations like yours, if all the stakeholders are taken into confidence, only then the ecosystem will get built and a sustainable program can get created. Yes, sir, your views, please.
Mic check. Okay. So this hall says literacy is not the end of education or even the beginning, by Mahatma Gandhi. So I want all of you to look at that particular plank which says literacy is not the end of education or even the beginning. So I think this is the root cause of all the problems that we have in the education segment. At the grassroots level, when we look at sports, definitely there is a lot of support coming in from EdTech players, from the government, from the Sports Authority of India. But however, our system of entry into higher education from grade 12 to the higher education segment is very, very narrow. So if you compare the entry selection system in the US, you're going to be tested on your marks, you're going to be tested on your achievement in sports, you're going to be tested on your essay, you're going to be tested on your parental achievements, contributions to the society, and a number of other factors. But when this kind of a mix is inverted to one particular parameter, which is your grade 12 percentile, the student who is performing really well until a grade 6, 7, 8 suddenly starts to transform into a one-dimensional personality, which is to focus on academics. And I think that is by far the root cause of all the problems that we have in the sports climate in the country. So if you have a system where a student who is able to achieve at a South Zone level, a state level, a national level, gets a particular weightage for him to get entry into an IIT or to a national institute or to any other private institutes, and if this is a system that can be formed and declared to schools, I think that will boost the perception and the dimension of sports across the country, because this is the one system that does not change forever. And I think at Sri Shakti International School, we are quite different in terms of our outlook towards sports. Until grade 8, our children have 1 hour of sports. We have close to around 20 sports and games on our campus. We have a 400-meter track. We don't have a problem with the facility. We have a facility that can host around 3,000 athletes, much similar to a Nehru Stadium here in Coimbatore. But I think our problem that we're also seeing is when students enter the grade 10th, 11th, and 12th, They're able to compete, they're able to travel to the northern states of India, participate in tournaments of handball, football, but then they have a panic in their mind when they go to their board exams, and finally they start to get back to the academic stream. So I think what happens is athletes who are such as him who is seated next to me, I think those are people who are very, very clear that whatever happens, it is going to be sports. I think that kind of a focus with which athletes get developed today. But if you want, by and large, the country to develop and focus on sports, this system needs to have a small change. I think that's my point to start with.
Thank you, sir. So I think what we plan to, or rather what we must have, is a safety net. Like in the morning when sir suggested about getting government jobs to kids who earn medals for the state, that safety net allows more people to take that risk. And as the participation increases, that automatically the probability of success in any sport increases. So the fear that they have is the fear of failure, basically. And within this sport, if you are able to create some safety net, that even if you fail, there is something there for you, that creates a lot of difference. And that is why Shyam spoke about NCAA and US system. The whole idea is that you focus on the sport during your college program, and you get 4 years to prove yourself and get into semi-professional or MLS or professional league in US. But even if you don't make it, at least you have a degree with you at the end of 4 years, and you take your career ahead from them. So that's a very important point, and that is something that safety net should become the whole safety net for the whole ecosystem per se. So having heard them, would like to have your thoughts about the question was, how should we create that ecosystem within the school so that players start taking up, or rather experiencing more sports, and not take sports just as another period.
As an athlete myself, I see problems at schools is you just have weekly once or twice a PT periods. That's the first major mistake, I would say. You should have PT periods every day, like at least 1 hour a day. Because if you see in the leading Olympic achieving countries like China, they would have every person in the school should choose at least one sport. They should train that sport for 1 hour a day, 1.5 hours a day at school itself. So that's why those talents are getting identified. That's why they could produce so many Olympic medals and all the stuff. In our country, in our schools, as Sir said, we don't have proper grounds for most of the schools. That's the first major point in that. And these PT periods being 1 or 2 sessions per week, that's second major mistake. So these things, if they correct these alone, we'll get most of the talents are getting wasted because they're not getting identified at all. They don't have a chance to prove them. They just want to study all the time. So like Sir said, whatever happens, I chose, like, I'm into sports and I want to do. So I spent extra time during the grassroots level outside coaching my father. Actually, my father coached me and still coaching me. So I got lucky, so I got out. So more talented people like me are still in school. So they don't have a chance like this to get out. So most of the talents are getting wasted. So that's my take on this grassroots level for now.
Thanks a lot. So we have good views from all three possibly stakeholders of the ecosystem, the player, the school, and the company providing the sports services. Now, after having heard, what we feel is the ecosystem comprises of different stakeholders, and if even one of the stakeholder does not perform the role which they are supposed to, the whole development stops. Like we have seen, like what he correctly pointed out, that just 1 hour of PT period per week is definitely is not enough. But I've also seen schools where there is a daily 1 hour period, and the coach is watching on his mobile, and they have given a ball and asked the kids to do whatever they want to do on the basketball court. Now that happens because the school as a stakeholder is not taking the sport seriously themselves. It is being taken up as a compliance. So that's what the point was. Once the whole ecosystem does not become, and all the stakeholders comprising of them do not become serious about it, then even doing something half-heartedly does not help. It only leads to a lot of wastage of resources. Now coming to the second question, Ravi, I'll again start with you, see, what happens at grassroots level and within schools as well. Now this is not something with parents or with schools, it is regarding the whole society per se. Once you start taking up any sport seriously, any player starts taking up any sport seriously, they are immediately questioned on the excellence part. Ke player ban jayega kya? Kama lega kya? You know, where will you go till? State level khelega kya? National level khelega kya? And there's immense pressure on the coaches as well, on the school as well, to deliver results as fast as possible. However, if you look at education at the school level or any other thing which happens like dance, ya fir, when you start taking up dance, nobody comes and asks you, ke dance India dance mein chala jayega kya? You know, that is not the question that is asked. They know that this is some activity which is going to help you. Now, how do we move from that mentality where we start putting sports under that lens, that it is not something where you have to achieve excellence for sure, that is not the only pathway, but sports is something which is a way of life which is going to instill some values, some attributes in you, and which is going to help you in the longer run. So how do we not completely focus on excellence and also put up sports as something which is absolutely necessary to develop a kid or develop kid's personality? Yeah.
So this one, I answer it in a totally different manner because see, we worked on across all the foundation and the academy and the center of excellence. Majority of the parents, when the students being played at the academy level, they tend to ask a question why my son or a daughter is not getting a chance to be part of the school team. Which is again the case of many parents, because they want their son or a daughter to be part of the school team so that they can perform or achieve excellence. We used to tell them very clearly, do you all know Rafael Nadal, who's a tennis player, who has spent close to about 10,000 hours at the grassroots level to create something which he was almost 4 to 5 years he was occupying the ATP #1. The similar way, such speech needs to be given to the parents, because parents should not put pressure on the kids by just being part of the cricket academy or being part of the basketball or any other sport for that matter, that they should get the sporting excellence sooner or later. If they can start identifying their behavioral in terms of the food intake, or even in terms of their way of creating some team discipline, because most of the schools where we are running, we also do a 10 minutes match play, through which that we try to identify a team spirit or a team discipline, and so many aspects of co-curricular activities can be brought into a kid. If the parents start identifying that itself, they see an edge over the kids, not just putting pressure on the sporting excellence. This is what we believe, but as it goes up in the center of excellence, they know this many hours of on-court training, off-court training do require to make sure that person is performing at the highest level.
That's great to hear. I would love to hear your views, sir. Deepan sir.
So as far as I think, parents need an awareness on what are the career opportunities in sports. I think that brings down a lot of nerves in them, that in the career, it is not just going to be about on the ground, it's also going to be in the office where they can focus on analytics, they can focus on much more than just spending the time on the ground. And that's a start point for parents to understand, because today there is certainly a big change in the society to move and think beyond engineering and medicine. That transformation has definitely happened. At the school level, we are able to definitely see that pulse from students. They are willing to consider alternate, but what is the alternate? What is the scope there? How can sports be a good solution for them? Now, if all of us can come together to create that kind of an awareness, parents are going to also feel safe in pushing the student towards this particular career destination. And we are seeing that in cricket itself. So today when a parent goes to coach the child, the boy or the girl, the boy mostly, their only higher ambition now is if the child can at least play for a TNPL, if not for the Indian country, because the leagues have been created and there is an ecosystem around it. Now, that is the level of awareness that parents get into. It is not that we can always blame them for this attitude. It is just the perception needs to be broken through awareness. I think that's my point.
That's very, very, very pertinent. Coming to you, on similar question, like we always drive the players within the school, and that it's not only the parents, the whole society. As soon as someone starts taking up any sport seriously, or you see someone with a tennis racket or a cricket bat going on a weekend for practice, immediately the question starts flying in, ke IPL khelega kya, ya fir ATP khelega kya. So my point being, when you were as an athlete, did you face similar thing? And having said that, is it that important to chase excellence right from your childhood, or rather first enjoy sports and then if you're good enough, you automatically excellence follows? What happened with you personally?
Personally, I had 5 minutes regarding this. I have a speech after this question. I would do that, like explain it totally, right? For short answers, like I didn't face such problem because both of my parents were international athletes, so they know very well like what this is. Other than that, society would ask, what's, you're going to training every day, like, are you studying well, what's your mark? This is the question always we ask. I would say people don't have the perception or the awareness of what sport is, like how big this field is. Because now you have, if you succeed very well in sport, you get even engineering courses in Anna University through sports quota. And after that, you have government jobs, like we previously discussed. The problem with the government job is it should appear every year. Then you won't have that, it's coming once in 2 years, 3 years, or sometimes maybe 4 years. So that's a problem right now. If that is sorted out, it would be very good. Like most of the sports people will get job within their, after their college or graduation. So that's and in my school, when I didn't face much of that problem because my teachers were very supportive. Even like when we got caught talking during the class, my teacher used to say, he will, in Tamil he used to say, avan odi odi vela vaangiruvanda. Like it means he'll perform and get job someday. You have to study, you study, like that. That kind of, so they knew very well, they were confident about me. In my school, my teachers were confident I would make something big. So I think if that kind of teachers in schools, have confidence on the sports chosen, on that student, then we wouldn't have facing much problem at school. And it would be a very good strength. If teachers are very well educated in sport and they know, like they're confident about their students, we wouldn't have much of a problem at all. Yeah.
That's an amazing. I think you were lucky enough to have those teachers in schools and the support that you get at home. We'll come to our last question. I'll try to make it a little interesting. So what happens is when we look at grassroots sports in schools, now many a times it happens is, so even the schools understand, and it's not a hidden fact that schools alone cannot develop that ecosystem of grassroots sports where both excellence and other areas can be explored. There is a need for other stakeholders to join hands with the schools to explore those areas. However, a normal sales cycle for any organization to tie up with any school is minimum 1 year. So there is a lot of barriers currently within the school, from the school end, for any organization to tie up with them and provide those services so that they together can create that kind of an ecosystem within the school and help sports grow within the school. Now, having said this, it's not an accusation per se, but the reasoning behind it is why is there such, why the transaction when it comes to, or rather why the relation when it comes to someone helping a school within their school to create that ecosystem is looked as a transaction rather than as a collaboration. First, so Ravi, you're the right person to say that, having worked in this field. Or am I right in accusing it, or is it something the situation might be changing drastically now?
I think the time is coming up slowly because first and foremost, what happens that when we work with a school, we don't charge a phenomenal amount. You all must be really amazed the amount of money that we charge per student per annum. It's just only 3,600 plus 18% GST per student, compulsorily learning 3 subjects or 3 sports. So this way what happens, the parents feel that, I'm making my son or daughter to be part of the school who is providing the sports education and compulsorily learning all 3 sports and having a proper assessment and giving a proper report card. So there are such schools are available. It's not that, many schools are not really willing to look at that opportunity. But it takes a while because as, my co-panels are suggested that, the people should first understand that, sports is required. Sports must be part of the school curriculum. And last couple of years that our founder has been speaking with the top level bureaucracy of, sports ministers, ensuring that, sports must be part of a NEP 2020, which just did about a couple of years back. But the implementation in every school will take years together. There is no doubt. But private schools at least should start jumping and have this opportunity created, must be taken in a cognitive manner. Failing which that I think the grassroots sports will never be able to come up in pretty much like what we are aiming for. The rest of the other countries are doing it in a much bigger manner. So we believe that, every school that we are working with, which we have a compulsorily that they have a 2 80-minute period. That 80-minute period is broken down to 10 minutes warm up, 10 minutes cool down, focus on 2 skills per week. So this way we are able to make sure that beginner 1 curriculum for a sport A, beginner 2, beginner 3, like that 3 years that we are making sure we are working with the schools. So this way that our partnerships are getting enhanced every year that is renewed, and we are just going long way with many schools. I'm sure that, just look at the school system that we have, close to about 14.89 lakhs of school. Out of that, only 2.4 lakh schools is private schools. The rest of them are all government schools. And that school needs to be part of the sports education, which requires either a CSR or the government should make sure there is a mandate of private players should come into the play. And then having that being part of the system is the only way we can have the grassroots sports like any other country.
Got it. Thank you, Ravi sir. Deepan sir, so taking that same question ahead from the school perspective, is it that, I know from school perspective you need to, with the organizations or whoever come forward to help you out because you are giving them entry within your schools. But with the NEP coming up, do you feel more and more schools would want that help from certain organizations to come in, or the capacity will start getting built within the school itself to implement those programs so that those frictions, those barriers absolutely becomes zero?
A lot of fund is coming into the space of sports tech, and there are companies formed to be able to help schools. But the situation is like what Africa is facing. Africa is a continent that has a lot of resources. It doesn't need help. But still, the US and the Europe constantly look at Africa as a continent to do social welfare. So it's the same scenario that's happening in the schools. It's not a matter of schools not having good physical education faculty members. In this hall, I have worked with a number of sports coaches, starting from Tamil Selvi ma'am, Srinivasan sir. You're all very, very dedicated for this community of Coimbatore, right? So that's not the factor at all. The factor is that when anybody is trying to come in, I think they should look at a full-time role within the institution, because at the end of the academic year, end of the first academic year, when we look back, you cannot make a decision without analyzing the results. And when you're looking at implementing a program through a company, through any other venture, it is definitely going to be a time-bound implementation of a week of certain minutes, and that doesn't actually translate into a result that a parent is able to feel at the end of the day. And that's when we get trapped in between. So it's rather better for us to have someone full-time within the school, build capacity within the school, to be able to nurture it in a longer time frame and be able to also produce that result, and we also to take the best practices from all the players around. But I think whatever we are seeing, platforms that are getting created for championship leagues, for students to participate, for being able to broadcast. I think the one other challenge that schools face is how are their tournaments being broadcasted so that they also get the attention And there are platforms that are doing that today as well. So all these are, interesting developments in the country. But as I started this discussion, I would like to end the same point. If anything has to change drastically in this country, it has to change only by changing the system of entry into higher education. If that changes, you will definitely see everything else having a cascading effect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I won't bore you with that last question. It's between the schools and the service providers. So I'd love to hear your story, so that there are people over here who would love to know how does an international athlete gets molded. Yeah.
So I'll just like to say, like 5 minutes, I've prepared something regarding the grassroots sport, which has two things to work on for the grassroots, for the kids between like 10 to 15 years of age. They have to work mentally and physically, like in a different form, not like a professional athlete or something. Mentally is the most important part for the kids. Like they will not be matured enough to understand some professional stuff. So kids are kids, right? So we shouldn't like stress them with the mindset of just winning all the time, pushing them to the boundaries and all this stuff. So at the end of the time, they're gonna lose interest and in the sport and end up hating to come to training every day. So that's what happens when you like stress them at the young age and put them through like training them so hard and hard each and every day. And kids don't understand the motivation, or they don't have the champions mindset, all these kind of stuff. They just want to enjoy. And we must create an environment where the kids just enjoy being around training, like begin like loving the sport, and they show up for training every day. And if they show up every day consistently, that's the first big win for the parent as well as the coach. That's the first step to being, because consistency is the key to success. That's what I believe in. And now to the second part, which is physically. And grassroots training must be handled focusing on the skills and technique. Like for example, making them to have a good running technique, like good jumping technique, and the skills needed for that particular sport, rather than getting them to do high intensity stuff all of a sudden and every day, each and every day, high intensity load, max load, that kind of stuff. So whatever skills and techniques they train during the young age will be implemented subconsciously. So that will be very nearly impossible to correct that when you cross a certain age. So that's the most important for a long-term run or achievement. And from my experience, without a good grassroots training, you cannot survive in the sports field for a long period of time. I've seen many athletes who did way better than me during the young age. They would lead me with 1 meters, 1.5 meters. They, in the juniors, they were on top. Like when I come to the seniors, they were not in the field at all. They just disappear due to major injuries that they face by taking too much load, and they just retire. So I started at the age of 10, and I had my first state medal at 15, and my first national medal at 16. It took me almost 5 to 6 years after starting. Here now people just expect the kids and coaches expect the students to just win a national medal within just 1 or 2 years of starting the sport. That's one major mistake, and that's completely wrong. And the students can't be winning all the time also. So also due to many unqualified coaches who don't know the importance of grassroots training, they just put them into high intensity training and tremendous load and spoil those kids sports career. At the end of the day, they are gonna just get injured and pain, and they don't turn up to training. Because of that, many talents are getting wasted. So we need patience as a parent, as a coach. It's not about just winning all the time. It's about the participation, the experience, the journey, and most importantly, it's about having a healthy lifestyle and enjoying the sport. That's the most important thing. So thank you. That's what I wanted to say, and thank you for this.
Please, please.
In our curriculum, that what we have developed across for all the sports, across all category, beginner 1, beginner 2, intermediate, advanced levels, every skill that we teach in the school, for each of the skills, we do have a fun element. Because that is how we get back the students for the next session or making them to learn. I have enjoyed 10-week sports education program. So just to give you an example and end with this, if suppose I have to teach a kid, how do I hit a TT ball in the middle of the TT racket and how it goes in the other sides, therefore I see enjoyment. So we create some 30 balloons and each of the kids will be given a TT racket, and in the center of the TT table we create a hoopla. And we ask the kids, can you hit the balloon and make sure that you put it inside the hoopla. The kids don't know how to hit the ball or how to hit the balloon. Then my coach steps in, asks them to hold it on the left arm palm and hit it in the middle of the TT racket. So the balloon goes inside. So what's the learning? You should hit the ball always on the middle of the TT racket. So this is where for every sport, be it dribbling in basketball or for a forehand drive or a backhand drive, all of this we have a certain fun mechanism so that the school students are really enjoying the 10-week sports. Yeah, thanks, sir.
That's a great approach. Sir, would you like to have some last words? Want to conclude?
I would like to first appreciate the effort of Sporting India for having taken this biggest effort to bring this to Coimbatore, because these kind of conferences are generally happening in metros. So that's the last point I would like to leave with, because any such effort has to be encouraged so that they can take it to the next level. So full credits and appreciation to the Sporting India team. Thank you.
So we are done with our panel for now. If you guys have any queries, we will take it up right away. Yes, sir.
As you mentioned about the percentage of government schools and percentage of private schools, it flared up my mind. During the morning session when I delivered my talk, I did mention that 71 sports persons have been given gazetted rank jobs by the government of Bihar. And out of 71, how many are from government schools and how many are from private schools? If you ask me, 100% are from government schools. Right? The problem with the private schools, sorry sir, I know you are from a private school. The boys, the girls, the children who come to the private schools, they belong to an affluent family, upper middle class and rich. They would like to take up sports like tennis, badminton, squash. If I ask the private school children to come and play kabaddi, come and play wrestling, माँ बाप ही बोलते हैं नहीं ना बेटा को चोट लग जाएगा, he will get injured. And even in athletics, today morning I said 9 gold medals for us. Even in athletics, I'm not sure from which school you are, government school or private school, I'm not sure. You're from private school. You are an exception. But most of the kids, even in athletics, are from government school. Right? The private schools are also taking up these games because, one, cricket, people are seeing big money. Yeah. Second, people follow like a herd, madly. Like people, like stock market, if one stock goes up and everybody follows it. Similarly, suddenly, India doing very well in badminton, every school started badminton courts. Absolutely. Right? Yeah. So having said, giving these data, these facts, how are you guys going to work with the government, because you can't expect the same money from the government sector what the private sector schools are going to pay you. Do you have anything which you can scale down and come down so that, boss, real talent is in the government schools, boss. Rural belt. And second thing, I did a survey of the 71 players. When I asked them, why did you take up this game? The first answer was, गांव में दीदी खेलती थी, गांव में भैया खेलते थे. मतलब, in my own village, my one senior person was playing or my didi was playing. And the second answer was, my PT master asked me to play this. And I went again further down to analyze what was the PT master doing. The PT master had played that game. So he had imposed that game on that girl or boy. So the first thing is, kindly tell me if you want to work with me.
Yeah.
How are you going to come down? Number one. Number two, now I mentioned about this PT master. Unless we educate the PT master, upgrade the skills of the PT master, he will impose his own game to the student.
Absolutely.
Right? How are you going to do this?
Yeah. Sir, this question I can answer through projects that we were managing. We worked with the Chhattisgarh government. There are Mahasamud, Kabirdham, Durg. These are the 3 districts that they identified. They want the sports to be implemented in all the government schools. What did they do is, they basically brought in a corporate who was funding the CSR funds. And we signed up a deal for 3 years, and we made sure that the infrastructures were created. For a cricket, we have a proper cricket nets, and plus if there is a basketball court, and then if there is any 3 sports in each of the 35 schools that we have done. 3 years that we have been running the sports education program in Chhattisgarh. So this is another way to make sure that the corporate is also been introducing their CSR funds to be part of such a mechanism to ensure that sports education is evolved. So obviously this requires a lot of top-driven approach, like Anil talking to the CM and making sure there is an NMDC foundation who has the funds because they have the project which we are running and they want to ensure that it has been implemented. But at the same time, the second question, this is one of the projects, and similarly we have in GSFC in Gujarat, we also have the same similar, GSFC had the CSR funds, and they have 6 schools in which they want to run the same sports education program. We are continue to run that program as well. Now, this is where that quite a lot of students have started playing to the district level. Now today some of them are representing the Chhattisgarh state for under 16. So there is a huge amount of potential in the government schools as well. And plus, the government schools do have a playground facility. Out of the 14.89, 11.61 lakhs, close to about 76%, they have a playground. And the second question which you asked me, that PE teachers. So this is, out of the same 14.89 lakhs, do you know how many percentage of schools that we have a PE teacher? Sir, it is just only 31.6%. How do you expect the sports to be really developed? We don't have any coaching institute who can bring the coaches to come and train those kids. Only one NIS Patiala who produces 250 coaches. And today you have a sports bodies who is coming up with the sports certification. And which is again 20 in each state. That's not sufficient. When we are talking about 14.89 lakhs, that much of a sports coach required to make sure that, we create a massive grassroots sports engagement. This is a huge concern, sir. We are also facing, we don't get coaches that easily. It's a very, very difficult task. We go to NIS Patiala, who asks for something, huge amount of salary, or he must have already taken by the government, Sports Authority of Andhra Pradesh, or any other sports. So that's a big concern, sir. We are here to make sure even the coach education also we are willing to do that. but for which obviously there is certain cost because the trainers have to come. We bring in trainers from the abroad. We have all sorts of facilities, but it requires a cost, but that cost needs to be taken by someone. Then we are willing to make sure partner and take this project forwards.
Okay, I got your point, but I think I made my question a bit wrong. Let me ask you, do you go with mindset कि ये 3 गेम मुझको schools में introduce करना है, basketball, football, ये, or you go and research and based upon the talent pool, based upon the geography, the culture, the sports culture, the environment, you design the curriculum, or you go with the standardized curriculum, यही 3 गेम करिए आप इसमें. I just want.
Sir, actually, we do have 23 sports. Whatever sports that you have named, we are there, sir. Morning you showed the sepak takraw sports. In Andhra, we did, sir. We identified a trainer. We had an icon who brought in and made sure that the curriculum was developed. And we also identified coaches through the players and deployed in schools. So we do have that wherewithal. Second point is, sir, every state that when we are willing to work with, we study the state completely in terms of sports. What is their medal contribution, like you said, national games, or even for junior athletic, or even district level, how the sports is being played. And we do a thorough research, and we make sure that if there is popularity of a sports being driven by the government, we go with that, sir. We are not hard bent on pushing all the modern games. Sorry. So we do kabaddi, we do kho-kho, we do handball, we do sepak takraw. All sports, that 23 sports which is part of the Olympic, we are part of the system, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, to conclude with this, even we are also working with almost 16 schools across 3 states, by Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry. As the athlete, his point of view, I think number of sessions need to be included in a week. Okay. So whereas we go for a government schools, so we don't have any restrictions, and we will pick the players and we will take them for whichever the session we want. Whereas in the private school, so I think we will sign the MOM, and that would be like the agreement, like what is the month and the mutual commercial these things. And again, the school management will play the role that this much only the class we will give, you have to play the role. So that too, again, they will focus on the initial clusters, during the initial clusters, and they'll be very serious. Once the cluster is done, and it will be like a normal that, then again, if we are doing or not doing, the least bother. Again, to develop from the grassroots level to top level, again, the school have the beautiful infrastructures. Okay, that infrastructure full-fledged, if you ask that if we are utilizing or not, absolutely no. But again, if school like-minded, again, people has to come forward and encourage the private clubs and again entity, you as a partner, you can come and you produce this much and we will also give the facility. You design your program, then school only can support us because they're the brand. Tomorrow, for example, the 10 gold medalists or somebody in the nationals and state, that is what we can work instead of searching somewhere for CSR and other things. Anyway, school is getting some kind of a decent fees. So from there only, now I can say that out of 16 schools, some schools are really supporting during the scouting level. They will give us, you bring us a top talented. So for 6th standard, 4 seat. 7th standard, 5 seats. Like that, they will allocate the seat. So we will bring the student 100% scholarship. From the grassroots only we will bring. So then the database, the training program, their nutrition, everything will be taken care. 4 or 5 years, if we train, they will be growing and they will also focus on the next level. So by seeing all these questions, this is what I would like to share my experience and those things. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for adding to that. I think we'll close the discussion. Yeah, Franklin, yeah.
Good evening. The question that I had to Mr. Ravi, what I would like to know is what is the ratio, the coach player ratio, the coach student ratio? Because normally we know in a school we have in the classroom 40, 50, 60. So what is the ratio so that ample amount of concentration is given? Like you mentioned table tennis. So putting the balloon into the hoop. So when the coach is showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 probably could be focusing on. The remaining 25, 30 are still not able to focus because they are back at the line. So how do you address that particular issue of coach and the player ratio? Thank you.
So we've been constantly managing 1:30 ratio in schools. One coach versus 30 students. And if there is a section, students which comes about 40, so we take 2 sections divided into 3 sports. Serial number 1 to 20, say sports A, and 21 to say 39 for sports B, and balance sports C. So we ensure we maintain that coach versus student ratio at schools does not go beyond 1:30.
One second, yeah, I'll give the mic to you. And also, this would be the last question. Any questions, you can just take it offline because we have other panels also. I'm sorry about this. Please.
Thank you. So regarding this, we are telling to clusters CBC is conducting. Why I'm talking about CBC? Because last 20 years I have been same field. The clusters we are conducting, again South Zone games we are conducting, again nationals. But after nationals, we have 2 this year they implemented. One is only the private schools can eligible for participated in the CBC schools. But one other things, government sector schools are not allowed to take part in this. So how can that children will come out? The state government also, SGAFI, they are not allowing for the CBC schools. So what is the solution you are going to give for this?
Ma'am, actually, this is, if you look at it, each one has its own board. If you see CBSE board doesn't work with an ICSE board or an IB board. Similarly, a state government has its own way of functioning in any tournaments or any competitions. So as a high level, we can only bring a grassroots sports across uniformity in terms of making them as part of the school subject. We have never brought into a competition how unique needs to be done. That's a separate step that we need to bring in. Because yeah, no, I totally agree. The awareness.
There's a sports authority of India, there's CBC, ICSE board. But what is the solution for the children? They are paying the money and we are teaching and we are bringing the data and the times is waste. But after the first standard, what is the question mark for the children? After 10th standard, 8th standard, whatever the level the children goes, what is the remedy for them? SGFI, only children can go for the Indian team. Now only your people are talking about Santosh Trophy, they will go for represent. Where is the Santosh Trophy? Who will go? The state government conducting the state meet. But after the state meet, the CBC children are not allowed. Then what is the remedy for that CBC children or ICSE board or meditation children?
So in my opinion,
Because I studied 2 years in pure government school in my school days. That time my teacher is brought it into that because I was a player in comedy. Then I changed into athlete because of So till I am continuing with my patient in this field past 25 years. So same way I also want to treat my children in this way. To all should get the same opportunity to bring the children up. So that's why I recommended my children to study. Now the children are doing for MSc Nutrition, sports psychology, physiotherapy and all these things. So I have a good team also. Sir knew about that because I am bringing the children to one platform to give the children for the awareness. So please you can use this platform to bring the children to upgrade their level to that. One more than what you say, that is a really good thing. But we want to bring the children with the fearless and confident. We should go for the emotional bonding only. They will choose the sports and they will hold the sports till they are throughout the life. This is my point, what I experienced.
Thank you, ma'am. I think the points are valid, and sorry, the panel, for the panel, because I just want to add one point, and from what you're saying, things are changing in a very positive way. Children are getting chances because more and more opportunities are created thanks to the private sector coming in and the government initiatives. I think in next few years you're going to see the change, and definitely what the panel is discussing about the emotional bond or the curriculum models and everything are working out. I'm sure there is a model. I think Tmega is one big example for us in what they did in Andhra Pradesh, because I come from the Telugu speaking state, so I know what they did. Unfortunately, things went in a different way, but they did wonderful job. Thank you panel. Thank you everyone. We have a wonderful panel after this, so we just want to conclude this immediately. Any questions, you can take it offline again. Thank you very much.
Okay, so can we have a big round of applause for the panel discussion, because it was a clear-cut explanation about, and thank you for all the questions. So we would like to honor you, sir, with a memento. So I request Mr. Sethuraman from Big Square Technologies to honor our the beautiful team, Grassroots Sports Schools, Mr. Deepan Thangavelu, and we have SN Mohammad Salahuddin, and we have Mr. Ravikumar Srinivasan. Can we have a big round of applause, because it was a very awesome panel discussion. Thank you, sir, once again. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. So next we will move on to the next panel discussion. So for that I request again the Hitesh Joshi for the next panel discussion introduction. Thank you.
Hello. I promise this would be my last session. So this is the most interesting one, also personally to me. So I represent India Khelo Football. So anything related to football is something which brings in the fan within us outside. So the next panel discussion is on Indian football. We'll keep it very positive as to what more can be done for Indian football and how to focus more on grassroots football. We have a star-studded panel today in order to discuss this. First and foremost, I would like to invite Dinesh Nair. He's the founder of All India Football Coaches, but primarily he has been a player, has played for Mohun Bagan, FC Kochi, has represented many states like Goa, Kerala and Bengal. He's also associated with ISL since his inception, being part of Mumbai City FC, and has been currently as an academic director. The next one, thank you for being here, sir, from Mumbai. The next one we have is a multifaceted personality, Dr. B. Ashok Kumar. He is the CEO of an I-League team, Gokulam Kerala. And by profession, he is a veterinary doctor. He is also a pilot. And he's following his passion for football, leading one of the most successful I-League team, Gokulam Kerala. Thank you for being here, sir. We have a very distinguished coach, John, from Karnataka. He is currently with one of the most premier residential academy in India, FC Madras. Most importantly, he is also a B license and C license coach, educator, and a Santosh Trophy winner. John, please come on board. Nice to have you. Lastly, we have Franklin. He is the head of operations at Goa Football Development Council. It's a Goa government promoted company. Please, Franklin, thank you for joining in from Goa specifically for this event. Franklin has been associated with GFDC. It's a very unique organization run by government. They run 35 centers across Goa for football players aged 6 to 12 years old. And the training is provided free of cost, and they feed that talent to the Goan clubs and to the other clubs as well. Before we start the discussion, I would like to play a video, and post that video will inform why that video is being played. So this movie is about the golden era of Indian football and one of the most successful Indian coaches from Hyderabad, S.A. Rahim sir. We played this video over here because it's also sets the tone for a discussion. But most importantly, Dinesh sir over here has been the sports consultant for the movie and the choreographer for everything that you see about football in the movie. And having been few very lucky ones to have already seen the movie, I feel he has done an incredible job. So if you're a football fan, whom in your lifetime hasn't seen Indian football team won much, this movie will string all the chords of your heart and you won't find a single mistake from footballing point of view. So Dinesh sir, thank you for bringing that to life. Thanks a lot. Coming to the panel discussion. So the focus is Indian football. So although I'm representing India Khelo Football, I'll be speaking more from a fan's perspective. I think that's where the topic will get more emotionally connected. Now, in this panel, we'll try to utilize the experience that we have over here on the stage in a more positive light. We already have a lot of noise, and there are a lot of hundreds of podcasters focusing on what is not right in Indian football. We won't add to that noise. Our job would be to keep it more positive and rather move forward as to what the right things can be done, so that actually some takeaways can be taken from this panel, from the experience that we have on the stage. Now, the first question that I would like to put out to the panel, and we can start from John over here, is if there is one thing, so we'll come to the grassroots football later on. I think that is something we all know is where India wants to focus on. And a lot has been said about grassroots football, and a lot needs to be said about grassroots football, but that we'll tackle in the second question. The first question I would like to put across is, one thing apart from grassroots football, apart from grassroots, if you want to focus on, if you get all the power in India to do that one thing for next 5 years, what is something that you'd want to focus on to take Indian football ahead, and why would you want to do that?
Good evening, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank for inviting me here on this platform to talk about Indian football as well as the grassroots. So first thing what I would look in is, I think, the infrastructure. Because the most important thing, what we are lacking, another 5 years, I think, if given an opportunity, I think infrastructure is very, very important. Because India is a very, very huge, vast, and just a few days before I was in Kalyani in Calcutta conducting a course. If you see there are a lot of grounds, and there is a natural grass ground which is not being utilized. Now if you come towards the other side, which I am from Bangalore, there's a scarcity of ground. So these are the very important things which all over India, I think, to promote football And to see the talent coming out of it, I think infrastructure is one most important thing which we need to focus in the coming 5 years.
Awesome. Dinesh sir, if you can have your views.
Yeah, good evening to everyone, and first of all, would like to thank Sporting India and especially India Khelo Football. Thank you for having me here. I think Pani is not here, I think. Hitesh, thank you so much for having me here. I think I would do injustice if I say that's only one thing apart from grassroots football that needs to be looked into to develop Indian football. I think it's a lot of things, and a couple of points were already spoken in the first two sessions that you hosted. Starting from youth, you speak about youth sports, youth football, elite youth, the gap between elite and youth football, that's, you call it the reserve teams or just one before you get right to elite football. Infrastructure, as John said, education, coach education, sports science, tech. I think everything needs to be worked on. If you say one particular thing, I don't think there's any one trip funda that we do this thing and we are sorted. We need to take care of everything, and the most important is data with everything and integrating everything. So needs to be on a single platform where we integrate everything. So whether be you said apart from grassroots football, so it's youth football, creating a platform for them to play continuous competitive matches. Very important. Players should be playing, training in the weekend they should be playing matches, 50, 60, 70 matches a season. So I think all this put together needs to be seriously worked upon, and then we can, and there's one word which I always say is patience. Have a lot of patience. This is not Tatkal passport where you just do something and you've got a gold medal coming in. And especially you're talking of a team sport. In individual sport, at least I do my stuff, I know that I can win a medal. But in a team sport, it's not only me, and especially something like a football. So I think it's a lot of aspects, lot of departments coming together, lot of stakeholders coming together and making things happen.
Perfect. Yeah, Ashok sir.
Vanakkam, Kowe. Thanks for inviting us. Special thanks to Sendil Kumar, who organized this event. I would like to call him Sadhanai Sendil Kumar. Neenga sadhichirukeenga. Romba nandri. What is missing in Indian football? A wonderful topic. When I look at the journey which I had gone through in the last 30 years, in 1996, India ranked 94 in the world. We are in 2023 and we are 117. Backtrack. We cannot afford to do this. Something has gone somewhere, but in my opinion, we need visionaries at the top level. When Sarah said that he had won so many gold medals after going there, he has a vision. When I say vision, it's something which you and I don't see. That is the exact vision. We need people like that. Please understand, we are talking about infrastructure. As you rightly said, we have so many grounds on one place and no grounds in another place. Most of us, we confine ourselves to regionalism. Sorry to say this, but it's happening in Indian football. Say, for example, sir, with great respect to his quest to make Bihar the #1 in sports, every state is aiming at garnering some laurels for its own state. But nobody comes together to bring glory to Indian football. We don't think about India. We think more about ourselves. We think more about being, I mean, I don't want to say this. Everyone should think that we are Indians. And we have so many schemes, we have so many things at the regional level, at the club level, at the state level. But we have nothing at the national level. They may say so many things, but in my 30 years, that's where we are really gone wrong. That's where we are really gone wrong. In this 30 years, Indian team means it's just formed a month back, and then they take part in a tournament, and then they would say that they lost because of this, they lost because of this. We have talent. We have coaches. Times are gone that we have to depend on foreign coaches. Times are gone. There are excellent Indian coaches. I had seen in my journey. There are excellent Indian coaches. But they have to raise their bar. But unless and until you give the opportunity to raise their bar, to raise their level, how will they come up? We need to understand the system. For me, the present system will not take you. Let you have 2047 vision or whatever it is. But the only thing which I expect, I mean, in 30 years, I thought we will be somewhere. Take the case of Japan in 1980. They were nowhere in football map. Where they are now? Why? They have a system. They, as he rightly said, it cannot be done by one individual. It cannot be done by one government. Odisha government is doing so much for hockey. Thanks to Odisha government, the revival has taken place. We were the champions, but we are struggling to qualify now. The same thing shouldn't happen to Indian football. We were in the Olympics from 1948 till 1960, if I remember correct, 4 years in Olympics. But where are we now? Gentlemen, the most important thing is we need a system. These federations, these state associations, I had gone through this for the past 30 years and they haven't done nothing. I'm sorry to say, but it's the reality. We need people to step in. How you make Air India fly? You bring in Tatas, you make Air India fly. Otherwise, the national airline would have been grounded, isn't it? Similarly, we need corporate help. We have so many people. I mean, we say that we have the richest people on earth. Name them 1, 2, 3. They need to come forward. And as an Indian, everyone is after cricket. At least, fine. We are the world champions. It's good. But realize about one thing. In 20 playing nations, you are the champion. But in 200, we are 100, which is much better. Which is much better in my opinion. 200 playing nations. 200 nations are playing football. But to a kid on the street, you just go ask him. You name the Indian cricketers playing 11, he will immediately say, can a kid tell me who is the present Indian 11 that had played in Qatar in the Asian Cup? It's the fate of Indian football now. We need stars. I'm happy in the last 1 decade, the ads that are on the commercials, I see football. I see football. That's a big change. We need to change that. We need to produce stars. We need to produce stars. Still, we are talking only about Baichung Bhutia, I.M. Vijayan, and now Chetri. We need more stars. And We need not have to depend on stars forever. I see the Indian team, the same Indian team for the last 5 years. We depend on so much on, we are not encouraging the youngsters to come up. We are not encouraging the youngsters to come up. So these are the hurdles. I mean, it can go on and on. It's a big topic. However, my humble request is to this forum, we need to bring in more corporate people, and we need to bring more IAS and IPS people into the system to first anchor and stop the slide first. We are slipping from 94 to 17. Then we need to proceed. We need to arise. Thank you so much.
So, good evening to everybody. Vanakkam. I believe I should get some kind of a response. So, Vanakkam from Goa. My name is Franklin, like I've been introduced. So, it's an honor to be with these eminent personalities here. And I'd like to thank Sporting India as well as IKF, two very good friends, Safani and Hitesh. Also my government of Goa and my member secretary, Dr. Geeta, who permitted instantly for me to come over here. So far and above, there are plenty of issues that we could talk about, but let's not get into that. But a few things that from Goa's perspective, we are blessed. I wouldn't deny that. We are blessed with infrastructure. We are blessed with the history of football. We are blessed of coaches, players, and so on. So many times we take it upon ourselves that we should give back what we have. Now, when we were formed, GFDC, we were formed in 2012. Our sole purpose was to have a pool of talent that could serve the clubs that are in Goa, which is from 6 to 12 years. That was the initial vision for the next 5 years. Then the next 5 years, that what we thought is we'll provide this, increase the pool of talent from 3,000, we'll go to 5,000 or 6,000, so that these players could go up to the national teams or to the nearby clubs that are around. So that is what we're trying to do, but everyone knows COVID, and they took us back. So we dropped down. So to get the boys and the girls back onto the ground became a difficulty because studies took priority. So right now we're back. We're trying to get, so we have around 2,500 kids across 35 centers. We have 84 coaches, and we are functioning on a daily basis. So again, we have come back to a pool of talent for 3,000, and our clubs are, the Goan clubs are with all of them. And there are around 15 categories, the Goa Football Association, that, have competitions. And around 2,000 matches are played in the calendar year, or maybe more than that. So what now we're trying to do is we're trying to go one level above in the next 5 years, and that is to try and produce to the, supply the chain to the neighboring states, or else in the next 5 years even to the national team. So what we are trying to do is we have 40 constituencies, so we are trying to set up 40 centers across there. We have 12 talukas, so we will be trying to set up 12 non-residential academies. From the talukas, we are looking at 2 districts, so one north and one in the south, so we're looking at residential academies there. In one center of excellence, that is going to be the central thing. So we are trying to make a pyramid. Now why this talk about a pyramid is we had a similar conference way back in 2016-17. When that point of time, a very eminent personality from FIFA, Jerome Champagne, he was running for the presidency at that point of time. But later he did not run, that was a different scenario. But he came down and he had a very strong point that he made. And he said, Indian football is a stick. There is no pyramid, there is no supply chain, nothing. So that thing stuck into my mind. A stick is something that we have to broaden up and make it into a pyramid. So that is what we are trying to do. We are trying to see that the best facilities that we are having, to try and provide that same facility, what we have done it now for Goa, to try and provide it to the national level as well. So that is what we are hoping to do in the next 5 to 7 years.
Thank you. So what I take away from that question is infrastructure, integration of various points, stars and corporate input, and creating a pyramidal developmental structure is what we need if we want to take some takeaway out of that question from the discussion that we had. And we believe that automatically, like it happened in the 90s with the IT sector, that the minimum the government went into the IT sector to govern it, maximum was the output of it. So that is something which is needed for Indian football as well, where there are many things which are happening on its own. Like multiple things, since we travel to more than 50 cities, villages, there are people who are doing some extraordinary work with limited resources. The only problem is the efforts are getting repetitive in nature at very different level, at very different districts, at multiple times over the years, and that learning is not getting passed on to the others. So from our end, if I have to speak from IQ's perspective, those dots have to be connected as soon as possible, because that is something which will add to a lot of knowledge resource getting created, and that in itself, in minimal governance, a lot of output will automatically come out of it, because sports in itself or football in itself is run by passion. It's not fueled by funds. Passion in itself is much more powerful to bring in change. Coming to the second point or the second query is, of course, the word of the movement for Indian football, which is grassroots. Now, the definition in itself is being debated at various different levels. Many people say you're not into grassroots. Many people say 6 years to 12 years is grassroots. But we'll put those aside. What I want to say is, as soon as we start the topic of what's missing in Indian football, almost 90% of people will start saying, focus on grassroots, focus on grassroots. We know that we have to focus on a grassroots. What we want to discuss and get your diverse views on it, what actually needs to be focused on. So, okay, we understand that the grassroots is something which needs to be focused on, but grassroots mein jaake actually karna kya hai? What needs to be done which will help Indian football, not in 2 years, 3 years, in 5 years or in 10 years, because that's when the output will come from. So let's go in a reverse fashion now. Franklin, you can start, and then we can come slowly down here.
So, like I've already mentioned, the way we have been spread out across the state, that is something that has to be adopted probably at every state. And there's a lot of hand-holding that I think we can do. I'm not saying ours is the best grassroots program, but yes, we had started in 2012. Probably we have a headway. And there will be some correction that we need to do, and someone can always, get into us and says, this is something that you all had not structured it right, let's do it. But what I'm saying, we have made a head start. So any kind of hand-holding that is required, we are always there. Having said that, the most important part is our coaches. We allow the children to play the way they want to play through a structured program that the coaches. So we always allow them a freedom of expression on the field. But many times the coaches that we talking about have a mindset of winning. No doubt, definitely. But when we say about grassroots football, it's about fun football. And I definitely believe it's 6 to 12. I wouldn't want to be beyond that, because that falls into other categories. But what I'm saying is, when we watch matches, every coach looks towards being a Klopp, or you're looking at Stimac, or probably you're looking at Mourinho, and you're asking the kids to do that kind of fullback. There's so much of extra tactics that are involved, directions that are being given, that they forget that they are children who are here to learn, make errors, and play. And that is how they're going to probably learn. So when we less evaluate the kids, we evaluate more the coaches. So many times we ask the coaches to be calm down, settle down, to see that you have to come at the level of the child, to talk to them, to make them understand. You have to be a child to also understand their perspective. And many a times we find the coaches being able to do that kind of a job. Now, the kids, how are they going to be also learning? Only through competitions. But many a times we just say that competitions. In Goa, there's a lot of competitions. But after an error in a competitive match, do they go back and rectify that error? Suppose it's an heading and he has not headed the ball. He's headed back to the goalkeeper and there was a strike over there. Was that rectified? If not rectified, he's going to do the same thing the next moment again. So that is what we are saying. Have competitions, plenty of competition, but when there is an error, you need to come back to your drawing board and rectify it. And that is where tech is going to be playing a huge role, because then you can show them what is there. And that is something also which we are trying to introduce, we are trying to look forward, but many of them are not even able to grasp it easily. They want to stay away from tech because it's an additional responsibility in which they are trying to shy away with. And coming to also the academies that are there. If you go to the AIFF website, accredited academies or clubs that we say, I found a handful of, I think below 100 was the count. So you may have the 3-star rating, 2-star rating, 1-star rating. But many a times, what I feel is they have to handhold the other club or an academy, which is very nearby, to help them getting that accreditation. That helps them to fall in place, fall in line what we are trying to, but that is not happening. So we need to find handholding. Like I said, Goa's looking to maybe handhold Maharashtra, or, use their expertise for us, or probably with Karnataka and get their expertise for us. So similarly, even the clubs that are there have to handhold. Right now, around 6-7 are there which are having in Goa the accreditation, and some of them are very surprisingly 1-star. So that has to elevate to 2. That is going to be happening only if the previous club who's having a 2-star rating handholds. So we have to avoid having any competitions when it comes to togetherness, when it comes to accreditation. Let's try to elevate each one so that everyone gets an equal playing platform. That's what I would have to say.
Hello. For me, grassroots, I would say that when you clearly look into the definition of a grassroots, it's anything other than professional in football, anything other than elite in football, it's grassroots. See, in India, especially those who are into football, we are facing the most greatest challenge, the challenge of challenging cricket. You understand? So we need to have a solid root. Our base should be strong. So we need to popularize football. I tell you one thing, football is a product which is known to the world. But in India, we are unable to market it. A product that is known and understood by the whole world, we are unable to we are unable to sell it. But at the same time, cricket is struggling to go beyond 20 countries. Cricket is being played only among those countries where cricket is being played, whereas football is playing all over the world. See, this grassroots, in my opinion, should be taken up at every stage, at the school stage, at the club stage, at the university, college. Everybody should concentrate on this grassroots. For me, I'm confined to a professional club. I didn't have much exposure as the panelists have, you understand? My sphere is very limited. But within that limited sphere, from the club point of view, I would say there are two different kinds of routes, like how you have, I would say, the adventitious roots, which holds the tree together, which supplies the nourishment. We need to concentrate more on the academy level, right from under 10 to 16. But at the same time, I need to popularize my game. So we have opened about 15 soccer schools. There are 14 districts in Kerala. And we are now concentrating on each and every district, and we have started soccer schools in each and every area. See, these soccer schools not only give me an opportunity to interact with that particular district, but it also gives me an opportunity to watch the talent that comes out of that district. It is something which I need not have to go search, I need not have to conduct a trial, because when you have more soccer schools under your own club, you will come across good talents. At the same time, when you see the other side of it, we need to improve on this. We need to conduct more tournaments or other things to attract differently abled persons, to attract veterans. When I conduct a soccer school, I will see that the parents take part in it. Every annual day, I make a small tournament for the parents to get involved in it. This is where, all your report card, the data exchange, everything, and then, the soccer school which had a strength of 20 or 30, the very next year, it goes to 40 and 50. It grows. That's how we can popularize football. We need to popularize football. At the same time, we need to concentrate on this grassroots level programs from the coaching point of view. It is something which has been neglected. I was with Indian Bank for about from 87 to 2007, 20 years, but I never had a grassroots program. I never felt that it is required. But the moment I shifted from Indian Bank to Pune FC, I felt there is a need for grassroots program because the cost of the players, professional players, it was huge. It was huge. Then we came out with the idea of nurturing players in our own academy, and you wouldn't believe, within 3 years, the players' budget came down to 60%. From 100%, it came down to 60% because it acted as a nursery for my club. That was huge, which made our owners to allot a separate ground for the academy. You understand? That is how football needs to go. And I'm proud to say, at the moment, you all see ISL, and I see 5-6 players who had been in the Pune FC academy system or playing in each and every club as a professional player, earning more than 1 crore. This is how, when it can happen in a club, it can happen in a state, it can happen for India also. With this, I hand over the mic. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I would like to say that it's an overused word from the past couple of years, grassroots. And everyone speaks about it, but nothing is done. We all need to understand, which I keep always saying, that firstly, we need to understand that every child who plays any game won't end up becoming Sachin Tendulkar, Lionel Messi, or PV Sindhu. First, we need to understand that. Secondly, what we need is, it takes, it's an old saying which says, it takes a village to raise a child. Similarly, it takes a country to develop a world-class winning team. And that means every stakeholder working together, integration of all departments, of everyone, is what will give you the end result. Now, if you ask me, and a very good stats by, in the earlier discussion about the number of schools that are there, you said 14 lakh plus, right? If I'm right. Yeah. So, I think that's where the key is. Yes, there are clubs, there are academies, I think, but a child gets, be it, play school, pre-primary, that's where he gets introduced to a sport. Of course, this depends on the culture, the area the child comes from, the locality, multiple factors, right? But I think that's where it is introduced. So, now coming back to, so is there a policy in place where sports is in school? If there is sport is in the school, are there PE teachers in the school? If there is a PE teacher in the school, is the PE teacher trained to understand children? And primarily we need to understand grassroots is not about creating elite players. Let's make this very clear. Grassroots, it's about introducing child to a sport and making that child fall in love with the sport. He might not even end up playing that sport. Or he might start with football, end up in cricket. So I think too early, we are getting too early in terms of, identifying, he's a good football player. He's only 7. He might become a boxer. or he might become an athlete. So I think that's important, working on their motor skills, working on all of those. I think that's important. And in the process, yes, you need professionals. Now, where do you need the PE teachers to understand what is talent identification? To understand that, does this child has the capacity? Or does this, it's very easy to identify an elite player. वो तो इतना रन बना दिया क्रिकेट में, अच्छा प्लेयर है. But now you're looking at a 7-year-old and thinking, ये 10 साल बाद प्लेयर बनेगा क्या? So, so educating all our stakeholders, including parents, PE teachers, district association, state, I think capacity building is important. Going right to schools, 14 lakh, huge number. And depending on the area, the district, the village, introduce that sport. Now that, I think they're already doing some great work, if you have data. And with all that, so there's coach education, PE teacher education, creating competitions, and not competitions traveling from Kerala to Kashmir to play one match. Competitions in their vicinity where they don't have to carry too much, and use tech. Important. Everything has to be backed by tech, where there's data, there is analysis. Also, there is sitting at a central station. You should know that Kashmir mein kaun sa ek player hai who's 7-year-old, how is he playing? Going back to Kerala mein 10-year-old, what's his progress? How many matches he has played? How many goals he scored? So I think if we calculate all that, I think putting everything together is what will work. Just doing one, yes, but as stakeholders, everyone is chipping in, and you rightly said, I've also traveled a lot, and I've seen some people doing some amazing work. I mean, I know people who work 24/7, and their hard earned money they put into sport. Some people are not married. They've, literally married the sport. We can't even think of doing. We are very lucky what some of the people in rural areas, cities are doing. So I think that is important. And just to speak about the grassroots philosophy, so it's very confusing. So there's a philosophy which says any player who is not into elite sport, rightly said, is grassroots football. Whether be it disability, blind football, amateur football, it's all grassroots football. Another philosophy says that 6 to 12 years is grassroots football. So I think we don't need to get into those details, but it's about how we can reach, and I think the best way today to reach is schools, getting there, getting the policy in place, getting identifying which area, what sport needs to be put in, and wherever football is there, #1 sport in the world, so I'm sure we can do a lot. Getting the PE teachers there or coaches there, let the child start playing, identifying talent, getting the best with the best, and then it's a long drawn process. And I think that's the way forward. And of course, two things, using tech and integrating everything.
Yeah, Hitesh, I think before I could talk, I wanted to put a video there.
Super. Good, Regina.
Celebration.
Good.
Sounda. Unna sounda.
High five. Good job. Super. Okay, இப்போ யாரு 5 கோல் அடிக்க போறா? Very good. Ready நீங்க? கோல் அடிக்க கூடாது. சரியா? சைடுல அடி.
Okay, just to try to give an hint, because this is a school which is in a rural area, and this is the first time they are trying to play this game. So trying to see where we can promote and how we can promote. And if you see, there are a lot of, you can see that concrete path. That is the only place which is level. If you see the other side, it has not been maintained. So we are trying to see how we can try to develop grassroots. Going into the community, trying to see to that how we can put this game into them. And also see to that even those small little kids, they are so fascinated by seeing the ball first time. So what I mean to say is grassroots, as all my panelists spoke about, it is not only who are non-professional, but again, if you see the people who are really want to become professional, the grassroots plays a very, very vital role. Because when I say vital role, if the base is not so strong, looking into the detail part, if you see, I have divided into 3 parts. If you see the school, the community, and the clubs. Now, if you see into the schools, now what we have spoken earlier about whether the PE teachers know about the game, whether they are able to give some kind of a hint about football. That is the reason now, if you see in coach education, we have made a D license course where a physical education teacher can take up this course so that he can teach this game to the kids. Now, how far he can teach there and how much of time has been spent in the school. And again, the parent, if they are really focusing on the kids' development in this sport, how they are trying to get into the club and maybe whatever the period in a week or maybe the classes in a week, they want to focus to come into the professional. Now again, looking into what we spoke about 14 lakh schools and how are we trying to see to that in that 14 lakh schools and even in the government schools, which I've just shown about that Panchayat school. So now we are trying to go deeper into it, finding out whether there's a raw talent which we can get into the mainstream line to highlight that, or maybe to execute to the national team. That's our focus. And again, most of the states all over India, we are, if you ask about maybe different states are conducting about baby league. That is new, and because we are trying to see to that base is needed for them to play more matches. And as we progress, I think most of the states, if they do, I think we will try to see to that the talent will improve in another few coming years.
Thank you. So what I take away from here at grassroots level, and that's based on our experience as well, that when you come at grassroots level, as rightly said, Dinesh sir, and what I see, so that happiness when you ask them to celebrate, that is something which, that's the first point of falling in love with the sport. Right? That they can have fun with football is the starting point. So that's how that gets introduced within schools. When that fun starts, and when the parents know that unka bachche ko football khelna acha lag raha hai, and they are liking it, they are loving it, then a small community of football moms, football dads form, because they start meeting regularly to play. And then later on, once they keep playing, they love the game, they start seeing, they want to see the game in stadium, that's when the fan following for the club start. And then later on, few of them would know that they are good enough. So then an academies like you come where you provide that specialized training. So what happens is, when basically that happens, you know that there are clubs over here like Gokulam Kerala and Mumbai City who's ready to take them. So it's a very natural progression for players, even though somebody who is not taken up by FC Madras and later on, if suppose after reaching that level is not taken up by clubs like Gokulam Kerala and Mumbai City, at least the sport has a very loyal audience with them. And that is the most important for the sport, and that I think that's how the grassroots development would happen. And what I took away from the whole discussion was that.
I would just want to add something on this about, rightly said, when a child falls in love with the game. Also football two things I would like to state here is you don't need a huge infrastructure. You need a full-size pitch, or you don't need a artificial turf or a natural turf. You can play it anywhere. You play it on the road, you can play on a basketball court, you can play it in a quadrangle. Yeah. That is one. Second is also, a child who plays, now there's a very wrong concept with PE teachers and coaches that child who plays can't study. So वो खेलता है वो पढ़ता नहीं है. So और जो पढ़ता है वो खेलता नहीं है. So I think we can use sport for the child to study, and trust me, the children who play will study better, and the children who are educated will play better. Right. And now per se, we four are in your class. You are a PE teacher, and we love playing one sport, football. And out of this, me and him, we both don't study. Yeah. You only have to tell us that don't come to play from tomorrow if you don't study. Yeah. We'll sit and study and do our homework because we want to play. Yeah. So that's the power of the sport, and in grassroots, if rightly done, a lot of values can be instilled, and we can create responsible citizens and good human beings. I think that's important. It's not only about medals and kitne jan ko medal milta hai, but grassroots, the base is huge. Yeah. Where that's the biggest base. If we were looking only on targeting those champions, you're messing up careers or lives of 95 or 99%, because only 1% will become elite players. So I think grassroots, that's very important.
Yes. Rightly put up. Hitesh, I have a quick question, if that is fine. Yeah, that's okay. This is to the panel. So I think it's a very good discussion. I think it can go much deeper, I'm pretty sure. And when the panel just started, my son called and I told, I'm in this conclave and there is a panel like this, and he was so excited because he himself is a footballer. And my question is, like, today in India, there is no lack of infrastructure. Yesterday we were discussing the same topic, and there is no lack of players, coaches, certified coaches, I can say, even the referee panels or anything. But still there is some, I can say, how would I put it, a small essence which is missing in the whole set of ecosystem. The whole football ecosystem I'm talking about. Because there is some, I feel there are some pointers which are missing, which is not actually growing the sport, which has to like grow, probably compete cricket in somewhere or other, which is not happening. Grassroots is strong. The pro level is going very well. And India, of course, like the results, I'm not concerned about the results, but at least the participation is there. What do you think as a panel, as an expert here, what do you think is that one tinge of that essence which is missing in the whole ecosystem, and how do you think we can set that right?
Anybody you want?
I hope you understood my question.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, of course. But again, coming back to the first question that Hitesh asked, that's not one single mantra. If you ask me one single mantra to create a player, that would be the easiest thing to do. We'll say, do this and we are in the World Cup. So we need to do everything, and that's what exactly my answer was in the first place, that we need to do everything. And just to give you some context of, you said our grassroots is good, grassroots football is good. I think in India, how many coaches do we have in all? Licensed coaches? 10,000. No, not de-licensed. I'm saying, okay, 10,000. In India, we've got around 10,000 coaches, is that we have. Japan has almost 1 lakh. That's the gap. Licensed coaches. So when the gap is massive, and try and understand, it's a chicken and egg story. Now, if you need a coach, you need an instructor. To become an instructor, you need to be coaching for so many years, and then you become a C license instructor. From there you become a B, from there you become an A, from there you become a pro. So that it has a period that you need to go through. So I think, yeah, that is one of the pillars. Coach education is one of the pillars. Creating competitions is one of the pillars. Like our friends, we had a great session on tech. That is one of the pillars which needs to integrate everything. Then creating competitions. So I think it's all put together is what will work. I think it's not, and I think also understanding and not expecting too early. Like every parent wants their child to become Lionel Messi. Cricket bat pakada to Tendulkar. So that we need to understand, yes, but at the same time, at what where to push, when to push. Education plays a very key role. Educating parents, educating, as I said, all stakeholders. District association, state association, coaches, federations, clubs, everyone needs to understand. As I said, it's an entire country. Everyone needs to work together, and rightly said, a lot of people are working, duplicating a lot of things. So can we, get everything together, systems and very shared about Belgium football and so can we get everything together? Can we sit together? Can we brainstorm and put systems and policies in place where, the government also needs to step in. It's multiple stakeholders need to come in. If we need to go there, and we need a lot of patience. We can't compare it to another sport.
And connecting the dots end of the day, I think all dots had to be connected somewhere.
Yes, I think it's all dots have to be put in place to. Future is bright because I'm talking of Mumbai, Maharashtra now. I live there, so almost Saturday, Sundays I go and watch. The amount of matches the children now are playing, you will be amazed. Children are playing 40-50 matches. I'm talking of 7-8-year-olds are playing 40-50 matches a year. And I go and watch them play. Some of the kids or some of the teams are playing, they're playing football that I wouldn't even think of playing that in my playing days. Where they're building up from back and they're dribbling and they're shooting, communicating. Things are changing, but we need a lot of patience. And I think we're on the right track.
Yeah, and Dinesh, as a Hyderabadi, I felt so happy looking at the trailer. Congratulations for being part of the Maidan movie. Yeah. I'm definitely looking forward, and I'm going to show this movie in my club to all the kids of all age groups, because as a Hyderabadi, even I feel the goosebumps now. So as a Hyderabadi, we keep talking about Mr. Rahim to our kids. That's one of our theoretical lessons which keeps happening in our club very regularly. And I'm so proud. I'm so happy and looking forward for the movie. Congratulations.
Can I just add something on? For me, it was a circle going round. So in 2017, when I launched the Association of Indian Football Coaches, along with Thangboy Singto, Derek Pereira, Sanjay Sen, I am Vijayan, and when we launched, I organized the first AIFC conference. I had Rahim Saab's photo along with Alex Ferguson, Pep Guardiola. I put Rahim Saab's photo and PK Banerjee and all the. You won't believe me. They were all coaches there. 80% coaches didn't know who he was. Forget normal Janta, no. And he was way. I don't want to disclose the story, but he was way ahead of his time. What he did then is what teams are doing right now.
So, Karthik, yesterday we were having this discussion, the connecting of the dots. So, multiple stakeholders, like our panelist Dinesh has said here. So, it is just not one factor, but I'll just tell you about Goa, how we do it. So, when JFDC was formed, we were having only a sole purpose, that will be facilitating. We will not enter into a competition structure, because anyways we have a body that is GFA, the Goa Football Association. So, we didn't want to have any kind of a duplication. So we saw about creating players and facilitating to the clubs. GFA had the sole responsibility of having a competitive structure wherein they would be playing, and that's what they're doing. So we are having that kind of a tandem where we are working upon. So similarly, like Hitesh also was saying, there's a lot of duplication happening. So similarly, if we can, like there is now from Kerala, we have Madras, we have Mumbai, Goa. So if we can set it around, we can. And this can be continued further on, where we can exchange ideas and find where's the gap that is there. I think we can definitely find a solution. Otherwise, all 4 states are doing the same repetitive thing, wherein that gap is being missed out. So what we are missing out, I'll definitely be able to learn from them. And what we have been trying to do, maybe I can share it with them. And one more thing I'd like to really add with what Dinesh was saying, makes me really happy, is if we were all students here and you were a PE teacher, we would definitely listen. So I always tell our coach one thing: you are the foster parent when it comes to, forget for foster parent, you are the actual parent for that matter, because the child will not listen to the mother and father, bhaji khana hai, or vegetable habit, wash my shoes, socks, that's never happening. A coach says, tomorrow I want your shoes to be cleaned, socks should be washed by yourself. Next day, the parent calls up, sir, what have you done? Coach, what you have done? He's doing by himself, he's not allowing me to do it. So that is the impact that a coach normally gives over there. So that
education, if a coach is going to tell you that you have to study, that is the only solution for him, that he has to play and he has to study. Otherwise, without play, there won't be study, and without study, there won't be play. So I hope I've been able to touch upon what you've been speaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll two things I would like to add.
Sorry, please.
Hello. In my days, we were following Russian football system. Okay. And then Bob Houghton came and we followed English football system. And then Koeman came, we followed Holland. When are we going to get the right type of football for India? We are still experimenting. The essence, I tell you, we have, as he said, you mean to say among these 10,000 coaches, when the whole world is looking at India with regard to IT sector, similarly, definitely we have the IQ and the intelligence to manage an Indian team. He was talking about golden era, 1948 to 1960. Who was the coach? Was it an Indian or was it a foreigner? I mean, we have to stop this. We have to stop this. We need to learn. We need to learn from them. I do agree. We need to learn from them. I had gone through this phase wherein discipline is one aspect in which we failed. And the other aspect is, whenever I question this to any one of the official from AFF, no, we had been slaves to a white man, and only when the white man comes, the boys will fall in line. That's wrong. But we have certain negative things within our coaches. If the coach, if he is going to be as the head coach, and if his assistant coach had played under him or with him in an Indian team, when the assistant coach comes late, is okay with it. When the assistant coach does something wrong, he is okay. This emotional attachment is more in Indian football. This, we have to strike it. When you conduct trials, I receive 50, 60 calls for recommendation. This system, I don't think it will be there in any other country other than India. Everyone will call, Ashok, my son is coming. I have a MLA's son coming, MP's son coming. What's all this? I'm going to conduct a fair trial to see who's good in talent, who's skillful. These, fundamentally, we have to change all this. Only then football will take off. Thank you.
I have one last question. So, being in Coimbatore, I have traveled to FIFA. I have watched semi-finals. And when the distance between Coimbatore and Kerala is just 30 kilometers, when I crossed the border, every street was having a banner. So do you guys think we should do more PR on fetching all banners, all promoting stars in Indian football?
No, this is something, with regard to fans, I think we will be touching on that.
Our next question is on that only. I think what we can do is, let us discuss that and then we'll come back to his question then.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think much of it will get resolved over there and we'll save some time.
Sure.
So, of course, so the next question is from the commercial angle. Of course, we know cash is king. Unless and until investment comes in, it will become very difficult, or it will take a lot of time to take the sport ahead. So what I wanted to touch upon is, we see, it's a fundamental of business that if there is a demand, then automatically investments come in. That is very fundamental of any business, irrespective of any sector. In 2018, there was this report published by Star Wars that there are more than 180 million football fans who follow European football or some form of football here and there. Even if that number is 50% correct, there is good 100 million players 100 million people who follow football. And so what I wanted to point out is, there is no doubt that football is not popular in India. in many cities and many villages we go to, it's much, much popular than cricket over there. And we say that with certain confidence because in the last season where we covered 58 cities, we went to certain regions where we had absolutely, we were okay with 20, 30 players turning up, and each of those areas, be it tribal areas of Naxal affected area of Maharashtra, be it tribal areas of Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, or some other region, other states, we had to close down our registrations 2 weeks, 3 weeks in advance. Now we are very, this is something which we now believe that there is the number of kids who play football, a number of players who follow, number of people who follow football in India is much, much higher than any statistics can show to us. So what I'm coming to is, there is demand. But as the business fundamentals say, if there is demand, then why does the investment does not flow into football? That is one thing, because it wouldn't defy the fundamental principle of business, right? The one thing that we understood is that demand is something is not tangible in nature currently because it's not on a single platform. It's completely divided. Although there are more than 100, 150 million, whatever that number, it's a huge number. That number currently is not concentrated on one, although it's concentrated on one sport, but it's not concentrated on one single platform, which makes it difficult to monetize Indian football. Having said that, my question to you is, how do we bring that demand together so that the investment starts flowing in? And where do we target it to? So, although it's a very broad-minded question and there is some form of answer which I'm providing, but I wanted to get your views into it because only then we'll have a lot of ammunition to actually tackle the problems which we discussed right now. You know? So, I'll start with you, John, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, Hitesh, as you said, when we think about the commercial point of in football, I think first of all, as you said, 1.8 number which they are following, right? So if you see there, they are more prone to the European or maybe the EPL or the Spanish league because they are getting that kind of a media kind of a highlight of the live matches which is happening in different angles. That is very important because if you see now in I-League or maybe ISL, you can see only few cameras which has been highlighted. Now leaving aside about how the highlight of the matches. Now again, now the ISL clubs, I-League clubs, they are pumping in so much of money into it. Okay, what is the return for them? So they can do it for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years after that. But unless or until if there is something which has to come back, then only they think about putting in. That is one. And also again, now if you see what is the other support they get, the teams or the owners who are pumping in so much of money, is there any kind of thing which they are having some kind of a return? If you see now comparing with cricket, I think some of the clubs are making 600 crores for one season, that is 1 year. So they are maybe investing around 100 crores and taking 600. So that is the difference between the sport which I can just compare with. But football, I think we need to still see good maybe marketing kind of a thing. I don't know what it is, but from my, as a coach, I think this is what yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think I answered a part of it in the second question where I think integration is the key. If we can get everything on a single platform where we know that if a child is 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, we start playing in any part of the country, and if that's on a single platform, and then the child plays matches, etc., which of course needs to be done from the government or from the federation. But unfortunately, the way the structure is, the federation can enter clubs through associations. I mean, the entire structure. But if you can get into that and get everyone on a single platform, that is, I think, something which can be worked out. But for that, I think capacity building is the key, where whether the government or be it the federation, state associations need to take that effort to go in and try to, I mean, it's a top-down process where you, in terms of is educating everyone. See, at the end of the pyramid or end of the chain, that person also should benefit. So unless that doesn't happen, they're not going to put in data or they're not going to put in things for you. And as a corporate also or as a private player also, you can't go and do all the work you need. But if sitting here, I know that someone in Andaman will do something and will put in where he's also, you know, he might end up getting a piece of the cake. Why won't he do it? So I think getting capacity building, making stakeholders understand, making everyone responsible, making everyone part of the system is important. Like, you know, in India, of course, now there is a benefit, but I don't know how many clubs are following that a player, if a player has come from X academy, even after 5 years, 10 years, the grassroots academy training composition, grassroots academy still benefits if he signs a big, and one big star, their entire academy is ordered for life. So I think if the entire ecosystem, if the entire thing comes on one platform, we all, you know, come together. I don't know how this can happen. I think it's a lot of brainstorming needs to be done. But if that can happen, then we have something to show. That's what the number is, and this is where it is. Because the elite football mein itna hi rahenge. 10 till 12 team, it might go to 15 teams, 20 teams. Usse zyada kya hoga? So 20 team into so many players. But if you, that's what I said. Okay, yes, we've got Mohun Bagan playing, we've got East Bengal playing, we have Kerala Blasters, Manjapada fan base. We are talking of 14 million schools, so many parents going, and when it's grassroots football or grassroots sport, parent takes the child. So your mother and father, so your fan is like every school, imagine the number of you, that's where we need to reach. That's where the number of fans, those are fans. Because if we talk of fans, because in cricket, what's happening after India won the World Cup, everyone is a cricket fan. It's not that only players who play. Now kya hota hai? Okay, there is a small fan group and they try building up, or his brother is playing, someone is playing, we become fans. But unless we go there, and see, let's be realistic, we're not going to win the World Cup in the next few years. Yeah, let's be realistic. Now what can we do? Can we create parents as fans? Now how do we do that? We need to use, of course, first is capacity building, education, creating a platform where the children are playing, then using tech. And I think Madam here also has a great platform where, you know, introducing interest in, I mean, you know, all these, I think it's a great platform where everything comes together, and how do we create interest, and of course then there's data to back it up. And this is week in, week out. It's not that arey ho gaya, nahi, week in, week out, every Sunday, every Saturday, every Sunday. I think if that's the way forward.
Talking about investment, it is how these investors get attracted to the game, which is more important for us. It's a great story for me in Kerala. Within the last 6 years, whenever I approach a person for sponsorship, 2018, okay, I approach, they all say, if it is cricket, please come. If it is football, I'm ready to invest, but do I get my mileage? Do I get my mileage? I used to say, sir, when it's been broadcasted, there is live telecast, the stadium, you can have your banner. And then he said, yeah, I'd been to the stadium and I hardly see a few thousands. And I'm not happy with that. Then I sit with my owner and I speak to him about this. 4:30 match. The footfall is hardly 1,000 to 2,000. Then we experimented on a 7 o'clock match under floodlights. But you have to spend 1 lakh more for floodlight. In that, you get 8 to 10,000. Then the ticket sales is easily, it is able to cover the floodlight cost. But I invite all these people whom I approached. I give them a VVIP ticket, bring them, they watch, and the very next day, I get 2-3 checks, each 5 lakh. See, everyone, he doesn't throw money. In banking terminology, there is one thing like throwing good money after bad money. Throwing good money after bad money. If one is going to be a defaulter and if you keep on treating him as a sick unit, then revival, nursing, all these things doesn't help. So here we see that one is the fan, the number of fans. And the second thing is the prime time. The prime time, I would say 7 to 9 is the prime time. We need to have that, of course, ISL and also a Saturday and Sunday. We need to have these matches either on a Saturday or on a Sunday. It all, see, with that, I was able to improve up to 32,000 for a match against Churchill Brothers, Goa. That's the present record I have. So, it's all about selling your product. 2019, we win Durand Cup. My sponsorship in the 2018, it was hardly 50 lakhs. Total sponsorship from many people. But after winning the Durand Cup, the very same year, it gets doubled. I get sponsorship more than 1 crore. 2020-21, we win the I-League Championship, 2.5 crores. Again, 2021-22, we win the I-League Championship. The sponsorship level goes to 4 crores. But now, we are second in the table. Last year, we finished third. Immediately, the sponsors, oh, what happened? You had been the champion team. It's not all that easy to be a champion all the time. You understand? But they expect you to perform. They expect you to be in limelight. That's very important. We have to be in limelight. Football has to be in limelight. We have to bring football to limelight. Only for the right reasons. Exactly. As he said, it is not the right way. We have to do the right thing. We need to do the right thing. So this bringing in fans, I think Madam will be able to tell more about it. I tell you, it's very easy to say, thanks to the 12th man there on the stands. But I tell you, they are the backbone of your club. They are the backbone of your club. And I would say, especially with football, they are the backbone of football. If at all Indian football should go up, it should be the fans. It should be. The fan following should increase. When he says when we can watch World Cup, I mean, it's an international stage where everyone would like to see. You understand? And that's another negative thing that has happened, I would say. They had seen the best of football on the television, and they expect the same football to be played by a country, which is their own country, which is ranked 100. What bloody football they are playing, yeah. That they are. It's not so. You have to encourage. The people should stand with our team. When the cricket team is playing, I see the whole stadium is full of blue. That same thing should happen for football also. We need fan following. That's the most important thing, wherein the government, the federation, everyone should work on it. In a small way, I just worked. You know, I was just thinking why we are not getting the fans. I have 10 soccer schools within Calicut. Each soccer school has got more than 30 kids. I call them. Did all these 30 kids come for the match? No, sir. You're missing 300. Why don't you give VIP passes to all the kids' parents? 300 into 2. 600. Easily 600 plus 300, 900. We need to think. We have our own schools. Gokulam Public School in Calicut with a strength of 800. Why these kids are not coming? Go invite them. Give them, if the ticket is 50, you say that for a student we will give 25 rupees. All these things worked. All these things worked. But when it comes to February and March, all these kids, they study. You can't. You can attract them even with free tickets, they will not come. Even if they want to come, the parents will not allow them. I'm having empty stands in February and March. These things, it should be studied by the association or the organizers of I-League. And, it's not only in Kerala, it must be there everywhere. Leave alone Calcutta. Calcutta, they are die-hard fans of Mohan Bagan and East Bengal because they have 100 years of history. You understand? But our club, which was just started in 2017, in 6 years' time, we have performed. We have 2 men category I-League championship and 3 IWL women's championship. We have won. That made the club popular. But when just popularizing the club is not good enough for the sponsor. The sponsor requires whether your IWL is being broadcasted, he will ask me. Whether there is live stream, I want to watch. Whether I can have the runabouts. Are we getting those mileage? We need to look into all this. There is a sea change, which I had seen, especially with ISL coming up. It's going up. But it should not stop with ISL alone. It should percolate. In USA, soccer, inter-university soccer is being shown live in USA. Inter-university soccer is being shown live, commercially. When that can happen in USA, why not in India? Coverage, media. Another thing is, when I give the results to the people from media, they will always say, oh sir, IPL is going on and the first 2 pages are for IPL only. I can go for the other page in a small way. I mean, whatever efforts you take, you take 2 steps forward, these things bring you 1 step backward. We need support from everybody. And unless and until all those who are passionate about football, if they can I'm very happy that, especially when I came to know about IKF, and I went to the final trials in Delhi. It was amazing. It was amazing. The talent scouting is something which is also an essence that is missing in Indian football. When I saw a boy at the age of 13 on the streets playing, I go beg their parents, even though the parents are from the slum area, because they are not ready to leave that boy with me. I go beg them. I'll take him to Pune. I'll make him a big footballer. I bring him, and you wouldn't believe, at the age of 23, he played for India. His name is Dhanapal Ganesh from Chennai. So, if I had missed that boy on that day, I used to think, if I had missed that boy on that day, what would be his present position? I had another obstacle. The moment I select him and he plays for India under 19, and the moment he turns 18, Everyone in Chennai, ICF, Southern Railway, Audit General Office, everyone were customs, everyone were ready to give him a job. But where were you people when that fellow was in his 13 and 14? Did you nurture him? No. But I have to fight with that mother. Mother is saying, my son is getting 8,000 rupees job now, and my husband is earning only 3,000 rupees, 100 rupees per day he is earning as a painter. And at this point of time, when the rain comes, the whole hut where we are living is pouring, and I have to put vessels, bucket everywhere in order to see that my kids sleep. In such a position I am, and you are not allowing my kid to join an government job at 8,000 rupees. I tell the mother, Madam, you do not know how much is there in professional football now. I'm going to make your son earn 8 into 12 months is 96,000 rupees in a year. I'm going to make your son earn more than 1 lakh per month. Please allow me to go. Allow me to take him back. And with a lot of fighting, I was able to succeed. But I promised the mother one thing. He is only 18 now, and before 26 years, I will see that he is put in a government job, and today he is working for income tax. Today he is working for income tax, even after you have to unearth these diamonds and you have to cut them for them to shine. This is what Indian football requires now. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Franklin, quickly, we need to.
So I'll just, in just two statements, like our panelists were talking about stakeholders, so the club academies, then we're talking about the association federations, then we're talking about the local government and the central government, media, fans. If we all come together, definitely investments will follow. But very important, we have to not go to the investment what we are seeking, what they are seeking from the other side. Many a times we go and say, sir, we'll give you this. This is the crowd, this is the mileage. But sometimes the brands don't want that. The brands want activation, they want awareness, they want something different, a storytelling. Can we give that? So many times our proposals just stay flat because this is what we want. But we have to get to know what they want also. So if you look from their perspective, then definitely you're going to get investments. Others again will have the same model on the jersey, billboards, but then a lot of storytelling that is happening now. That is what I think a lot of brands are following. So that is where I think I'll conclude this statement of mine. Thank you.
Thank you everybody. We had a very intense discussion. It went all for long. So I'll conclude this session. I thank all of you for traveling. We have some from Goa, Kerala, Mumbai, Chennai over here. So thanks a lot. We had a fruitful discussion. Possibly something, we'll put out something what we discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, team. So once again, thank you so much for this amazing panel discussion and talking about the whole concept and where it is and how it is, and also they are explaining all the questions and the answers. And thank you so much, team. So we would like to honor the team as well. So for that, I invite Mr. Anand from Sporting India team. So can we have a big round of applause? So we would like to honor them with a memento. First we have Mr. Franklin Tronkan. Thank you, sir, for this amazing words and the motivated and explained about how the football is important and the topic called what is missing in India football. Thank you so much. Next we have Mr. Dinesh Nair. Again, can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Dinesh Nair? Thank you, sir. Next we have Mr. C. John Kenneth Raj. Thank you so much. Okay, then we have Mr. Ashok Kumar. Thank you everybody, and thank you for the brief explanation, and thank you for this panel discussion. Thank you so much. And once again, I would like to thank you, Mr. Hitesh, to taking over all the panel discussions. Thank you so much. Okay, so for that, the next and final session, I would like to call Mr. Karthik from Sporting India team to taking over. Thank you.
Hello, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Hitesh. Personally, thank you. I think you had a long day along with us. We are we just come for I think this is the final panel discussion. We all had a long day. And being an interesting topic which we couldn't avoid, we wanted to continue this. The next big thing in sports, e-gaming. So I would request Anuradha Sinha, Ms. Anuradha Sinha to come on the dais, the co-founder of Play CKC, and Mr. Ravi Kumar Srinivasan, sir, please come on the dais. We'll make it very quick. We're on the final thing. So, yeah, the first day, a lot of learnings for us also in the process. Thank you very much for having the patience.
Can you hear me? I'm going to wave at people and say, can you hear me? Okay. So Ravi and I connected last night, and we were trying to figure out this topic, e-gaming, the next big thing in sports. Last evening from the airport, I called up Sendil and I said, do you want to talk about e-gaming or e-sports? I wanted that clarity because there are far too many terms out there, right? So he said, no, we're talking about e-gaming. I said, okay. Then Ravi and I spoke last night and we were like, okay, how do we structure this? First of all, this is a sports carnival. We are talking about electronic something, e-gaming, electronic gaming. And then there are terms like e-sports, and there are absolutely far too many terms out there. Since morning, we have seen a lot of intense discussions on sports, especially the last one. And I must tell you that this is the first conclave, carnival, where I have listened to every sentence that was spoken on the dais. Okay. This is new. This was very, very interesting. So what Ravi and I will try to do is have a conversation. How shall we start?
Okay. Yeah, good evening to everyone. I think she is going to ask some question. I will try to avoid that because I want to give more time to her because her the subject is also very much required. So let me start with Anu. What is the e-gaming and how is it different from the e-sports? Can you explain that in the first context?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So whoever is listening, the rest of them have taken a break. Okay. So I'll talk about sports and I'll talk about gaming first. Okay. What is the difference between sports and games in our lives? Sports is about competition. Sports is about organized participation. And if you think about it, sports is recognition of skills, recognition of strategy, recognition of teamwork. And the most differentiating factor between sports and games is that sports has spectators. And gaming is not about competition, not necessarily, it's more primarily leisure. It's not about spectators. However, there is something called esports that has been introduced in the esports is a subset of gaming. When I say gaming, I mean everything digital, everything online. I'm not talking about Ludo that we play on the board. I'm talking about probably Ludo that we play online. So esports is a subset of gaming. And the contrast between sports and gaming is the fact that sports is competitive, sports has spectators. Now, what is happening, this topic itself, let me just address the topic a bit. E-gaming, the next big thing in sports. How is gaming and sports related? Okay. This is where I would like to talk about two things. One, when we say FIFA, most of us, when we talk about FIFA, the people that were talking before me would talk about the World Cup, the International Football Federation. The likes of me will talk about FIFA, the video game. Okay. And they are actually very tightly integrated. There is also something called WCC, which is World Cricket Championship. And there are series of those video games as well. So in gaming for sports, there are two varieties present today. One are sports simulations, which is your FIFA series, which is your WCC. And then there is another kind, which is your fantasy sports. And there is a very interesting and close partnership between sports federations and video games, or sports federation and fantasy games. For example, FIFA series has had 30 years of integration with the International Football Federation, the FIFA video game series. In terms of fantasy sports, the English Premier League actually has something called Fantasy Premier League. So Fantasy Premier League is an asset. It's a strategic asset for English Premier League. For what? Why are they doing all this? One, they want fans engaged. They want fan engagement. Two, they want a wider reach. They want to constantly reach to a broader audience. Three, they want opportunities to market. They want a powerful tool for marketing. They want a powerful tool to sell merchandise. So all these factors are the reasons why sports is integrating with gaming. So one of the things that the panel before me spoke about, they mentioned the infrastructure in Kolkata. There are so many playgrounds and fields. Dinesh has played for Mohan Bagan. He knows the Kolkata culture. There are two kinds of people who are involved in football conversations in Kolkata, for example. One, the people who play leisurely, play casually, play professionally. The other is absolutely everybody sitting at every chai stall talking intensely about football. Okay, the post-match discussions that happen, regardless of who plays, they don't care whether India is playing or not. They would discuss Brazil intensely for hours. So what the gaming world is doing is, first they recognize that fan engagement is a need for the entire sports ecosystem, everybody, which is what the panel discussed at the end, that cash is king. How do you get investment in any place? You get investment by engaging fans. So the gaming space or the tech space has recognized that fan engagement is a need, And now what they're doing is they're delivering fan engagement through one of the means is gaming. There are several other things that are being done. There is AR, VR in the space. We're making smart stadiums. There are many such efforts are being taken. So technology, things that Shyam spoke about, things that Chintan spoke about. So the technology is addressing player performance management on one hand, scouting, player performance management on one hand. On the other hand, technology is addressing fan engagement, enhanced fan experience. And in today's times, when fans are constantly distracted by social media, reels through the day, constantly doing this through the day, right? How do you ensure that fans keep coming back to sports and get deeper interest in sports? So this is what certain organizations are building. This is what we are building. I'm one of the founders of Play CKC. We are a fan engagement platform. We deliver gaming. So this is what we are building. We are trying to offer fans a means to engage with their favorite sports in a deeper way, in an immersive way. And right now, our focus is to deliver engagement during the live match. I mean, that is like, and we've built a product that offers that engagement. We've built a product to serve the fans directly. We've built a product to serve the sporting ecosystem. Two kinds of stakeholders here. One, the broadcasters, whether they are the big ones or the streaming platforms. The second stakeholders are franchises and clubs. So we have created a fan engagement tech solution to be integrated with clubs and broadcasters to offer fan engagement. Okay, that was a very long talk. You should, I want to ask you a question now. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead, yeah.
So do you think gaming helps sports in any way?
Yeah, definitely yes. Because, one in terms of skill assessment or skill identification, or even in terms of using the technology of AR and augmented reality and virtual reality. And plus also, there are a lot of high performance athletes who do have certain rehab program. And for all of this, there are certain data which is required, which useful for the coaches and for the support staff to make sure those athletes are, the injury is injury-free, plus also making sure that they come back to the limelight so that they can ready for the participation. Therefore, in the main line of sports industry, that this is very much required for gaming aspects in terms of getting all these data, which makes coach or even for other support system to definitely take the right call or right amount of decision to make sure that the game is changed in that positive manner so that the results can be achieved. So I feel that definitely we are there, but it takes a while. I think everyone adapting such standards would take a long time, in my opinion.
Sure, makes sense.
Anu, let me ask you another question. What is your understanding of gaming in sports? Since you are working with a fan engagement platform in sports, I think this is something that will help everyone to know what exactly that experience of the e-gaming.
Actually, I think in my first response, I spoke more about gaming in sports than responding to a question on esports. Okay, so I completely agree with you on AR, VR employed for skills development, for helping the player recover from injuries, and as I said, for me, if I were to say how gaming helps sports, it's engaging the rest of the janta who are right now spectators. Okay, so gaming kind of blurs the line between sports participants and sports spectators. That is what it does. So the entire intent of whatever gaming is built in this space is to bring sports fans closer to the sports. Okay, and again, and gaming is of various kinds, right? I spoke about FIFA, I spoke about WCC, I spoke about fantasy sports, I spoke about the kind of gaming that we are developing. But there are interesting technology also being developed for fan engagement, immersive fan engagement at stadiums. There's smart stadiums being developed. So, and this is all to ensure that the fans' intuitive real-world behavior is gamified. Okay, the fans feel all those conversations that is happening on the streets, on the roads, after the matches, during the matches, that excitement that the fan feels during the live match, the joy, the sadness, the grief, everything. Can we offer this immersive experience through technology so that they feel more connected with the sports? So that's what I feel the significance of gaming in sports today is. And sorry, I'm just going back to the first question you asked me. I actually did not answer that. Esports. So esports is a subset of gaming. Okay, and esports is sports because it's competitive. Esports is sports because there are spectators. And in India, the growth of esports has been very interesting. I mean, I think in 2021, we had 1,50,000 esports players, and the very next year, we have 6 lakh esports players. Okay, so that's the growth that has happened 4 times in 1 year. And interestingly, the participation of women, I mean, the esports players in India right now are 22%. Okay, I'm talking about esports. Gamers percentage is higher. So out of 10 women who play games in India, out of 10 people who play games in India, 4 are women. Okay, but in esports, which is something slightly new, different, in 2020, I think the number was 12%. In 3 years, the number has changed to 22%. So, yeah.
Okay. So does it mean that, since a woman co-founder from the Play CKC, do you see there is a future for women people to getting into this gaming industry and having a lot of opportunities? Do you see that there is happening in the near period of time?
Yes and no. Sorry, that's a weird response. Yes and no. Why? Because you need to see to participate. Okay. If you don't see people on the stage in conferences where we have spoken particularly about this. So I think the online world, the digital world, gives that anonymity to make women comfortable. And you were talking about the social impact. Another thing that I like about at least the digital world, whether it's gaming or esports, is the fact that it offers accessibility to people who may not otherwise be able to play sports. Okay. Para-Olympics is huge right now, right? I think in the near future, I see Para-Olympics for esports because...
Please go ahead.
So, earlier, I don't remember in what session, there was a conversation on, a couple of times, the Olympics committee was mentioned, right? So, how do you see their role? I mean, whether it's the Olympics committee or domestic or international organizations, their role with gaming and sports?
Yes, they do play a very critical role. The reason being because certain framework on any sports, be it benchmark or be it in terms of eligibility criteria or be it in terms of the sport needs to be played in that particular environment or in that infrastructure. The framework is devised by some body, which is in our, we follow that IOC committee members, whatever they describe in terms of any particular sport, what eligibility and how it should be played and etc. Therefore, even that, it is available even on a district level or even a state level or at the national level. So therefore, there is sports bodies as such do play a role. And obviously, you know, if you ask me in terms of, I have seen quite a lot of them having their family background going on for 4 decades, 5 decades, holding the post. But definitely, whatever being prescribed from a top level, and it is being driven down to a district level or a state level or a national level, that framework is definitely required for any sport to progress. Shall I ask another question, Anu? How the future looks?
Are you okay with another question?
How the future looks like on the e-gaming front?
Two simple things. To be honest, I'm not sure if I'm that visionary to contemplate what will happen next. But we are athletes. This is what I'm thinking. The future will see we are athletes. Okay. And the second thing that I mentioned earlier was this Para-Olympics esports, where I see more and more people who may have some challenge in the physical world participating in esports and making it really, really accessible to a whole lot of people. These two things I can see. Other things we will see.
Okay. It was a pleasure talking to you, Anu. So I know that it's a short time that, you know, based on our introduction from yesterday, and we just put up some question and we just put this. But of course, I think you need more audience. So maybe definitely
I'm at least glad this audience is very keen. See?
Yeah. Anyone has any questions? Yeah.
Yes, Dinesh.
Yes, Dinesh. You can come.
You please. No, we can come and chat here. It's absolutely fine.
Hand-eye coordination, etc. But children also get addicted to gaming, right? And they prefer playing games on the mobile phone or the laptop or computer. So it's a thin line between both. So how is that being addressed by the companies or, I don't know, regulatories, or, you know, how do we, because that's a big concern. It's also becoming an addiction. A lot of rehabs have addicts who are gamers. So is that concern being looked into? My son also games, but he plays on the pitch more than he games, but he uses PS4 to play football.
Absolutely right thing to ask. two people who are building gaming. So there are two kinds of gaming I'll talk about. One is the entire real money gaming industry, which includes fantasy sports, which is your Dream 11s of the world, right? Then you have poker, rummy, blah, blah. This is your real money gaming, which is where the concept is that you put in money, you enter your team, and you get money. Okay, this is like a lottery enabled with a skill you may have or may not have, depending on how you are. But this is the real money gaming world is all about that. You put in money, you get money, and you display your skill in the process. You enjoy something. Then there's the casual gaming world, which is your Candy Crushes of the world, those kind of things. In general, the addiction is, we have not been able to cope up with how technology has invaded our lives. It has been very, very fast. So people are now catching up with what to do. Okay, there's a recognition that there's addiction, but there is no solution yet. And I'll talk about the real money gaming space. Actually, the companies who have built this have focused on profits, have focused on revenues. They have not been responsible. Okay, so now the government has taken cognizance of that and said that, okay, we need to bring in some regulatory for both the things, ensuring that we are, first of all, like put some leash, like control these companies a bit. And second, how do we ensure that the gaming that is being offered is socially responsible? Because this is clearly addiction. Okay? And I think I was telling you this at the lunch table. I was telling somebody that all this, even if we talk about fantasy sports or fantasy gaming, this is built for the fans, but this is actually built for lottery chasers. Because the one who's playing Dream 11 cricket today will play rummy tomorrow, will play poker another day. So to answer your questions, I do not have an answer now. There is a realization that which has come too late. Not too late, but which has come slightly late. Okay, so now there is a lot of conversation on regulations, which is initially started with deploying self-regulatory bodies. There's a lot of conversation about it, but nothing has come out yet. There's a lot of speculation in our conversations with even the government bodies. And one of the latest realizations by the government too is that self-regulation will not help, because it's self-serving. And if you see Dream 11 and other clones of Dream 11, they have something called, I think it's FIFS, Federation of Indian Fantasy Sports, something like that. Then there's another one. Yeah. So they already have these bodies, and initially the idea was that these bodies will convert into government-approved self-regulatory bodies, but the conversation is still on. So there's a realization that something needs to happen. What hasn't happened? There's a lot of brainstorming, there's a lot of conversations happening in other spaces about how irresponsible this industry has been. And this is where we are trying to, I mean, I can talk about the company that we are building. We've learned from this. We want to ensure that our gaming is socially responsible, and our gaming is to solve the fan engagement problem. It is not to entice the lottery chaser. It is not to encourage that mindset. It is for everyday fan, that Kolkata fan who's so enthused about the football match that happened yesterday, or wants to engage further. So we are trying to build for them. So we are aware of the challenge that you highlighted, absolutely. Yes, sure.
So I'm kind of curious, what does the Kolkata fan do on Play CKC? Like, what is the game they play?
Okay. Three things. Okay. One, the Kolkata fan can actually have a game on their phone, which as the match starts, Mohun Bagan, East Bengal, the moment that match is starting, the person, a fan can open this app and do what that fan actually does in real life. What does a fan do in real life? 4 or 5 things. One, we cheer our team. We jeer at the other team. So if I'm supporting East Bengal, I'll jeer at Dinesh. The third thing we do is we emote. I mean, barring cheering, jeering, we emote. We emote based, "Arey, what just happened?" Or you become sad, you become joyous. And the fourth thing which we intuitively do is we constantly predict. Now, prediction has a problem because there's a world out there called betting. I'm not talking about that prediction. We predict based on the match or the moment that I'm just witnessing. This is not about predicting how many goals will be scored. This is not about how many runs will be scored in the next over. No, this is generic. This is disappointingly standard, even if you create a game out of it. Okay? What the fan does is, the fan has followed sports for life. The fan has been following this particular match or this particular tournament and knows about this particular, let me talk cricket, this particular batter or this particular bowler and the scenario. This is the second innings. The chasing team is losing badly. Looks like losing badly, and there's a certain batter that has come who has done very well in the previous tournament. There's a lot of information in the fans' mind, and then they constantly say, this is gonna happen. Like in IPL a few years ago, Shreyas Gopal used to take Virat Kohli's wicket in every match. Okay, but who would know this? This would be known by a fan. And the fan would say that, this is exactly what is going to happen. But when will this question or this scenario come to the fan? When Virat Kohli is on the crease. When Shreyas Gopal is going to bowl at him. This scenario will not be something like, how many runs will Virat Kohli score in the next thing. So I'm telling you something very basic, but this fan on Play CKC gets to predict the way he would predict in real life talking to his friends, talking to his or her friends, and based on what is happening on the ground right now. So what Play CKC does is, we take live data for cricket, ball by ball data, for football, continuous data. We take live data, we have built a prediction engine, we have built a product which is a prediction engine which creates a scenario, a prediction scenario based on several parameters taken from live data, taken from the match scenario, taken from the teams that are playing, and then generates a question which is a very basic 3-option question. It's like a test. Okay? And anybody, any kind of fan, you may be stat crazy, I don't know anything about it, but I love the last 5 overs of a T20 match because it gives me a lot of excitement. Regardless of the fans we will go and say that, this is my response to this scenario. And you and I are not playing against each other. We are playing as individuals. So if my scenario is right, I will get points. By the way, this game is free to play. So we have basically gamified the real world conduct. And this is just the beginning. We've just started. This is right now algorithm based, but we're putting AI in this. We're just trying to get closer to how the fan behaves in the real world. So to answer your question, Shyam, this is one way the fan would engage. The other 2 ways the fan would engage is if the fan is a Mohan Bagan fan. Play CKC will have an offering for Mohan Bagan, using which Mohan Bagan can entice or create its loyal fan base and keep them hooked throughout the year, regardless of whether they have matches or not. Third thing is, the match is being shown on Voot, Jio, Hotstar, wherever. Or maybe at a streaming platform which you access on your phone, because it's a grassroots level match. When you're watching the match, we can engage you deeply during the match so that you're not just watching, you're participating. Okay, so that's our so we basically enable interactive broadcast. Okay, and this is something which which is now we are we're partnering with a grassroots level streamer to launch the pilot for this. The big ones don't listen. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
When Olympics is all about CTS, RTS, and 4TS, how do you see esports and e-games in this?
So, esports has entered now Asian Games, right? To be honest, I'm not an expert at esports. I will not be able to do justice with this particular question. I can just tell you that I'm aware that now esports is getting recognized as a sport. I recently attended an event in Bangalore 4 days ago, where one of the presentations made on stage was by a company called Pro Shooter. So they are a VR company. So you can actually do all shooting using VR, and they're making it. It's going to be a professional sport, and the next step is them taking this to Asian Games. Okay, so these kind of things are they're happening, but this is not where my expertise lies, so I cannot comment on it much. But I'm observing, it's very interesting, and as I told you that like Paralympics, esports, maybe it will be a parallel chapter of Olympics, not the main Olympics track, but there will be a parallel track. So very soon there will be a parallel track where esports will be played, and the players will be from diverse backgrounds. I mean, in terms of what they can do in the physical world. So I think in terms of accessibility, it will be great to see. I know I did not answer your question satisfactorily, but that is not where I have the knowledge.
Thank you for all the questions. Anybody else? Okay. So thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for this amazing discussion. And actually, so the question, and you answered the brief explanation. Thank you so much for that. So we would like to honor you. So for that, I invite Mr. Anand from Sporting India team with a memento to honor our amazing and Ms. Anuradha Sena. Yes, can we have a big round of applause? Thank you, Mr. Ravi Kumar, sir. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Okay. So everybody, I think, hope this session and this day, it is amazing with all the amazing speakers and amazing chief guests as well. So tomorrow we have the beautiful, most interesting speakers as well. So Kandipa, I hope you people will enjoy tomorrow as same like today. So enjoy your day and amazing. Once again, thanks for coming. And thanks for coming for this amazing Sports Carnival 2024 first edition. It's conducted in Coimbatore. So hope you people will enjoy tomorrow. So signing off, MC Hasini. We'll meet you soon on tomorrow. Thank you.